Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The Iron Sun Sect liked to describe itself as righteous in public and efficient in private. Lu Cheng had spent 5 years discovering what that meant in practice. It meant the elders preached balance, while every assignment worth spirit stones went to inner disciples with powerful fathers. It meant the servants bowed lower than disciples, the women bowed lower than the servants, and everyone smiled when Elder Sun spoke of order as if the word itself could wash blood from the stones. At dawn, Lu Cheng carried charcoal baskets up the eastern stair and delivered them to the forge courtyard before the first bell. At noon, he hauled training spears from the armory to the lower grounds. At dusk, he scrubbed the practice arena where the sect's geniuses had spent the day, proving to one another that heaven loved some men more than others. If no elder remembered his name, that was considered proof he had done his work well. He was 19 years old, at the second layer of qi gathering, with shoulders hardened by labor and meridians too narrow to impress anyone who mattered. The older servants called him fortunate because he had survived this long inside a sect without becoming truly cruel. The younger ones called him foolish because he still believed there were lines a person should not cross. He was carrying a bucket of rinse water across Servants' Alley when he heard the slap. Not the flat sound of play. Not the bark of a sparring correction. This was skin against skin with anger behind it. He turned the corner and saw Mayun kneeling in the dirt. She worked in the inner kitchens. 16, maybe 17. Quiet. Quick with a knife, quicker with apologies. She had one hand braced against the wall and the other cupped over her cheek. Her eyes were down, as if lowering them might somehow reduce the attention of the man standing above her. Zhao Kuang was smiling. He wore inner disciple robes the color of fresh forged bronze. The sect's sigil on his chest flashed in the autumn sun every time he shifted his shoulders. His hair was tied with a spirit thread clasp, the sort of little luxury that cost more than 3 months of a servant's wages. Around him stood 2 other disciples with the loose posture of men confident they would face no consequences for whatever happened next. I asked for moonplum tea, Zhao Kuang said. This tastes like ditch water. Mayun bent lower. Senior brother Zhao. The stores said the moonplum was reserved for the elders. I brewed the finest spring leaves instead. He tipped the cup. Tea ran through her hair and down the side of her face. Then perhaps your tongue is too dull to tell the difference. Lu Cheng did not think. If he had thought, he might have remembered the last man who contradicted Zhao Kuang spent a month cleaning latrines with a broken wrist. If he had thought, he might have remembered that justice in Iron Sun Sect was measured by rank before conduct. If he had thought, he might have walked away and hated himself in silence like everyone else. Instead, he set the bucket down and said, Senior brother, she only brewed what the stores allowed. The alley seemed to flinch. Zhao Kuang turned his head slowly. And who are you? The 2 disciples with him laughed under their breath. One of them already knew. That made it worse. Lu Cheng bowed, though not as low as he should have. Outer errand disciple Lu Cheng. Oh. Zhao Kuang's smile sharpened. You are the one who carries charcoal and opinions. Mayun's fingers twitched at her side in frantic warning. Stop. Please. Don't make this bigger. The whole alley spoke that language. So did the servants peering through half-open doors and pretending not to look. Lu Cheng heard himself say, A burnt kettle is the kitchen's fault, not the hand carrying it. Zhao Kuang stared at him for a long breath. Then he laughed. Not because anything was funny, because he had been handed a toy. Do you know what I like about low people? He asked his companions. They mistake the fact that they can speak for proof that they should. He moved without warning. The slap hit Lu Cheng hard enough to turn his head. Fire ran across his jaw. Before he had fully straightened, Zhao Kuang's knee drove into his stomach and folded him around it. Air flooded his lungs. He hit the wall, caught himself, tried to rise. Bad decision. The second disciple kicked the back of his leg. The third shoved him down by the shoulder. Dirt filled his mouth. He tasted grit, iron, and the thin, bitter flavor of humiliation he had sworn years ago never to let become normal. You want to defend women now? Zhao Kuang said mildly. Should I give you a bridal veil as well? His boot came down on Lu Cheng's hand. Bone did not break, but something close to it screamed up Lu Cheng's arm. He clenched his teeth until his temples throbbed. Above him, Mayun made a strangled sound, and then smothered it, because crying too loudly in front of men like these only entertained them further. Zhao Kuang crouched. Listen carefully. The kitchen girl belongs to the kitchen. The servants belong to the servants' hall. The women of this sect belong where the elders say they belong. The next time you forget your place, I will carve the lesson deeper. Lu Cheng lifted his head. Pain blurred the edges of the world, but not enough to hide the expression on Zhao Kuang's face. It was not lust, not really. It was ownership. Casual, unquestioned, hereditary ownership handed from one powerful man to the next until it felt like natural law. Something old and reckless rose in Lu Cheng's throat. Then your place must be very small, he rasped. If all your courage fits only where no one can strike back. Silence. One of the disciples sucked in a breath through his teeth. Mei Yin shut her eyes. Zhao Kuang stood. Break him. They did not kill Lu Cheng because killing servants created paperwork. They simply beat him until the distinction felt academic. Fists. Boots. A cracked elbow across the brow that sent white sparks through his vision. Someone laughed when he curled around his ribs to protect them and left his back open. Someone else took offense at the sound he made when a heel hit his spine. When they were done, Zhao Kuang crouched once more and took Lu Cheng's disciple token from his sash. For insolence, he said, and for corrupting discipline. He flicked the token into the drainage channel. The little square of bronze spun once, caught the light, and vanished into black water. If I hear you spoke to anyone about this, Zhao Kuang added, I'll arrange for the stores to stop sending food to your quarter. Then the other servants can decide whether your principles are worth their hunger. He rose, adjusted his sleeve, and left as cleanly as if he had been finishing tea rather than a beating. The alley exhaled. Doors closed. Eyes disappeared. Life resumed its cowardly, necessary movement. Mei Yin took one trembling step toward Lu Cheng, then stopped. She was crying soundlessly now, furious at herself for it. I'm sorry, she whispered. Lu Cheng wanted to tell her none of this belonged to her. What came out instead was a wet cough. Don't, he managed. They'd remember your face. She bit her lip hard enough to whiten it. Then she fled, because in Iron Sun Sect kindness was safest when brief. Lu Cheng lay in the dirt until the shadows shifted. When he finally moved, every joint objected. His left eye had nearly swollen shut. His breathing came unevenly from the knife point lodged beneath his ribs. He should have gone to the infirmary. He did not. The infirmary reported to Elder Sun. Instead, he staggered toward the old storage terraces below the western cliff, where no one bothered to look unless something had already gone missing. The sect had been built in rings around the mountain. The higher one climbed, the purer the qi, the finer the paving stones, the more expensive the robes. The lowest paths were damp, moss-eaten, half-abandoned. Even the wind sounded poorer there. Lu Cheng followed those lower stairs because pain made honesty easier, and the truth was that he did not know where else to go. At the foot of the western cliff stood a little moon shrine no one used anymore. He had found it during his first year in the sect, while chasing a stray mule carrying salt sacks. Hidden behind a tangle of dead vine and cracked stone, it looked older than Iron Sun Sect itself. There was no sect mark on it, no incense offerings, no records in the library mentioning who had built it or why. Just a weather-smoothed threshold, a roof half sunk by time, and inside, a pale circular relief of a moon cupped by two human hands. Lu Cheng had liked it immediately for the simple reason that no one else did. Now he pushed through the dead vine, stumbled into the dim chamber, and dropped to his knees. The air inside was cool. Still, dust lay on the floor in a fine silver film, undisturbed except for the prints he had left on previous visits. Weak light fell through a crack in the roof and touched the moon relief on the rear wall. For some reason that was the thing that undid him. Not the bruises. Not the injustice. Just the sight of a quiet place staying quiet in a world built to humiliate the soft. He laughed once. It came out broken. Well done, Lu Cheng, he muttered to the stone moon. You defended one person for 3 breaths and lost the only token proving you belong here. No answer. Only the slow sound of blood dripping from his split lip onto old stone. He leaned back against the wall and closed his eyes. The chamber pulsed. His eyes snapped open. For a heartbeat, he thought the blow to his head had finally reached whatever delicate part of the brain produced sense. Then the moon relief lit again, not from outside light, but from within the stone itself. Thin silver veins spread across the wall like frost on water. The dust on the floor stirred, although there was no wind. A pressure, cool and impossible, settled over the room. Lu Cheng tried to stand and failed. The moon relief cracked down the center. From inside the stone, light poured out, and the mountain had just lost the right to stay innocent. What else was buried beneath it? Chapter 2. Lu Cheng had never seen moonlight underground. He knew that was what it resembled anyway. Not sunlight, which struck. Not firelight, which flickered. This radiance spread over the chamber like water finding its own level, pale and deliberate, washing every crack in the old shrine into impossible clarity. The stone split wide. Something floated from the hollow behind it. A strip of silver-white bamboo script bound with black thread, so old it should have crumbled the moment it met air. Instead, it hovered before him, unrolling itself one finger width at a time. Characters burned across the silk. Heaven and moon balanced scripture inheritor verified, male vessel, Inadequate. Lu Cheng blinked blood out of his lashes. That seems unnecessary. The scripture ignored him. Yin lineage extinct anchor path sealed last conditional transmission initiated. The final line struck him harder than Zhao Kuang's boot. If no inheritor suitable to the original path remained, then the scripture would awaken an anchor instead. A vessel who could not safely cultivate the art in full, but who could carry its balance between others. A hinge rather than a blade. Light spilled from the silk and drove into Lu Cheng's chest. Pain erased the chamber. He felt it in layers. First came heat through his meridians, a clean and merciless heat that traced every weakness he had ever tried to ignore. Narrow channels, knotted blockages, tiny tears left by years of hauling labor under a sect that treated low-ranked bodies as tools meant to break. Then came cold behind it, moon cold, not numb but clarifying. The two currents met at his sternum and spread outward in spirals, weaving a pattern his body had never been designed to hold. He hit the floor on both hands and vomited blood. The silver light flowed around him and kept going. Words appeared directly inside his skull. The world had once known two great meridian traditions. Yang paths that conquered through force, rupture, ascent. Yin paths that deepened through adaptation, memory, restoration, and hidden transformation. In the old ages, sects of moon cultivators, poison daughters, frost singers, dream seers, and spirit weavers had stood alongside the war sects and forged an uneasy balance. Then came the suppression. Some lineages were married away. Some were absorbed. Some were accused of impurity, instability, softness, temptation, emotional volatility. Any slur of frightened power might were to sound like reason. Manuals disappeared. Bloodlines were paired against their nature until their gifts turned into illnesses. Women with rare constitutions were renamed dangers, burdens, beauties, or bargaining chips, depending on what their owners needed that season. The heaven and moon balance scripture had been created in the last years before collapse. Not as a weapon, as a bridge. Its original masters had cultivated in dual circulation circles, one anchor supported by many lunar inheritance, each strengthening the others through willing resonance. But the art had a flaw severe enough to feel like mockery. A male anchor could never fully claim the scripture's fruit. He could stabilize, guide, open, restore. Yet if he tried to seize the Yin current for himself by coercion or greed, the scripture would turn on him, eating his lifespan from the inside. It demanded trust or offered death. Lu Cheng gritted his teeth. Of all the absurd destinies available in the heavens, why had this one found a charcoal hauler with a broken face? The answer came with brutal simplicity. Because he had stepped in front of cruelty when stepping aside would have been safer. Not because he was powerful. Not because he was chosen by prestige or blood. Because in a system built on trained indifference, he had still reached for someone else. The silk scripture folded itself smaller and smaller until it became a strip of silver light that pierced the center of his chest. He screamed. The moon relief behind him shattered completely. Dust cascaded from the rafters. Ancient seals etched beneath the floor lit one after another in rings around his kneeling form. Lu Cheng saw them only in flashes between pulses of pain. Women seated beneath full moons. Meridian diagrams unlike anything taught in Iron Sun Sect. And at the center a single glyph formed from the union of two opposing strokes that never quite touched. Balance. The brand settled over his sternum. When the agony receded enough for thought to reassemble, Lu Cheng found himself collapsed on the shrine floor with sweat soaking his robe and silver lines glowing faintly beneath the skin of his hands. His breathing came too fast. His bruises still hurt. His lip was still split. Yet something essential had shifted. He could feel chi now not as background pressure, but as texture. The mountain above held the sect's hot, dry, pushing current like an iron rod thrust through heaven. Below it ran hidden pockets of cooler flow, softer on first contact, but denser at the core. He could sense how the two should have moved together and how violently one had been forced to dominate the other. He pushed himself upright against the wall. A final sentence appeared in his mind. The path cannot flourish alone. Gather the discarded Yin. Establish the seat of Munvale. Then, as if the heavens had decided one impossible instruction was not enough, a second sensation struck him. Footsteps. Not through his ears. Through the new thread of awareness running out from the shrine into the corridor above. One said only. Light. Careful. Someone descending the lower stair. Lu Cheng's first instinct was panic. Zhao Kuang. A patrol? If anyone saw the shattered shrine, the glowing seals, the fresh mark burning under his sternum, he would not survive the report. He lurched to his feet, swayed, and grabbed at the wall. The footsteps paused outside the dead vines. Then a woman's voice said, flat and cold. If you are a ghost, Spare me the trouble and kill me quickly. I am in no mood for lingering hauntings. The vines moved aside. Shen Yuexin stepped into the chamber. If the shrine chose her to, Iron Sun would have to fight its own foundations. Foundations cracked worst when they remembered the truth. What happened when the whole mountain remembered at once? Chapter 3. There were stories about Shen Yuexin. Lu Cheng knew most of them because sects produced rumor the way forests produced leaves. A year ago, she had been the nearest thing Iron Sun Sect possessed to a saintess candidate. Elder Sun had praised her sword talent in public assemblies. Younger disciples had copied the angle of her wrists while training. Even some inner disciples had begun speaking her name with the careful caution reserved for people who might soon outrank them. Then came the breakthrough accident. No one explained it clearly. The official version claimed impatience. Some said she had attempted to force a meridian opening under a moon eclipse. Others said her cultivation had always contained hidden instability because women of strong Yin temperament inevitably lacked the hardness needed for higher paths. That was the sort of explanation Iron Sun Sect loved. Vague enough to sound philosophical, cruel enough to excuse neglect. Whatever the truth, Shen Yuexin vanished from the central courtyards after that. When Lu Cheng occasionally glimpsed her on lower paths, she moved like someone wearing her body instead of inhabiting it. Not weak exactly, just held together through refusal. Now she stood in the ruined shrine doorway, one hand already on the hilt of her sword. Her face was pale beneath the chamber's fading silver light. Not soft pale, bloodless pale, the sort that came from chi depletion too deep for rest to solve. Her sect robe hung leaner than it should have across her shoulders. Yet her gaze remained sharp enough to cut. That gaze dropped to the broken moon relief, the lit seals, then the glow pulsing under Lu Cheng's skin. Her sword came halfway out. What demonic thing did you open? Lu Cheng lifted both hands automatically. I have a stronger argument for not knowing than you might think. Step away from the formation. I am trying. My legs have filed a formal protest. That earned him nothing. She advanced one measured pace, blade whispering another inch free. The chi around her was wrong. Lu Cheng had no better language for the discovery. Before tonight, he would only have seen a cold woman with a sword and a bad temper. Now the currents inside her blazed through his senses in painful detail. Her central channels were sliced with fine fractures that glimmered like cracked ice. Dense cold chi had pooled near her dantian and grown stagnant. Nowhere to go, while the sect's hotter methods had repeatedly rammed through it like hammers against crystal. One more forceful circulation, and something inside her would shatter for good. The knowledge arrived as instinct, complete and terrible. Stop, he said. She did not. If you draw more chi into your right meridian chain, it will split at the shoulder. This stopped her. Not because she believed him, because he had named a pain no one else knew. Her eyes narrowed. Who told you that? No one. I can see it. Then you are lying, delusional, or possessed. Possessed feels possible. Delusional is still under review. But I am not lying. Her sword came fully free. The blade was plain by inner disciple standards, but the hand holding it remained terrifyingly steady. You have one breath to explain. Lu Cheng looked from the sword to the fractures in her meridians and made a decision he would later describe as either brave or catastrophically stupid depending on the outcome. Your chi was never too cold, he said. The sect's fire circulation is wrong for you. They burned the left lunar channels first, then overcompensated by forcing more yang through the right. The blockage under your collarbone isn't a flaw. It's scar tissue from trying to make your foundation imitate a man's. At last, Shen Yuexin's composure moved. Not much, barely a ripple. But Lu Cheng felt it because the new scripture inside him answered the turmoil in her with a low ache behind his ribs. Who are you? She asked quietly. At present, a servant Zhao Kuang used as floor decoration. Do not joke with me. If I stop joking, I may start screaming again. He meant it more literally than he would have liked. The scripture's brand still pulsed under his sternum like a coal under ash. Every breath sent tiny lines of fire and frost through his chest. Shen Yuexin studied him in silence. Then, to Lu Cheng's surprise, she winced. It was a small thing, barely visible, a tremor along the mouth. But he saw it and instantly understood. She had drawn her sword too quickly. The motion had tugged the damaged channels at her shoulder. He took one step forward before common sense caught up. Don't move. Her blade snapped up. Another step and you lose the hand. The sensible part of Lu Cheng's mind agreed with her completely. The new scripture did not. It pulled, not on his feet, on the space between them, on the unstable knot in her shoulder, and the answering script burned beneath his ribs. A bridge wanted to form there, thin as first frost, requiring only consent, alignment, and a measure of trust that currently did not exist. He felt the exact shape of the solution the way a thirsty man recognizes water by smell. Senior Sister Shun, he said carefully, your chi is about to reverse. She opened her mouth to deny it. Blood slid from the corner of her lips first. Her expression did not change, but her sword arm faltered. The cold pressure flooding the chamber doubled. One of the lit floor seals snapped from silver to violent white. Shin Yuexin's breath hitched, shallow and sharp. Meridian backlash. Lu Cheng moved. She tried to cut him on instinct. The slash lost strength midway. He caught her wrist with his bruised hand, nearly blacked out from the jolt of pain, and slammed his free palm against the side of her neck where the runaway chi had begun to climb. The world went silent. Not literally silent. Lu Cheng could still hear the vines rattling outside and his own heart trying to batter free of his ribs. But another layer of sound dropped beneath it, a resonant hum like a plucked string stretched through both their bodies. Silver light poured from the mark under his sternum into his hand. Shin Yuexin's eyes went wide. Her chi struck his palm like winter water forced through a cracked dam. Cold, yes, but beneath the cold ran grief, rage, humiliation, endurance, all the human sediment years of discipline never truly removed. Lu Cheng had no idea whether the scripture meant him to perceive emotion or whether cultivation simply became impossible to separate from the shape of a person's life once one learned where to look. He only knew the answer was to stop opposing her current and start guiding it. Not force. Invitation. He shifted his breath. The scripture responded instantly, widening the silver thread between them. Instead of trying to shove her yin chi back into channels scarred by yang methods, he drew a fraction of its overflow into himself. It knifed through his chest, cold enough to seize muscle. He almost let go. Then the brand flared and distributed the burden, turning that cold into a circulating ring that met his own weaker yang heat and softened into something neither of them had known alone. Shin Yuexin made a harsh sound as the blockage under her shoulder loosened. The floor seals brightened one by one. More of her chi poured into the connection. Lu Cheng realized with a flash of terror that if she panicked, now the scripture might drain him dry trying to maintain the bridge. Trust, it had said. Willing resonance. He had neither. Look at me, he said through clenched teeth. She did. Not because she trusted him. Because shock had stripped everything else away. If you pull back suddenly, he said, the break reaches your heart channel. Breathe with me instead. You. Blood touched her mouth again. What are you? Busy. For one absurd instant, she almost laughed. He saw it in the change around her eyes. Then she inhaled on his count. The bridge stabilized. Silver current spiraled from his chest to her shoulder, through the cracked channels, down to the frozen knot around her dantian. There, where years of wrong cultivation had packed ice around a living seed, the scripture opened a hairline path and let the trapped yin flow move where it had always wanted to go. The feeling was so intimate it almost frightened him more than the pain. Not intimate in the crude sense the sex above would have assumed, but in the sense that he could no longer pretend cultivation was separate from the history written into a person's body. Shin Yuexin's channels did not merely carry chi. They carried months of being mistrusted, disciplined, isolated, and told that the shape of her strength made others uncomfortable. The scripture did not erase that history. It recognized it, and then refused to let the wound continue masquerading as doctrine. Lu Cheng understood, with the clarity of a fresh cut, that Munveil's real danger to the world was not power alone. It was interpretation. A system that could tell women their damage had been arranged rather than deserved would always look seditious to the people who profited from the arrangement. Shin Yuexin felt it too. He saw the shock in her eyes as the chi inside her stopped behaving like a trapped enemy and started behaving like a language someone had finally bothered to learn. Her shoulders, which had been held in that narrow readiness of perpetual defense, loosened by a degree so small it would have been invisible to anyone not standing palm to pulse with her in a cursed underground shrine. Yet Lu Cheng felt it as clearly as if the floor itself had exhaled. Some hidden part of her had just discovered that her body was not trying to betray her. It had been trying to survive the wrong method all along. The chamber answered that realization. More floor seals lit. The moon glyph beneath them widened into a ring of script that neither of them could fully read, and yet both somehow understood. The lines were not instructions in the ordinary sense. They were principles written in the logic of balance. Do not force what can be guided. Do not isolate what survives through relation. Do not call absence weakness when the path itself has been obstructed. Each phrase struck Lu Cheng with the weight of revelation and common sense arriving together. No wonder the old sects had buried this method. It did not simply heal. It redefined blame. Shin Yuexin's fingers tightened once around the hilt still trapped awkwardly between them. What are you doing? She whispered. Lu Cheng swallowed against the pressure in his throat. Trying not to die first so I can explain it second. That almost startled another laugh out of her, and the near laugh stabilized the bridge more than solemnity would have. Trust did not arrive all at once. It arrived in fractions, in small decisions not to pull away. She matched his breathing again. The current softened. The frozen pressure at her shoulder cracked like winter ice under first thaw, and the backlash that would have ruined her heart channel instead spilled into the ring of script beneath them, where the formation drank it and turned it to light. When the final knot gave way, Shen Yuexin folded forward hard enough that Lu Cheng had to catch her with his bruised shoulder. They both nearly went down. He ended kneeling on the shrine floor with her weight braced against him, their combined breathing ragged in the silver-lit dark. The sword had fallen somewhere to the side with a harmless scrape. For several breaths neither of them moved, because movement would have forced them to recognize too quickly what had just happened. Lu Cheng could still feel the new balance settling in her channels. Not complete healing, not even close, but the route had opened. The wound had changed from fate into treatment. That distinction altered the room. It altered him too. Until now the impossible instructions burned into his chest had felt like prophecy, burden, and pain delivered by a dead formation with terrible timing. Kneeling there with Shen Yuexin half in his arms and the shrine script cooling beneath them, he finally understood the practical shape of the task. Gather the discarded Yin. Establish the seat of Moonveil. The words were no longer abstract. Moonveil would begin wherever women realized they had been shaped wrongly on purpose and no longer had to endure that lie alone. Shen Yuexin drew one careful breath, then another, and pulled back just far enough to look at him directly. Do not misunderstand, she said, voice rough from backlash and shock alike. This does not mean I trust you. Lu Cheng, dizzy enough to be honest, said, that is fortunate. I would not trust me either. This time she did laugh, one brief and startled sound that echoed strangely in the ruined shrine. The backlash broke like a fever. Shen Yuexin shuddered once from crown to heel and nearly collapsed. Lu Cheng caught part of her weight with his shoulder. Between his bruises and her pride, it was not an elegant arrangement. The chamber light slowly dimmed. When it was over, both of them were breathing like runners who had crossed a battlefield instead of a finish line. Shen Yuexin stared at him from inches away. My arm, she said. Lu Cheng let go cautiously. She rotated the shoulder once. No wince. No blood. The silence after that was immense. Then she whispered, with naked disbelief. It hasn't felt this light in 11 months. If relief sounded that dangerous, somebody above was already guilty. Chapter 4. They sat on opposite sides of the ruined shrine for a long time because neither of them trusted what had just happened. Lu Cheng's back rested against a cracked pillar. Shen Yuexin remained 3 paces away with her sword across her knees, no longer pointed at him, but close enough to recover the conversation if it turned murderous. The chamber had returned to shadow. Only faint silver traces still glowed along the floor. Somewhere above, the sect's evening bell rang. No one moved. Finally Shen Yuexin said, start from the beginning. Lu Cheng considered and rejected several entertaining lies. He was too tired to sustain them. Zhao Kuang was bullying Mei Yun from the kitchens. I objected. He beat me half to death and threw my token in the drain. He touched the swelling at his jaw. I came here because no one else comes here. Then the wall opened, a scripture entered my chest, and apparently I have become professionally involved in your meridians. She watched him without blinking. That is the least convincing story I have ever believed. He spread his hands and regretted it at once. Believe me, I would have chosen a more dignified miracle. Her gaze dropped to his sternum. Even through cloth the faint brand light occasionally leaked at the edges, pulsing with his heartbeat. Show me. He hesitated. Not because he wanted to hide it. Because the idea of exposing something this strange to another person felt like stepping barefooted onto winter iron. Then he pulled his torn robe collar aside. The mark stretched over the center of his chest in silver-black lines, a full moon cradled by 2 opposing arcs, one bright, one dark, never touching. Around it spread finer threads like a meridian map written over bone. Shen Yuexin leaned forward before she could stop herself. Recognition hit her face like a blade's reflection. I've seen that symbol. Lu Cheng looked up sharply. Where? In an old prohibited text. Not clearly. Half a page, hidden under commentary. Elder Sun used it during a lecture on corrupted cultivation paths. Her mouth flattened. He called it the emblem of seduction sects that disguised weakness as softness. Lu Cheng barked a laugh and instantly regretted the pressure on his ribs. Convenient. If they erase a thing, they may as well slander it while they're at work. Shen Yuexin did not answer immediately. She was testing her shoulder again in tiny movements, each one more stunned than the last. Lu Cheng sensed the temptation in her before she spoke. Hope, starving and dangerous. What did you do to me? He closed his eyes and reached inward. The scripture sat inside him like a second pulse. When he touched it with intention, fragments surfaced. Not words this time, but patterns. Flow diagrams. Pairings of channels. Warnings written in sensation rather than script. I didn't heal you completely, he said slowly. I opened one path the sect kept forcing shut. Your foundation is still damaged. The fractures are still there. But the pressure that kept striking the same break point. He tapped under his own collarbone. It moved. Shin Yuexin's fingers mirrored the gesture unconsciously. Can you do it again? The answer arrived with such force it made him grimace. Yes, but not without price. He explained the little he understood. The scripture turned him into an anchor between yin and yang currents. He could stabilize where there was willingness. He could guide damaged flow into balance. But if he forced it, or if the connection formed through coercion rather than trust, the backlash would devour his lifespan. He did not know how much. The scripture had been very poetic about death and extremely imprecise about timing. Shin Yuexin listened with the expression of someone who had spent months trapped in a room and just discovered one wall might in fact be a door. Then you can cure me. Lu Cheng shook his head. I can help. Cure is too proud a word. Help me enough to cultivate again. He looked at her properly then. Not the famous disciple she used to be. Not the half-broken recluse the sect had hidden after the accident. Just a woman holding herself upright by force because the alternative felt like burial. If we try too much too quickly, he said, you could still die. If I do nothing, I become Elder Sun's cautionary tale forever. Her voice remained level. That made it worse. At least one option involves movement. Lu Cheng had no answer to that. The evening bell faded. Night wind touched the dead vines at the entrance. In the hush that followed, he sensed something else within the scripture. Not command exactly. Inclination. A path opening if he chose to step onto it. Gather the discarded yin. Establish the seat of Moonveil. At the moment Moonveil was one half-conscious servant, one dangerous woman with a sword, and a broken shrine hidden under a sect that would happily kill both. It was not an inspiring foundation. Shin Yuexin rose with controlled care. No one must know about this. Especially not Zhao Kuang. Especially not Elder Sunday. Lu Cheng managed to stand a breath later by using the pillar as an old friend. I wasn't planning to carve it on the gate. She sheathed her sword. Good. Then she surprised him. She bowed. Not deeply. Not submissively. A warrior's acknowledgement, precise and brief. But from Shin Yuexin, who had spent the whole encounter one moment from stabbing him, it felt enormous. You intervened when you did not have to, she said. Twice. Lu Cheng rubbed the back of his neck. The second time was mostly panic and bad planning. Nevertheless, he opened his mouth, then closed it. Something warm and uncomfortable moved through his chest that had nothing to do with the scripture. Shin Yuexin looked toward the stairs leading back into sect territory. I will return tomorrow night. If I am followed, I will not enter. If you betray this to anyone. She touched her sword hilt lightly. Then you will stab me with the shoulder I fixed. Correct. He considered that. Fair. At the edge of her expression, a ghost of dry amusement finally appeared. Then she was gone, leaving only disturbed dust and a shrine no longer willing to pretend it was dead. Lu Cheng stood alone in the dark until the pain in his body reintroduced itself with personal offense. Tomorrow night, she had said. He looked down at his bruised hands. Tomorrow night, apparently, he would begin learning how not to kill a Sanctus candidate with moonlight. If he failed, Moonveil would end before it had learned its own name. He no longer had the luxury of failing quietly. The next mistake would cost more than his own body. What would be left of Moonveil if that bill came due tonight? Chapter 5 Iron Sun Sect punished scandal more efficiently than violence. Violence could be denied. Bruises faded. Witnesses forgot what was convenient to forget. Scandal lingered, because it traveled in the mouths of people too powerless to act directly and too bored not to narrate one another's ruin. By sunrise, Lu Cheng understood Zhao Kuang had chosen his counterattack carefully. The stores would not issue him rice. The quarter steward refused to meet his eyes while saying so. I have no authorization to release food to a servant under disciplinary review. Disciplinary review for what? Improper conduct toward inner personnel. That means nothing. It means I like having all my fingers. The steward slid the hatch closed. Lu Cheng stood outside the ration room long enough to make the other servants nervous. Then he laughed quietly to himself and walked away before his stomach could hear what had happened and start a riot. The story had spread faster than hunger. By the time he reached the laundry stair, two novice disciples fell silent in the middle of conversation and stared. One whispered something about servant trying to touch above his station. At the lower courtyard, a weapons attendant smirked and asked whether Lu Cheng preferred silk veils or kitchen aprons on his women. Someone had embroidered a little crescent moon on the sleeve of his spare work robe and left it on his bunk as a joke. He tore the stitch out with his teeth and almost kept the thread. Because beneath the humiliation, there was something else now. Not confidence. He wasn't insane. Zhao Kuang still outranked him. Elder Sun still ran the sect. Xin Yuexin could still decide tonight that he was too dangerous to leave breathing. But the shrine had changed the proportions of the world. Yesterday, Iron Sun Sect had been the whole horizon. Today it was only one mountain built over bones it had never named correctly. That did not make the day easier. Without food, his bruises deepened into a heavy, floating weakness by noon. He stole hot water from the laundry copper and drank it slowly while pretending to inspect row quality. Twice he felt the script mark under his ribs stir when women passed nearby. A medicine girl carrying crushed herbs, an older cleaner with stiff shoulders, a novice whose left sleeve concealed burn scars. Each time the scripture offered impressions rather than commands. Imbalance, hidden strain, suppressed channels. Iron Sun Sect, it seemed, was full of women taught to endure damage as discipline. He nearly walked straight back to the shrine on instinct. Instead, he went to work. Survival first. Revelation later. The afternoon assignment took him to the lower kitchens, where smoke blackened the rafters and heat glued every robe to the skin. It also put him near Mei Yun, who looked worse than he felt. Shame had hollowed her eyes. She kept expecting him to blame her and did not know what to do with the fact that he didn't. When no one watched, she shoved half a steamed bun into his hand. Lu Cheng stared at it like it was a spirit treasure. If they see, then say you stole it, she whispered. That would be more respectable than the truth. He wanted to say something that would ease the fear still crouched under her skin. Nothing suitable arrived. In the end, he just said, "Thank you." She nodded once and turned back to the stove before her eyes could betray too much. That night, he descended to the shrine early. He expected Xin Yuexin to arrive at moonrise. She was already there. She stood in the center of the chamber with her sword laid across both palms, and the kind of stillness that only appears after someone has spent too long expecting betrayal. The silver light in the walls made the bruised shadows beneath her eyes impossible to ignore. Lu Cheng understood then that punctuality had nothing to do with it. Xin Yuexin had come early because women trained by hostile sects learn quickly that hesitation is where traps usually close. If this goes wrong, she said before he could speak, tell me before it becomes permanent. He nodded once. That was as much promise as he could honestly give. For a moment, neither moved. The shrine air held old dust, damp stone, and the faint metallic bite of moonlight made visible. Xin Yuexin's presence no longer felt merely dangerous to him. It felt expensive, as if the sect above had poured months of punishment into breaking her and had still failed to erase the line of refusal in her spine. Lu Cheng realized he was looking at the first person who might choose Moonveil not only because she was desperate enough, but because she had already learned what it cost to belong elsewhere. A sect founded on desperation alone would rot fast. One founded on clearer judgment might actually become difficult to erase. If Moonveil became real, he wanted it to deserve women like her rather than merely collect them. That desire sounded less like heroism than maintenance, which was probably how real sects survived. If Moonveil lasted, it would last because someone kept choosing that maintenance on purpose. The idea felt less flattering than destiny and much more useful. Lu Cheng trusted useful things more than glorious ones anyway. Glory had never once kept anyone alive in Servant's Alley. The question was whether maintenance could. The next night would answer it. And if the answer was wrong, the shrine would become one more grave the sect could deny. Who would even know where to dig? Chapter 6. Xin Yuexin stood in the center of the ruined chamber with her eyes closed and one hand lifted slightly away from her body, as if listening through the air. Moonlight from the crack in the roof silvered the edge of her cheekbone. Without the hard line of public composure, she looked younger than he remembered. Not young exactly, just less carved by discipline. Her sword rested beside the wall within instant reach, a practical concession to the possibility that he was still a very elaborate trap. She opened her eyes when he entered. You are late, she said. Lu Cheng blinked. This is my secret collapse hole, and now it is a training ground. Therefore you are late. He almost smiled despite himself. I see your recovery included increased tyranny. Her mouth made the slightest movement. Not a smile, a notification that one had passed nearby. Then she stepped closer, and the humor vanished. It hurts less, she said quietly, but I can still feel where it catches. He reached with the scripture before realizing he was doing it. The connection did not form this time. That required touch and consent sharpened into a single line. But he could sense the echo of last night's work. The shoulder channel flowed cleaner. The pressure beneath her sternum remained brittle. More troubling was the network around her dantian, a beautiful lattice of yin-chi repeatedly charred by forced yang circulation drills. like frost patterns burned with a branding iron and expected to grow back obediently. Sit, he said. She arched a brow. You command very boldly for a man with no token. I recommend very boldly. Sit. She did. The practical part of him wondered when he had become the sort of person who gave orders to former Saintess candidates in underground shrines. The answer, apparently, was somewhere between being beaten half to death and inheriting forbidden moon scripture. He sat across from her. Tell me exactly how the accident happened, he said. Shin Yuexin's gaze cooled by several degrees. The sect report exists. I don't want the sect report. Then what do you want? The version your body tells when no elder is listening. Silence stretched. He thought she might stand and leave. Instead, she looked down at her own hands. I was preparing for meridian opening, she said. Elder Sun said my foundation was too soft. He assigned an auxiliary circulation method to harden it. Fire-based. Yes. Of course. Did you question it? Not aloud. The self-contempt in those two words was sharper than any blade. I knew the method felt wrong. My limbs would go cold after practice, but not the correct sort of cold. Hollow cold. My sword intent became cleaner and weaker at the same time. When I raised concerns, Elder Sun said every true cultivator mistakes the death of weakness for pain. Lu Cheng looked at the cracked floor, because if he looked at her face too long, he might say something reckless about setting sex on fire before he knew whether his new path could survive a spark. The night of the accident, she went on, he ordered me to break through under supervision. Said hesitation would only deepen the flaw. I followed the method. For 7 breaths it seemed to work. On the 8th my right channels ceased. On the 9th I could no longer feel 2 fingers. By the 10th. She stopped. Everything reversed. Yes. The word barely existed. She inhaled once. They told the sect I lost control through ambition. Lu Cheng nodded slowly. Because if your failure was systemic, they would have to admit the system is wrong. Her gaze flicked back up to his. You speak as if you've been thinking this way for years. He thought of Mei Yun kneeling in dirt, of ration hatches sliding shut, of every woman in the kitchens learning to make herself smaller so men above her might feel naturally large. Maybe I was simply undereducated until recently. That nearly drew the smile again. They spent the next hour experimenting carefully enough to make caution feel like worship. Lu Cheng had Shin Yuexin circulate the mildest thread of qi while he watched where the scripture reacted. He discovered he did not need full contact to sense broad imbalances, but touch sharpened everything into painful intimacy. Fingertips on wrist. 2 knuckles against shoulder. Once, briefly, his palm over the center of her back while she inhaled through a locked channel and tried not to flinch at either the vulnerability or the relief. Every successful adjustment cost him something. Not obviously. No blood. No dramatic collapse. Just a subtle thinning. A dryness in the marrow. A brief sensation that he had stayed awake 3 nights too many and would pay for it later. He hit it badly. Shin Yuexin's eyes narrowed after the 4th correction. What happens to you when you do that? Nothing worth mentioning. Then I will ask a more precise question. Why did your hand shake before you pulled it away? Lu Cheng looked at his hand. Betrayer. The scripture spins from me when the connection deepens, he admitted. I don't yet know the measure. Lifespan. He looked up sharply. Her expression did not change. I felt it. For a moment when the bridge formed, it was as if a door opened both ways. You drew away my pressure. Something in you thinned. Most people would have heard that and stepped back. Shin Yuexin only sounded colder, because cold was how she handled fear. Then this ends, she said. No. The speed of the answer surprised both of them. Lu Cheng exhaled slowly. No, he repeated, quieter. Not because you owe me. Not because I'm noble enough to bleed poetically in a cave. Because if this scripture is real, then you are the first proof that what they call weakness was sabotage. We stop now, and they stay right forever. Her eyes held his. They are not right. Then don't let them keep the verdict. The shrine seemed to lean inward around them. Finally Shin Yuexin said, one more adjustment tonight. He nodded. This time when they formed the bridge, her trust arrived not as surrender, but as decision. It was enough. For tonight, enough had to beat certainty. Tomorrow might already be too late for anything gentler. Delay was how decent people got buried under better organized cruelty. Tomorrow might already be too late. How many women had already been buried under that exact delay? Chapter 7. The next person the scripture tried to kill was a kitchen maid. Her name was Xiao Rua. Lu Cheng had seen her in passing for months without learning it because Iron Sun Sect trained people to notice utility before humanity. Small frame. Ash brown braid. Always carrying too much. The sort of girl who apologized when others stepped on her feet. He learned her name on the 3rd night after Shin Yuexin returned to the shrine because he heard screaming from the lower cistern court. The servants' quarters slept badly in winter. Wind found every crack. Roofs complained. Men snored as if competing over inherited land. So when the scream came, high and brief and strangled off halfway, it cut through the dark with enough force to throw Lu Cheng fully awake. He rolled from his bunk, every bruise protesting, and listened. Nothing. Then a second sound. Not a scream. A deep humming pressure that made the wood under his feet tremble. The script mark under his ribs flared white. Moon physique. He did not know how he knew. The scripture simply hurled the knowledge into him with all the tenderness of a brick. He was out the door before common sense tied its sash. The cistern court sat behind the lower kitchens, half enclosed by stone walls damp with moss. At this hour it should have been empty except for barrels and sleeping cats. Instead the air there had gone silver. Xiao Rua was on her knees between two water jars, both hands clamped over her mouth as if she could physically force something back inside herself. Moonlit vapor poured from the gaps between her fingers. Frost crawled over the flagstones in frantic branching patterns. One of the jars had burst from internal pressure, scattering shards across the courtyard. Her eyes found Lu Cheng and widened in terror. "Don't come closer," she gasped. "Please. It hurts." The qi around her was not merely imbalanced. It was awakening. A monstrous quantity of pure lunar current had been sleeping in folded layers inside meridians too small to hold it. Something tonight, age, stress, the waxing moon above the cloud line, had cracked the shell. The power was trying to surge through her all at once, and if it did, her channels would rupture from throat to dantian before dawn. Lu Cheng's body knew the solution and hated it. Anchor. Bridge. Receive. He stepped into the frost. Xiao Rua shook her head frantically. "You'll die?" That is not the encouraging thing to say to the man helping. Even panicking, she stared at him as if he had lost all remaining sense. Perhaps he had. He crouched before her and held out both hands. "Xiao Rua, look at me." Tears had frozen at the corners of her eyes. She was young enough that fear sat openly on her face without training to conceal it. Behind that fear was something even worse, practiced resignation. The expectation that if she became troublesome enough, someone would decide letting her break was cheaper than saving her. Lu Cheng knew that look, not from his own face, from too many others. "If I touch you, I can try to guide it," he said. "If I do nothing, this power tears you open. Those are our current strategic options." Why? He almost asked why what? Why would he help? Why could he? Why had no one come before him? In the end, all those questions had the same answer, and none of them were fair. "Because you are here," he said. "Hands." She stared one heartbeat longer. Then she placed her shaking fingers in his palms. The bridge struck like falling into a winter lake. Lu Cheng bit down so hard, he tasted blood again. Xiao Rua's lunar chi flooded through him in sheets, raw and bright, and impossibly pure. There was no adult structure in it, no trained circulation, only a vast sleeping sea suddenly discovering it had a shore. If he tried to contain it, both of them were finished. So he guided it. The heaven and moon balanced scripture opened fully, its silver routes blazing through his meridians. He drew just enough of the overflow into his own channels to divert the main surge, then split the rest into spirals around Xiao Rua's heart, throat, and lower abdomen, creating pathways where none had existed yesterday. She cried out and gripped his hands so hard his knuckles ground. "Breathe," he said. She couldn't. He forced his own breath slow enough for 2 and dragged the rhythm through the connection. In for 4. Hold for 1. Out for 5. Again. Again. Moonlight gathered above them. Not metaphorical moonlight. A pale disk, half-formed, appeared in the air over the cistern court as if heaven had lowered an eye to investigate. Frost raced up the walls. Water in the intact jars began to sing. Lu Cheng had the absurd thought that if any elder saw this, his explanation options were extremely limited. Then the scripture bit deeper. Pain lanced through his spine and down both legs. Not damage. Payment. Something in him being shaved thin to keep Xiao Rua's flood from turning fatal. For a nauseating instant blackness crept at the edge of his vision. He heard Shen Yuexin's voice in memory. "If this spends your life, then this ends." Not tonight, he thought viciously. He pushed back. The bridge stabilized by a hair. Xiao Rua's scream broke into ragged sobbing. The qi pouring from her mouth and nose thinned from a torrent to a river, then to a stream. The hovering moon disk flickered. The frost on the walls stopped advancing. Lu Cheng realized he was leaning his forehead against hers. When had that happened? Good. He whispered, because she was breathing now, and sometimes survival deserved to be praised aloud. Good. Stay with me. At last the surge dwindled enough for thought to return to the courtyard. The moon disk shattered into silver motes. Xiao Rua sagged forward. Lu Cheng barely managed to keep them both from collapsing into the broken crockery. She was shivering violently. So was he. Footsteps sounded at the gate. Both of them froze. Shin Yuexin stood there with sword in hand, eyes taking in the frost, the damaged jars, the silver traces still fading from the air, and the small maid clinging to Lu Cheng as if letting go might drop her back into death. Her gaze landed on Lu Cheng's face. "You look terrible," she said. He laughed weakly. "Comforting." Then his vision finally gave up, and the courtyard tipped sideways. If the sect came before he woke, Shin Yuexin would meet it with borrowed time. Borrowed time still cut. Sometimes it cut hardest. Whose blood would pay the first debt? Chapter 8. When Lu Cheng woke, he was in the shrine again. This was becoming a trend. He lay on a folded cloak that was not his. Someone had propped his head on a bundle of spare laundry. The irony of that did not escape him. Dawn had not yet reached the crack in the shrine roof. Weak lamplight painted the broken wall amber. Shin Yuexin sat near the entrance grinding herbs in a stone bowl. Xiao Ruo slept curled under another cloak with both hands tucked beneath her cheek like a child pretending she was safe enough for instinct to return. Lu Cheng tried to sit up. "Don't." Shin Yuexin kept her gaze forward. "Unless you feel nostalgic for collapsing twice in one night." He obeyed because his limbs felt like they belonged to a distant, less fortunate cousin. "How bad? For you or for her?" Dealer's choice. She glanced back then, and something in her expression tightened before she controlled it. Her channels held. They are not healthy, but they are intact. If last night had passed without intervention, she would have been a corpse by morning, and the sect would have called it hidden weakness. Lu Cheng closed his eyes briefly. "And me? You bled from the nose, both ears, and once from the left eye." She returned to grinding herbs with unnecessary force. "Then you tried to apologize to the floor for staining it before you lost consciousness. That sounds dignified enough to preserve." "It does not." He smiled despite the ache. Then the smile faded as memory returned in fuller shape. "She has a moon physique." "I know. You felt it." "No. I listened after you fainted, and she described what the power has done to her since childhood." Shin Yuexin set the herb bowl aside. Cold whenever the moon was full. Fevers when she grew too quickly. Dreams that made her wake with frost in her bedding. The kitchen women thought she was cursed. The overseers thought she was weak. So they made her work harder. Lu Cheng stared at the dark rafters until anger settled into him with the weight of iron. Shin Yuexin misread the silence and said, "Quieter. You nearly killed yourself." "Yes." "Do not answer so quickly." He turned his head. Would slowness improve the fact? For a breath, they simply looked at one another across the little chamber. The question between them was no longer whether the scripture was real. It was whether reality had become too dangerous to ignore. Xiao Ruo stirred under the cloak and sat up at once, gaze darting wildly until it found them. "I broke the jars," she said in horror. Lu Cheng blinked. Shin Yuexin stared. Then, because neither of them had expected that to be the first concern from a girl who had almost died of awakening, Lu Cheng made the catastrophic mistake of laughing while his ribs still objected to existence. Pain folded him in half. Shin Yuexin thrust the herb bowl into his hands with all the sympathy of a tax collector. "Drink." It tasted like boiled regret. Xiao Ruo slipped off the bedding and knelt so abruptly Lu Cheng almost dropped the bowl. "Senior brother Lu, senior sister Shun, I am sorry. I did not mean to come. I know secret places are not for girls like me. I just, when it started hurting, my feet ran here on their own." The apology kept going. Over the jars. Over the frost. Overtaking their time. Over breathing too loudly. Over nearly dying in what was apparently, in her mind, an inconvenient manner. Lu Cheng set the bowl down carefully. "Xiao Ruo." She stopped like a startled bird. "You do not need to apologize for surviving." Her lower lip trembled with the effort of not believing him too quickly. Shin Yuexin said, more quietly than Lu Cheng had yet heard from her, "Nor for coming here." That did it. Xiao Ruo looked between them as if trying to detect the hidden cost those words must surely contain. There was one. There were many. But not the kind she expected. Lu Cheng drew a slow breath. "If your power awakens like that again without preparation, we may not be able to hold it a second time." Her face drained. "So," he continued, "you stay close. We learn what your channels can bear. We do this properly." "Properly?" Shin Yuexin echoed with dry disbelief. "We are hiding a half-awakened moon physique kitchen made in a forbidden shrine beneath a sect that would dissect all three of us for the lesson. Our standards for proper have declined. And yet they remain standards." To his surprise, Xiao Ruo made a small sound that might have been the beginning of laughter or crying. It turned into neither. Shin Yuexin rose. "The cistern court will already be under inspection. The broken jars can be blamed on cold expansion if the right servant lies convincingly." "Who is the right servant?" "Mei Yun," Xiao Ruo said at once, then covered her mouth as if naming another person had been an offense. Lu Cheng and Shin Yuexin exchanged a glance. There it was again. Threads. Not mystical this time. Human. Women shielding one another in the dark because no one else would. The scripture stirred warmly against Lu Cheng's sternum. Gather the discarded Yin. He had thought that line grandiose when it first burned into him. Standing in the half-light of the ruined shrine with one broken swordswoman and one terrified kitchen maid, it suddenly sounded less like prophecy and more like instructions for surviving the week. Surviving the week was already radical enough to scare the mountain. If the mountain noticed, the sect would come hunting next. The mountain was already listening. Listening usually meant warning somebody else. The only question was how much time they still had. Chapter 9. Elder Sun announced Shun Yuexin's marriage on the 6th day. Iron Sun Sect preferred the language of strategic union, debt settlement, alliance reinforcement, temperament stabilization through proper pairing. The phrasing changed depending on audience, but the structure beneath it remained blunt. A woman too talented to discard and too inconvenient to empower would be converted into an asset another way. Lu Cheng learned the news while carrying ledgers to the accounts terrace. Two stewards were talking on the stair, neither bothering to lower his voice because servants were furniture unless they needed lifting. Tomorrow at dusk, one said. The Red Banner Hall envoy already arrived. For Shun Yuexin? After her accident. Especially after. Elder Sun says a damaged genius is still worth plenty if the family receives her before the rot becomes obvious. They laughed. Lu Cheng stopped so abruptly the ledgers almost spilled. Red Banner Hall. A neighboring faction known for mercenary contracts, blunt cultivation, and a marriage culture that treated wives like reward allotments. If Elder Sun sent Shun Yuexin there, she would not be recovering in secret shrines. She would be isolated, watched, and bred for whatever fragments of talent remained profitable. The scripture in his chest turned cold. He worked the rest of the day by reflex alone. Sweep, carry, bow, answer when called. Inside, every thought circled one fact. Tomorrow at dusk. By the time he reached the shrine that night, Shun Yuexin was already there and already knew. She stood with her sword drawn, cutting the air through a sequence so precise it might have been prayer if prayer ever looked ready to kill. Sweat darkened the spine of her robe. Frost gathered and vanished along the blade's edge in uneven bursts. You heard, she said without turning. This morning. She completed the final stroke, lowered the sword, and faced him. Her expression had become the stillest kind of anger, one that had passed through fire and come out cold enough to preserve itself. Red Banner Hall wants my father to forgive a shipment debt. Elder Sun wants my example to correct the ambitions of the younger women. Everyone wins. Except you. That has never disqualified a plan before. Lu Cheng came closer, though carefully. Over the last few nights the boundary between them had grown more usable, but no less real. Trust was not a gate one passed through once. It was a bridge that needed rebuilding each time both people remembered how easy it would be to cut. How bad is your cultivation if you leave now? He asked. She understood the real question. How helpless will they make you if they move quickly? I can circulate better than last week. I cannot defeat 3 inner disciples and an envoy while protecting my own channels from tearing open. Not a coward's answer. An exact one. Lu Cheng nodded once. Then we don't let it become that fight. At last some emotion cracked through the ice of her composure. Don't say impossible things like they're errands. I've spent years in errands. You'd be surprised how many impossible things depend on timing and where a person stands. She stared at him. Then, in a voice gone unexpectedly tired, said, If you say we run, understand what that means. I become proof the sect's rumors were true. You become the servant who corrupted me. Every woman who speaks to us afterward becomes suspect by association. Lu Cheng thought of Xiao Ruo sleeping badly under kitchen blankets, of Mayin's half-bun, of the medicine girls with strained wrists and novice disciples swallowing silence with their rice. I know. No, he corrected privately. He did not know the full cost. Men like him were permitted ignorance about the weight women carried because the weight rarely used his shoulders. The least he could do now was not pretend the burden vanished simply because he was willing to help lift a corner. Then answer honestly, Shun Yuexin said. Why are you still here? He could have said duty, compassion, justice, all true in pieces and too polished in some. Instead he said, because if I walk away now, Zhao Kuang was right about what men like me are for. Something in her face shifted. Not romance. Not gratitude. Recognition, perhaps. The dangerous kind born when one person finally says aloud a truth another has been carrying alone. She sheathed her sword. The marriage procession leaves from the eastern gate at dusk tomorrow, she said. For disciples and escort. No elder unless Elder Sun fears I will make a scene. Will you? If I remain, yes. He nodded slowly, mind already pulling the path apart. Gate routes. Delivery stair. Old mule tunnel behind the lower granary. The hidden moon path the scripture had shown him once in fragment, while while the shrine floor glowed. Reckless escape. The outline had called it in his head, though no such word existed yet on paper. He looked at Xin Yuexin. Then we make sure you don't have to remain. The sentence sounded steadier than he felt. Xiao Ruo clutched the stolen robe tighter around herself and nodded too quickly, the way frightened people do when hope reaches them before caution can interfere. Xin Yuexin gave no nod at all. She simply kept moving, one hand brushing the wall and the other never too far from her sword. Trust, Lu Cheng realized, often traveled beside vigilance rather than replacing it. Moonveil would have to earn both, or deserve neither. Anything less would collapse under pursuit. Pursuit was coming whether they were ready or not. Readiness would decide who got to name the outcome. If they failed there, the sect above would write the ending for them. Chapter 10. The procession began in silk. That was how Iron Sun Sect made humiliation look like ceremony. They bathed Xin Yuexin, pinned her hair with bronze ornaments from sect storage, and dressed her in pale red robes threaded with auspicious sigils no one had asked her opinion about. The color made her look less like a bride than a controlled wound. Lu Cheng watched from a delivery terrace half hidden by stacked grain baskets. The eastern court below had been swept clean for the occasion. Lanterns hung from the archway despite the sun not yet having set. For escort, disciples waited beside the gate in formal dress. Red Banner Hall's envoy, a broad-shouldered man with a tiger-skin sash and the expression of one inspecting livestock, stood near the carriage and accepted tea from Elder Sun personally. Zhao Kuang was there too. Of course he was. Men like Zhao Kuang possessed a perfect instinct for occasions where another person's powerlessness would be displayed publicly. He wore a smirk Lu Cheng wanted to carve off his face with a spoon. The plan they had built over one feverish night was absurd in all the ways serious plans usually are before they either work or kill everyone involved. At the lower kitchens, Xiao Ruo would tip a brazier at precisely the wrong moment and send smoke through the western service lane. Mei Yun, who had volunteered with the rigid terror of someone making the largest decision of her life, would shout that the medicine stores were catching fire. That would pull at least one escort disciple, and likely Zhao Kuang as well, because he liked appearing decisive in front of superiors. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng had already loosened the old drainage grate behind the carriage court. Xin Yuexin's task was the hardest. She had to endure the opening formalities long enough for everyone to settle into their expected roles, then stumble near the carriage after the smoke alarm and break formation toward the blind angle by the east wall. There Lu Cheng would get her through the grate and into the forgotten lower culvert the moon scripture had revealed to him as part of the shrine's ancient route system. If any step failed, they would be trapped between the sect gate and Red Banner Hall's witnesses. If every step succeeded, they would still be fugitives by nightfall. The court bell sounded. Xin Yuexin emerged from the inner stair. Even expecting it, Lu Cheng felt the breath leave him. Not because she looked beautiful in the way sect men used the word when imagining possession. Because she looked furious enough to make ornament seem like insult incarnate. Her spine was straight. Her face unreadable. Every step said she had accepted neither the pity nor the pride this ceremony wished to force on her. Elder Sun stepped forward smiling. Lu Cheng could not hear the words from this distance, but he knew the shape of them. Duty, honor, future, gratitude to the sect that raised you. Such phrases always sounded better from men who would never be traded themselves. Xin Yuexin bowed exactly as etiquette demanded. Then Xiao Ruo kicked the brazier over. Smoke erupted from the western lane in a black column. Three things happened at once. Servants screamed. Mei Yun shouted, "Fire!" The medicine stores, with such convincing terror that Lu Cheng nearly believed the flames were real. Zhao Kuang swore and turned toward the smoke. One escort disciple broke formation immediately. Elder Sun snapped an order. Xin Yuexin moved. Not quickly enough to look like rebellion. Just one misstep, one shift of weight, one bride swaying, as if the strain of parting from home had finally reached her. The nearest disciple reached to steady her. She drove her elbow into his throat. The court exploded. Lu Cheng was already running. He vaulted the last stack of grain baskets, hit the paving stones hard enough to jar his healing ribs, and cut through the side lane before the second escort disciple fully understood what he was seeing. Xin Yuexin was there exactly where she had promised, red silk gathered in one hand, the other already drawing steel. "The great," she snapped. He dropped to one knee, ripped the loosened iron free, and a burst of cold, old air rose from the culvert below. Behind them someone shouted Lu Cheng's name. Unpleasantly flattering. Zhao Kuang came around the corner with murder on his face. "I knew it," he shouted. "You little gutter rat." Xin Yuexin's sword flashed. Not to kill, to cut the lantern line above the lane. Bronze lamps crashed between them in a spray of flame and oil. "Go," she shouted. Lu Cheng slid feet first into the culvert and nearly broke his tailbone on ancient stone. Shen Yuexin followed a breath later, red silk and steel and fury collapsing into darkness with him. He jammed the grate back into place from below just as boots slammed overhead. For one impossible second they crouched shoulder to shoulder in blackness while the sect shouted above them like an angry sky. Then the old moon path beneath Iron Sun Sect woke to the scripture in his chest. Silver lines lit along the tunnel walls. Are you hurt? Lu Cheng managed through the dark. Not yet, Shen Yuexin said. Ask me again in 10 breaths. And Lu Cheng led her into the mountain. The light did not merely reveal a path. It made the tunnel look inhabited by intention. Old carve marks surfaced from the stone, shallow enough that years of neglect had almost erased them. Crescents, hand-width grooves, weathered notches set at shoulder height, where someone long ago had probably steadied herself while moving through the dark. Lu Cheng brushed one with his fingers as he passed, and felt the strange certainty that other women had chosen this route when the upper halls gave them no honest way to stay. That meant the mountain had been refusing Iron Sun longer than any elder understood. Refusal this old never stayed buried forever. Chapter 11 The Hidden Moon Path did not feel like a tunnel so much as a memory the mountain had forgotten to bury. Silver lines ran through the stone on both sides, half fossil and half formation, illuminating the old route in a soft glow that made every rough edge look intentional. The air was cool enough to sting Lu Cheng's bruised lungs and dry enough to taste like dust that had never met sunlight. Shen Yuexin kept one hand on the wall, not because she needed the support, but because the path was narrow and neither of them wanted to fall first. Behind them, the faint clamor from the sect gate faded with every turn. Only when the sound became distant enough to trust did Shen Yuexin ask, "Where does this go?" "If the scripture is correct," Lu Cheng said, "to the old lower ridge and then to a ruined temple no one uses." "The scripture is correct?" "At this point I would settle for mostly not murderous." She gave him a glance that would have been dry amusement on another person and only barely qualified as one on her. Xiao Ruo almost tripped over the threshold where the culvert widened into the first of the moon chambers. She had been silent for so long Lu Cheng had nearly forgotten she was following. The little kitchen maid stood with the red silk procession robe thrown over one arm because she had stolen it on the way out of a panic she would later apologize for. Her hair had come loose from its pins. She looked at the silver-lit walls with awe and fear tangled together in equal measure. "This was under the sect?" she whispered. "Apparently," Lu Cheng said. "No one knew." "If they knew," Shen Yuexin said, "they would have sealed it." Xiao Ruo swallowed. "Then why did no one seal the moon shrine?" That question struck harder than it should have. Lu Cheng did not answer at once. The scripture inside him gave a faint pulse, as though it recognized the shape of the truth before he did. "Because no one cared enough to look," he said finally. The words lingered in the chamber after he spoke them. Shen Yuexin offered no mockery. That made it worse. In Iron Sun Sect, forgotten things were almost always forgotten on purpose. Old manuals vanished because they were inconvenient. Broken women vanished because they reminded elders of costs they preferred to call necessary. Low-ranked disciples vanished into labor until even their injuries stopped being worth recording. Lu Cheng had spent years thinking neglect was simply the waste product of arrogance. The mountain path suggested something colder. Sometimes neglect was camouflage. If powerful men could train everyone to ignore whatever lay below the respectable halls, then they never needed to explain why certain ruins had been left untouched. Xiao Ruo seemed to be thinking something similar. She moved closer to the wall and brushed one fingertip over a silver vein in the stone. "In the kitchen," she said quietly, "the older women used to say some rooms survive because the wrong people are too proud to sweep them." Shen Yuexin looked back toward the path behind them, eyes narrowing as though she could see through rock and distance all the way to Iron Sun Sect's upper courts. "Then pride may have saved us." "Temporarily," Lu Cheng said. "Temporarily is still useful." That was the sort of sentence Shen Yuexin delivered like a blade, clean and practical. Yet it steadied him more than comfort would have. Temporary shelter. Temporary safety. Temporary sect master. Moonvale itself was a temporary miracle stitched together from a scripture, a ruined temple, and 3 people the mountain had never intended to keep. Fine. Temporary things could still become structures if someone survived long enough to reinforce them. The path opened into a chamber no larger than a tea hall. The stone floor had once been inlaid with a circular array, but years of moisture and neglect had taken the edges soft. At the center stood a cracked moonstone pillar ringed by 4 broken lantern hooks. One whole wall had collapsed inward, revealing a slit of night sky and the shadowed ridge beyond. The place looked abandoned. It felt waiting. Xiao Ruo drifted to the center of the chamber as if pulled by instinct. The red silk fell from her arm and pooled at her feet. She looked around, then back at Lu Cheng, uncertain whether she was allowed to claim the space simply because no one else had. Xin Yuexin noticed the look and silently set down the bundle of stolen food she had been carrying under her robe. "We stay here tonight," she said. "If the sect has not already sealed the gate, they will be searching the mountain before dawn." Lu Cheng nodded. "Then we make ourselves difficult to find." He almost sounded calm. The chamber responded to the sentence with a faint hush in the silver lines, not enough to call it language, but enough to make the skin on his arms lift. Xin Yuexin heard it too. Her hand tightened once on the sword hilt before she deliberately relaxed her grip. Xiao Ruo looked around as if expecting the mountain itself to answer back with terms and conditions. For one absurd heartbeat, Lu Cheng imagined the old temple approving their caution, measuring whether the three of them were desperate enough to become practical and practical enough to stay alive. He forced himself to take inventory because inventory was better than fear. One chamber defensible from two entrances. One ruined wall that could become either an escape route or a weakness depending on who reached it first. One moonstone pillar, likely connected to deeper formations he did not yet understand. One swordswoman recovering, but dangerous. One kitchen made with hidden moon current and no experience using it under pressure. One newly branded anchor who was trying very hard not to think about the fact that every sentence in his life had recently developed structural consequences. Not enough, he thought, but not nothing either. He looked once more toward the narrow slit of sky and listened. The sect noise had faded almost entirely. In its place he heard drip water, Xiao Ruo's uneven breathing, and the mountain's old patient silence. Somewhere above them Zhao Kuang was probably already rewriting the story into one where a servant had stolen what never should have belonged to him. Let him. Stories could be rewritten. Pathways hidden this long could be reopened. Inside, everything was still shaking. And if the mountain remembered them first, who else might? Chapter 12. The ruined temple beyond the chamber looked like a prayer someone had left unfinished. They found it an hour later, climbing the ridge through a narrow ravine that smelled of wet stone and pine needles. The temple sat in a bowl of half-collapsed walls and overgrown steps. Its roof split where lightning had once struck the center beam. Vines grew through the altar stone. A bell hung from one side by a rusted chain and made no sound even when the wind hit it. Xiao Ruo gasped when she saw it. Not because it was beautiful, because it was empty. No disciples, no patrols, no shrine keepers, no rules posted at the gate. Only a dust-thick silence, the sort that made a place feel abandoned by accident instead of by decree. Xin Yuexin stepped onto the broken threshold first, sword in hand. Lu Cheng followed more cautiously, because the scripture in his chest was humming in a way that suggested it recognized the temple. The temple courtyard was small, circular, and lined with 4 weathered stone posts. Each post carried the faint impression of a seal that had been scraped away long ago. At the center stood a low round platform with a moon emblem carved into the top. Lu Cheng reached out before he meant to and laid his hand on the carving. The emblem warmed under his palm. Then every cracked line in the courtyard flared silver. Xiao Ruo shrieked and stumbled back. Xin Yuexin drew her sword in a single clean motion and pointed it at the ground rather than any enemy because the enemy, if there was one, appeared to be the temple itself. Lu Cheng's brand burned. A voice, old and female and tired as winter rain, spoke from nowhere and everywhere at once. Inheritor detected. Balance seat standby. 3 lunar presences confirmed. The silver in the ground rose as thin pillars around the courtyard, each one pausing briefly over a person as if reading them by scent. Xin Yuexin. Yin fracture accepted. Xiao Ruo. Moon physique unstabilized. Lu Cheng. Anchor vessel. Seat requested. Lu Cheng stared upward. Seat requested? The temple answered with more light. Moonveil Sect Provisional Authority, activated. He blinked. That is not what I expected. Neither did I, Xin Yuexin said, and despite everything, there was a sharp thread of surprise in her voice. The voice returned. Foundation count insufficient. Provisional Master designated. Lu Cheng, you may temporarily govern what remains. The courtyard lights dimmed to a steady glow. At the far edge of the platform, a token materialized from silver dust and clinked onto the stone. It was a plain moon coin with a hole through the middle, cooler than the air around it. Lu Cheng picked it up and found his name engraved on one side in old script. Provisional Master. He laughed once in disbelief. It came out sounding faintly unhinged. I was hoping for something less official. Xiao Ruo pulled at his sleeve. Senior Brother Lu, is this real? If it were not real, he said, the coin would weigh less. Xin Yuexin studied the inscription without touching it. That word provisional is carrying a great deal of weight. All the more reason not to drop it. The coin did not feel ceremonial. That disturbed him more than if it had. Sect tokens in Iron Sun were polished status objects worn to be seen. This one felt like a tool, heavy for its size, edges worn smooth by long use rather than decorative filing. When he closed his fingers around it, new impressions ran up his palm. Gate control, shelter rights, witness authority, sanctuary obligation. The terms did not arrive as words exactly. They arrived as instincts, the way one suddenly knows where a knife's balance sits after catching it correctly the first time. He understood, all at once, why the voice had called the place a seat rather than a treasure vault. This temple had not been built to hoard relics. It had been built to receive the exhausted, judge immediate danger, and decide how to hold women the world had already decided to mishandle. The 4 stone posts were not decorative. They were intake markers. The moon platform was not an altar alone. It was a registration point, a stabilization point, perhaps even a tribunal once, though of a kind far gentler than the sects above would ever recognize as serious law. Moonvale had not awakened to flatter him. It had awakened because 3 damaged people had crossed its threshold, and the old structure had recognized a pattern it had been designed to serve. Xiao Ruo stared at the coin as if it might bite her. Does that mean this is ours now? Xin Yuexin looked around the temple, then up at the sky leaking through the broken roof. It means, she said slowly, that whatever this is, it has decided we are no longer trespassers. Lu Cheng turned the coin over in his fingers. The scripture inside him answered with one clear sentence. Establish the seat of Moonvale. He looked from the coin to the ruined courtyard, and then to the 2 women now standing inside the silver glow with him. The instruction no longer sounded abstract. Establish meant walls patched before rain, water found before sunrise, food counted honestly, wounds treated without asking permission from men who profited from them. A seat was not a throne. It was a place where frightened people could arrive and not be forced, immediately, to bargain with danger for the right to breathe. That realization settled deeper than the temple's authority ever could. If he accepted the title at all, then this was the shape of it. Not command first, but refuge with teeth. A sect that could hold. A sect that could remember. A sect that might one day become large enough that girls like Xiao Ruo would hear its name before men like Zhao Kuang heard the price on their bodies. Since the shrine shattered, Lu Cheng's fear finally stopped feeling formless. It had a direction now. Directed fear was harder to soothe and much easier to use. That made him dangerous in a new way. Fear with direction could become a weapon. And weapons always asked who would strike first. That question no longer felt rhetorical anymore. Chapter 13. The first challenge was not cultivation. It was dinner. By dusk, the temple had become a shelter made from half-decisions and stubbornness. Xiao Ruo had gathered broken roof tiles into a rough line under the eaves to catch dripping water. Xin Yuexin had swept the altar clean with a branch because the brushwork of a sword cultivator never truly stopped being practical. Lu Cheng had spent 2 hours testing the temple's edge formations with a cracked spoon, a strip of cloth, and the kind of concentration most people reserve for life-or-death negotiations. The result was not elegant, but the wind now moved around the courtyard instead of through it, which was enough. They ate what they had stolen from the procession, cold meat buns, half a slab of salted radish, and a kettle of tea that had been intended for nobles and now tasted of smoke because Xiao Ruo had boiled it over pine twigs in a dented pot. None of it was enough. All of it felt extravagant compared to what Lu Cheng had expected when the night began with a beating. Xin Yuexin finished 1 bun and set the rest aside. We cannot stay like this. I agree, Lu Cheng said. Tomorrow we should probably become less fugitives. Xiao Ruo looked between them. Can a sect have only 3 people? Lu Cheng considered. If the temple is calling me master, I assume it does not have a handbook for the ideal size. It should, Xin Yuexin said. On this point we are in violent agreement. The joke did not last long. Xin Yuexin set down her cup. Tell me honestly, how long can the array hold against a determined elder? Lu Cheng thought about that. Long enough to matter. Not long enough to celebrate. That is not a number. No, he said. It is a direction. Their real difficulty was that the mountain gave them nothing except concealment. The lower ridge had no water source nearby, except the seep in the rocks below the temple wall. The old array in the courtyard could ward off casual scouts, but not a determined cultivator with a decent sense for qi. And while Xin Yuexin could stand with sword in hand, she was still recovering from months of damage. Xiao Ruo still spasmed whenever her moon current stirred too quickly. Lu Cheng himself could sense the temple's hidden lines, but not yet command them for long. They needed shelter. They needed food. They needed time. Lu Cheng wrote all 3 on a scrap of bark and realized they sounded absurdly like a sect's founding goals. Xiao Ruo leaned over his shoulder to read. You make lists like an elder. Do not tell anyone. My reputation cannot survive this kind of flattery. Xin Yuexin snorted before she could stop herself. The sound surprised all three of them. Lu Cheng stared at the bark for another moment, and then, because there was no point pretending they had the luxury of drama without planning, added 3 more lines beneath the first set. Watch rotations. Water routes. Cover story if discovered. Xiao Ruo read each word aloud under her breath, as if testing whether survival became more real once written down. Xin Yuexin crouched beside them and corrected his watch order immediately, pointing out that his bruised ribs made him the worst possible first sentry, and that Xiao Ruo, despite her fear, noticed small sounds faster than either of them because kitchen work had trained her to detect temper before it entered a room. They argued over the details in voices low enough not to carry beyond the temple wall. Could the old bell be rigged as an alarm even if the clapper had rusted through? Could the collapsed wall be disguised from below with fresh brush? Would any of the servants' quarter women risk passing information uphill if they heard rumors of Xin Yuexin's survival? Lu Cheng found the discussion strangely grounding. Iron Sun had taught him that low-ranked people only ever planned in reaction to power. Here, on a broken courtyard under a roof split by lightning, they were planning as if their own judgment might be enough to matter. Xiao Ruo suggested storing stones near the entrance to fake a larger guard presence in the dark. Xin Yuexin approved with a seriousness that made the younger girl sit up straighter. Lu Cheng proposed marking the safest path through the ravine in places only someone with moon sense could notice. Elder Lan was not with them yet. No allies had declared themselves, and the sect road below still belonged to their enemies. Even so, the temple had begun to feel less like borrowed hiding and more like the first draft of a defensible life. When the food was gone and the bark list had filled both sides, practical problems kept multiplying anyway. Where would they sleep if the rain came through the split roof? How often could they risk a fire before some patrol on the lower paths noticed smoke? Could Xiao Ruo run fast enough if they had to abandon the courtyard and cut deeper into the ridge? Could Xin Yuexin fight at even half strength without reopening the damage the scripture had only barely started repairing? Each question was ugly in its own way because each one admitted the same truth. Wanting a sect and surviving long enough to build one were not the same task. Lu Cheng walked the courtyard once more before full dark. At the northern wall, he found 3 shallow niches carved into the stone at knee height, half hidden by vine. Record slots, perhaps, or places where old offerings had once been sealed away from weather and theft. At the western breach, he found a descent path nearly swallowed by brush, narrow enough to miss in daylight, if one did not know to look. The scripture brushed the path inside him like fingertips over scar tissue. Escape route, it seemed to say, or something once used like one. He marked the location in memory and said nothing yet. One new burden at a time was enough for a founding night. For a moment, the temple felt less like a hiding place and more like a room where the future had to learn to breathe. And the future, Lu Cheng realized, was already asking for more than courage. It was asking for structures that could survive retaliation. Retaliation was already on its way. Chapter 14. Xin Yuexin began training at dawn. She did not announce it. She simply took her sword to the broken western courtyard while the sky was still gray and started moving through the forms she had once practiced under the sect's strictest supervision. The difference now was that she paused whenever her breath caught instead of forcing through it, and each pause lasted less time than the one before. Lu Cheng noticed the change from the doorway. He was there because the scripture woke him before sunrise with an itch beneath the skin of his palms. He had learned enough by then to trust that sensation as a summons. When he arrived, Xin Yuexin was already halfway through a circular sword pattern, her footing more precise than it had been since the shrine encounter. She saw him watching and stopped. "I thought you were asleep. I was betrayed by ambition and the mountain air." She almost smiled. Almost. Then she said, "Come here." Lu Cheng obeyed with caution because no sentence spoken in that tone ever ended in cake. She pointed her blade at the empty air between them. "Show me what you see." He closed his eyes and reached inward. The scripture unfolded the lines of her chi like pale frost over black glass. The old fractures were still there, but the flow no longer slammed into them with the violence it had before. Instead, it curved. The restored Yin channels were helping reroute pressure away from the broken points and toward cleaner openings near the wrist and lower back. "Your sword intent has changed," he said. Xin Yuexin frowned. "Changed how?" "It feels less like a blade being forced through rock and more like moonlight cutting water." She stared at him for a long second, as if deciding whether to be insulted by the poetry of it. Then she said, very softly, "That sounds easier." "It is easier." "Then why does it scare me?" Lu Cheng looked at her hands. They were calloused, scarred, and steadier than they had any right to be after what the sect had done to her. Because it may be the first time the sect was wrong about what strength looked like. The words settled over her like snowfall. When she resumed the sword forms, they no longer looked like the drills Iron Sun Sect had drilled into her. They were still disciplined, still severe, but something was softer in the center. Not weak. Adaptive. The kind of force that could bend around damage without surrendering. Xiao Ruo, watching from the steps with a bowl of boiled roots in her hands, whispered, "Senior sister looks brighter." Xin Yuexin heard her and looked away quickly. Lu Cheng saw the flush in her cheeks and pretended not to. But he noticed other things too. The way her left shoulder no longer dragged half a finger lower than the right between movements. The way her exhale had lost the ragged catch that used to break every third rotation. The way her sword now seemed to answer her rather than merely endure her command. Iron Sun Sect would have called that regained usefulness and moved on. Moonveil's scripture made the distinction sharper. This was not a tool repaired for better service. This was a woman recovering authorship over her own strength. That thought unsettled him because it carried implications larger than Xun Yuexin alone. If one damaged sword cultivator could begin healing the moment force and shame were removed from the center of her training, then how many other women had spent years being misdiagnosed into submission? How many unstable physiques were really lineages twisted to fit somebody else's use? How many clinics, halls, marriages, and sect doctrines had been built around the assumption that women should survive damage quietly and call the result discipline? Xin Yuexin lowered her blade at last and met his gaze with that same wary steadiness she had worn since the shrine chamber. "You are thinking too loudly again. Dangerous habit. Useful one, if you learn where to point it." He almost answered lightly, but the mountain gave him no room for dishonesty. If Moonveil survives, it may force a great many people to admit they were lying about what women can become. That morning, Xin Yuexin smiled without reservation at last. It was brief and not gentle, but it changed the whole courtyard. "Good," she said. "Then let them choke on the correction." She bent to retrieve the bowl from Xiao Ruo and drank the bitter root broth without complaint. That, more than the smile, told Lu Cheng how much had shifted in a single day. In Iron Sun Sect, women of Xun Yuexin's rank had been trained to accept service like weather and punishment like doctrine. Here she took the bowl from a kitchen maid as if they were simply three tired people sharing whatever the mountain had not yet stolen from them. Xiao Ruo looked startled by the gesture and then secretly pleased, which was perhaps the more important reaction. Lu Cheng filed the scene away with the rest of his unwanted education. Moonveil would not survive on hidden arrays and strange scripture alone. It would survive only if the old habits stopped reproducing themselves inside the people he was trying to protect. He did not know how to build that kind of sect yet. He only knew he had just watched one possible beginning. A swordswoman drinking cheap broth from a servant girl's hands as if dignity did not need rank to recognize itself. Far below, a bell from Iron Sun Sect rang the morning discipline call. The sound reached the ruined temple thin and hollow, already stripped of some authority by distance. Xin Yuexin listened without moving. "I used to think that bell meant order," she said. Lu Cheng glanced toward the valley. "And now?" She set the empty bowl down carefully. "Now it sounds like a leash somebody forgot to hide." The answer settled into the courtyard with the quiet of a vow. Vows like that usually drew blood. This one would not be an exception. Chapter 15. Zhao Kuang found them at noon. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say the mountain gave him the direction and he followed it like a hound with cultivated arrogance. The first warning was the pressure in Lu Cheng's chest. The scripture went cold and taut, as if a thread stretched too far toward danger. He was in the courtyard with Xiao Ruo, testing whether the old moon platform could be coaxed into channeling a water line from the seep. Xin Yuexin was on the eastern slope retrieving herbs. That left Lu Cheng alone at the temple gate when the first stone struck the threshold and shattered. 3 disciples stood below the steps. Zhao Kuang in front. He was not wearing full battle robes, which meant he had come expecting to make an example rather than a fight. His expression when he saw Lu Cheng was pure satisfaction, as if the mountain itself had betrayed the hiding place and vindicated him for believing low things always remained low. "So you did run," he called. "I wondered whether you had enough sense to vanish." Lu Cheng rested one hand near the moon coin in his sleeve. "And miss your visit? I would never be so rude." The words bought him a breath. Nothing more, but a breath mattered. He used it to measure the 3 men properly. Zhao Kuang stood centered, confident, still carrying a trace of wine and arrogance from the lower court. The disciple on the left had a heavier stance and favored crushing force. The one on the right kept glancing toward the side wall, where someone faster might attempt an entry if the gate held too long. None of them expected resistance that counted. They expected panic, tears, perhaps one desperate sword rush from Xun Yuexin, and then a satisfying correction narrated later over tea. That expectation enraged Lu Cheng more effectively than the memory of the alley beating. Men like Zhao Kuang did not simply enjoy cruelty. They depended on the certainty that everyone around them had already accepted the script in which cruelty worked. Zhao Kuang's mouth curved. Where is the saintess candidate? Where is the kitchen girl? Lu Cheng made a show of looking around. You came all this way for better company than me. The disciples behind Zhao Kuang laughed. Then one of them moved, too quickly for a servant's eye but not quickly enough for the scripture's awareness. He darted toward the side courtyard where Xiao Ruo had been drawing water. Lu Cheng shouted a warning. Too late. Xiao Ruo stumbled back, the basin crashing from her hands. Moon Qi surged around her in a pale flare. The attacking disciple reached for her wrist as if seizing a prize. Xin Yuexin arrived like a blade, leaving its sheath. The sword strike did not kill. It sliced the air between the disciple and Xiao Ruo, so close to the skin that the man dropped to one knee from instinct alone. Zhao Kuang's smile vanished. There you are. He lunged for Xiao Ruo himself. That was the moment Lu Cheng understood something the scripture had been trying to teach him since the shrine. Balance did not mean passivity. It meant response arriving exactly where harm believed it had the clearest route. Zhao Kuang had never looked at Xiao Ruo and seen a person with an unreadable future. He saw a frightened servant girl, easy to seize, easy to narrate, easy to reduce into proof that he still decided where women belonged. The temple seemed to resent that assumption as much as Lu Cheng did. The script mark under his ribs went cold. The moon coin pulsed once in his sleeve. The two disciples behind Zhao Kuang were slower now, not because mercy had touched them, but because uncertainty had. They had come expecting an errand boy hiding with stolen women in a ruin. They had not expected the ruin to have opinions. That hesitation bought Xiao Ruo a second step backward and Xin Yuexin a cleaner angle with her sword. It bought Lu Cheng just enough time to understand that survival was no longer going to be decided only by strength. It would be decided by whose assumptions broke first. Lu Cheng did the only thing he could think of before fear swallowed the temple whole. He slammed the moon coin against the court stone and spoke the word the scripture had left burning in him. Open. The word landed like a command the ruined temple had been waiting centuries to hear. Xiao Ruo dropped flat on instinct. Xin Yuexin did not flinch, but the fraction by which her eyes widened was enough to tell Lu Cheng she had felt the same impossible recognition. Zhao Kuang's men had come expecting panic. Instead, they had stepped into an inheritance with a memory. And memory, Lu Cheng suspected, was exactly what made old structures dangerous again. Things with memory did not submit as cleanly to men accustomed to deciding what every ruin meant. The courtyard had chosen its own interpretation first. Zhao Kuang was no longer the only voice the mountain was willing to hear. Nothing about his expression suggested he knew how to survive that correction gracefully. Lu Cheng found that nearly as steadying as the array itself. For one breath, the temple felt more reliable than the sect above it. That was exactly the sort of comparison elders killed for. What would Zhao Kuang do once he understood it too? Chapter 16. The temple answered. Not with grandeur. With precision. Every silver line under the courtyard flared at once, climbing the posts, racing across the cracked platform, and locking into a lattice so sudden and exact that Zhao Kuang's first step forward stopped, as if he had hit an invisible wall. The attacking disciple stumbled backward with a curse. The courtyard itself had become a boundary. Lu Cheng felt the moon coin heat in his palm. The scripture inside him thrummed as if a long-dormant body had finally stretched. Moonveil Sect Provisional Array, he realized with a jolt. Not merely a temple, a sect gate. Zhao Kuang tested the boundary with a palm strike. The force hit the array and rebounded in a ring of silver light that shoved him 3 paces down the steps. His expression turned ugly at once. What is this? Lu Cheng could have lied. It would have been prudent. Instead he said, apparently, my bad day has structural consequences. Even through the fear, Zhao Kuang hated the joke. Lu Cheng could see it in the minute tightening at the corners of the man's mouth. Men like him could survive insult, so long as the insult came from below and stayed harmless. What stood before them now was no longer harmless. That distinction made mockery expensive. Xin Yuexin's eyes sharpened as she understood. She moved to Lu Cheng's side, sword ready, one shoulder slightly forward to protect Xiao Ruo without making a performance of it. That posture alone seemed to offend Zhao Kuang more than any speech. The inner disciple drew his weapon. A fake formation, he snapped. A scavenged relic. You think you can hide here and call it a sect? Lu Cheng met his gaze through the silver glow. You just hit it. Did it feel fake? Zhao Kuang lunged again, faster this time. The array answered before Lu Cheng did. Silver lines leapt from the ground and wrapped around the attacker like moonlit chains. He slashed at them in fury, and each cut only made the lines flare brighter. The formation was not strong enough to hold a real elder. Lu Cheng knew that in the same instant he knew the sun would rise tomorrow. But against Zhao Kuang and his disciples, it held with terrifying confidence. Xiao Ruo stared at the boundary in disbelief. "It knows us," she whispered. The thought went through Lu Cheng like a bell strike. The temple did not just recognize him as provisional master. It recognized all of them. As if responding to that realization, the silver lattice pulsed outward in one clean wave. The mountain wind carried it across the ridge and down toward the lower sect paths. Anyone with decent cultivation and a taste for qi would sense it. The old hidden structure, long thought dead, had just announced itself to the world. Zhao Kuang sensed that too. His face drained of its smug color. Lu Cheng saw the moment. He understood the consequence. Not just escape. Exposure. An exposure cut both ways. If Zhao Kuang carried this story back uphill, then every elder in Iron Sun Sect would hear that an erased temple had awakened for a beaten servant, a damaged saintess candidate, and a kitchen maid whose body they had probably already priced in secret. Some would hear blasphemy. Some would hear opportunity. The most dangerous among them would hear proof that whatever old things the sect had buried under the mountain had not stayed buried properly. This courtyard was no longer only a refuge. It was evidence. The realization should have frightened Lu Cheng more than it did. Instead, it clarified him. For years he had lived below the threshold where decisions were made, watching powerful men treat low lives as costs already accounted for. Now Zhao Kuang was the one standing outside a gate. He could not immediately dominate. Now the sect would have to decide whether to deny what it had sensed or descend into the lower ridge and admit there was an inheritance older than its own authority. Either choice would cost them. Xin Yuexin must have felt some of the same shift because she stepped forward until the array's silver washed over her blade and said, in a voice Zhao Kuang would hear in his sleep for days, "Go tell them the ruins said no." One of the other disciples swore under his breath. The words were soft, but their meaning carried clearly enough. Not fear of Lu Cheng. Fear of the report they would now have to give. Zhao Kuang could turn servants into examples. He could not easily explain why a dead Lower Ridge temple had recognized the very women Iron Sun Sect preferred to classify as damaged assets. The distinction mattered. Lu Cheng had spent most of his life under men who believed narrative was half of power. Breaking their narrative in public was the first wound Moon Veil had managed to inflict. When Zhao Kuang finally retreated, he did so one step too slowly, trying to preserve dignity he no longer fully possessed. Lu Cheng memorized that retreat the way a starving man memorizes the shape of a locked pantry. Not because it was enough, because it proved enough could begin somewhere. If one certainty could be pushed backward, perhaps the next could too. Systems like Iron Sun survived on the habit of nobody pushing back at all. Habits this old never surrendered without punishment. Punishment was probably already climbing the ridge. Chapter 17 Elder Lon arrived before dusk. He did not come with the pomp of a sect master or the scent of threat common to powerful visitors. He came as if walking had simply led him here by way of old habit. A lean old man in patched gray robes, one hand holding a bamboo staff, and the other a stack of scrolls tied with frayed twine. His beard was more white than black, his eyes hooded and sharp. The mountain path had not announced him. The array had. Lu Cheng met him at the temple gate with Xin Yuexin at one shoulder and Xiao Ruo half hidden behind her. Zhao Kuang had withdrawn after the array's public flare, not because he had relinquished defeat, but because his pride required witnesses, and none were present yet who might agree with him. The old man looked from the temple to the three of them and smiled faintly. So the old seal still breathes. Lu Cheng tightened his grip on the moon coin. "And you are?" "Elder Lon." The old man gave a small bow. "Formerly librarian, temporarily wanderer, and currently the only fool in 3 provinces who still reads forbidden catalogs for pleasure." Xin Yuexin studied him. "You sense the array. I felt it from the valley road." He raised one scroll slightly. "And because I knew what kind of scripture would wake a moon temple after a male anchor stepped into it." Lu Cheng's pulse jumped. "You know about the scripture? Enough to be offended by what your sect likely told you about it." Elder Lon stepped forward without waiting for permission and peered at the moon coin in Lu Cheng's hand. "Heaven and moon balance, if I'm not mistaken, or a surviving branch of it." Xiao Ruo made a small, startled sound. Xin Yuexin's gaze sharpened further. "You know the name. I know the history they erased." Elder Lon tapped one of the scroll bundles against his palm, and the lies they built in its place. He did not look at Lu Cheng when he said the next part. He looked instead at the temple array, as if addressing an old friend. These sects did not rise by merit alone. They rose by taking the paths that belonged to women with rare constitutions, then renaming that theft as discipline. Lu Cheng felt the words land with the force of a blade laid flat. Elder Lon continued, voice calm and infuriatingly precise. Yin meridians were declared unstable, so their cultivation manuals could be locked away. Moon physiques were called cursed, so girls could be married into places where their power could be controlled. Sword paths with too much softness were ridiculed until their heirs lost confidence and accepted helper roles. The sects did not just suppress women. They built their prosperity on the damage. Silence. Even the wind seemed to listen. Xin Yuexin's knuckles whitened on her sword hilt. Xiao Ruo looked from one adult to the other, as if hearing the shape of the world change in real time. Lu Cheng had suspected. He had seen the rod in pieces. But hearing it named plainly made the old anger in him settle into something harder and clearer. Why tell us? He asked. Elder Lan finally looked at him. Because the scripture chose you. And because if you intend to hold this place, you should know what kind of wound you are standing on. The old man's tone carried no reverence, which made Lu Cheng trust him a fraction more. Too many people treated hidden inheritances like excuses to become theatrical. Elder Lan sounded instead like a physician diagnosing a fracture that had been allowed to calcify wrong for generations. Xin Yuexin heard it that way too. Some of the rigid fury in her shoulders shifted, not into calm exactly, but into focus. Xiao Ruo looked ill, yet she had stopped shrinking from the conversation. She was listening as if the history itself might finally explain why fear had always seemed to follow gifted girls more closely than luck ever did. Lu Cheng understood, then, that knowledge in a place like this was not comfort. It was equipment, names for stolen lineages, records of how the theft had been normalized, proof that Moonvale was not a fantasy born from one desperate night, but the surviving edge of a structure the sects above had spent decades trying to rename out of existence. If they were going to hold the mountain, they would need every one of those names sharpened into memory. And memory, he was beginning to learn, could become a weapon long before it became a monument. Elder Lan seemed to approve of the thought before Lu Cheng even voiced it. The old man lowered himself to the edge of the broken stair with a care that suggested old injuries of his own and began sorting the scroll bundles by subject instead of chronology. Household absorption records, marriage transfer ledgers, temple confiscation notes, unlabeled medical inventories that probably contained the truest evidence precisely because no one had meant them to read like ideology. Lu Cheng watched him work and realized the librarian was not merely sharing history. He was provisioning a siege. If Moonvale survived the first pursuit, these records would matter even more than swords. They would tell them where girls like Xiao Ruo had been hidden, where damaged cultivators like Xin Yuexin had been rerouted, which sects had grown fat on polite theft, and which roads might still carry women willing to defect if given a structure strong enough to catch them. Knowledge was becoming logistics before his eyes. Logistics, used correctly, could ruin empires. The question was whether Moonvale could weaponize them in time. Chapter 18. Elder Lan stayed the night. He did not sleep, at least not in any way Lu Cheng could define. He spent the evening in the broken temple archive room, unrolling maps and half-legible catalogs, while Xiao Ruo listened with the rapt caution of someone discovering history had teeth. Xin Yuexin remained close enough to interrupt if the old man turned suspicious. Lu Cheng, who was not foolish enough to trust strangers without testing them, joined because the scripture kept tugging at every page Elder Lan touched. They learned the shape of the old record first. Moon schools, Yin households, female lineages that trained through resonance, patience, and body memory rather than conquest. The names had been struck from the official register, but traces remained in trade notes, marriage ledgers, and military reports where male historians had not noticed they were preserving the very evidence they denied. Elder Lan tapped a line on an old genealogy sheet. This clan produced 4 saint transformation cultivators in 6 generations. Lu Cheng frowned. Then why does the current sect ledger call them a minor medicinal house? Because minor medicinal house was easier to absorb. Xin Yuexin took the paper and read it herself. No one resisted. The old man gave her a look that suggested she already knew the answer. Some resisted. They were bankrupted, exiled, married off, or accused of demonic practices. A system does not need to silence every voice. It needs only to make resistance costly enough that the rest learn caution. Xiao Ruo hugged her knees tighter. Lu Cheng stared at the records until the characters blurred and then sharpened again under the scripture's help. What about the temple? Elder Lan stroked his beard. The old moon temples were not sects in the current sense. They were anchor houses, places where women with unstable or hidden constitutions could recover their balance before entering the wider path. A male anchor was sometimes used to stabilize flow, yes, but never as owner, and never alone. That lodged somewhere deep in Lu Cheng's chest. Never alone, he echoed. Precisely. Elder Lan rolled the scroll closed. That is why your scripture is dangerous. Not because it empowers you, but because it requires community to function correctly. Men in power hate such systems. They cannot be isolated, monopolized, or easily converted into tribute. Xin Yuexin let out a slow breath, almost a laugh, and almost not. So the sects erased it because it made women stronger. Among other sins, yes. The old man looked toward the cracked roof where moonlight poured through the split beam. They grew rich because every time a gifted daughter was forced down a lesser path, someone else profited from the reduced competition. Every marriage alliance, every debt settlement, every recovery arranged by a male sect elder created a trail of controlled talent moving upward into male hands. Lu Cheng looked at the moon coin in his palm. It no longer felt like a token. It felt like an accusation, not only against the dead men who had erased names from ledgers, but against the living order that still relied on the erasure. Lu Cheng could no longer pretend the cruelty around him was merely local rot or one sect's especially ugly custom. The record's elder lawn had laid open link too cleanly for that. Household to marriage, marriage to debt, debt to sect, sect back to doctrine, doctrine back to the same convenient claim that women were safer weak and more useful damaged. An accusation that broad could not be answered by anger alone. It needed structure. It also felt heavier, as if accusation were only the beginning of what the coin meant. If Elder Lawn was right, then the mountain below Iron Sun Sect was less a ruin than a stolen foundation. The prosperous halls above had not merely ignored a women's inheritance. They had built themselves taller because that inheritance had been cut apart, parceled out, and rebranded as support labor, marriage value, medicinal rarity, or instability in need of supervision. Lu Cheng had grown up surrounded by the consequences without ever seeing the ledger that made them coherent. Now the ledger was opening. He thought of Mei Yin kneeling in spilled tea, of Xiao Ruo being prepared like an offering because a moon physique was too useful to remain a person, of Xin Yuexin spending 11 months carrying damage the sect would likely have called discipline if anyone had asked. The accusation in his hand was not abstract history. It was alive around him, wearing familiar faces. Then we do not get to fail quietly, he said before he could stop himself. Elder Land's eyes lifted to his at once. No, the old librarian said. You do not. The answer should have sounded like pressure. Instead it landed like alignment. Lu Cheng had spent years believing low-born people were allowed only two kinds of failure, noisy enough to be punished or quiet enough to be forgotten. Moonvale was already demanding a third option from him. If he failed here, it would have to be in motion, while building, while making the sort of corrections that left evidence for the next people to use. The prospect was exhausting. It was also the first demand on his life that did not feel fundamentally degrading. For a man like him, that was reason enough to keep going. He had been ordered around all his life. This was the first time obligation had felt clean. Clean things were often what corrupt systems feared most. Corrupt systems also attacked first. Chapter 19 Xin Yuexin swore herself to Moonvale Sect before dawn. They did not stage it as ceremony because none of them knew how to pretend this was ordinary. Instead, they stood in the courtyard while the first light touched the broken stones. Elder Lan had already left a protective scroll array across the temple walls. Xiao Ruo held the temple bell rope with both hands, as if she feared the moment might break if she let go. Lu Cheng stood at the center holding the moon coin. Xin Yuexin knelt. It was not a formal sect kneel. Too straight-backed for that. Too deliberate. She placed one sword across her palms and lowered her head just enough to show intent without surrender. The morning breeze moved around her robes. Lu Cheng stared at her for a long second. You don't have to do this, he said quietly. She looked up. I know. He almost told her there were no expectations. The words would have been easy. They would also have been false. Because this meant something. Not ownership. Not debt. Choice. Xin Yuexin's gaze was steady enough to make that distinction sacred. I have spent 11 months being called a lesson, she said. A warning. A mistake. A cautionary tale the elders point to when they want younger women to obey. I know what they did to my channels. I know what they plan for Xiao Ruo if she is found. I know what kind of world rises when men like Zhao Kuang are never corrected. I am tired of surviving as proof that their cruelty works. Lu Cheng said nothing. She drew a breath. If this is a sect, she continued, then let it be one that remembers who was buried to build the mountain. Xiao Ruo made a small choke sound at that. Lu Cheng felt the scripture pulse with a warmth so quiet it almost hurt. He held the moon coin out above Xin Yuexin's bowed head. From this day, he said, and his voice steadied as he spoke, you are of Moonvale. Xin Yuexin's sword shone once in the dawn light. When she rose, it was not as a servant, nor a discarded disciple, nor a damaged saintess candidate waiting to be assigned away. It was as the first true blade Moonvale sect had claimed willingly. Xiao Ruo finally let the bell rope go. The faint clang that followed was small, cracked, and perfect. No grand sect fanfare could have suited the moment better. The sound skated over the courtyard stones and vanished into the dawn, like a secret choosing to become history. The courtyard changed when she stood. Not dramatically. The temple did not erupt in light or ring hidden bells. Instead, the silver in the cracked floor deepened by a shade, the way moonlight deepens when a cloud moves aside. Xiao Rui noticed first and tightened both hands on the bell rope. Elder Land's expression went still in the manner of a man watching an old theory become undeniable. Lu Cheng felt a new line settle into the scripture's web, not ownership, never that, but recognition. Xin Yuexin had not been added to Moonveil as one more possession inside a master's reach. She had entered it, as a will choosing alignment. That difference mattered so much Lu Cheng almost lost his breath over it. He had seen too many vows in Iron Sun Sect used as elegant cages. Oaths to elder lines. Oaths to marriage exchanges. Oaths to gratitude for being tolerated after damage. This felt nothing like those. The temple did not close around Xin Yuexin. It opened with her inside it. If Moonveil survived, Lu Cheng thought, then its rules would have to preserve that distinction so fiercely that even future allies found it inconvenient. Xin Yuexin straightened, slid the sword back to her side, and met his eyes. "Do not regret this later," she said. It was not a plea. It was a warning offered in honesty. Lu Cheng answered with the only truth that seemed worthy of the moment. "Then help me build something regret cannot own." Xiao Rui made a startled noise at that. Almost a laugh and almost a sob, as if the sentence had reached some part of her still deciding whether Moonveil was real. Elder Lan turned away in suspiciously polite silence, giving the vow whatever privacy a broken courtyard could offer. Xin Yuexin gave no smile this time. She simply nodded once, sharp as a sealed pact, and the scripture answered with a soft thread of cool pressure along Lu Cheng's ribs. He did not mistake that pressure for blessing. It felt more like calibration. Moonveil was taking the measure of the promise he had just made and would likely punish him later if he tried to cheapen it into rhetoric. Good. Cheap promises were the old world's specialty. If this sect intended to outlive the mountain's first scandal, then every one of its founding words would have to survive contact with hunger, pursuit, and fear. Anything less would only repaint the same cage. Xin Yuexin seemed to accept that standard without needing it softened for her comfort. In that, at least, they were already speaking the same language. Moonveil might yet fail, but it would not fail because its first vows were soft. For a beginning, Lu Cheng thought, that was severe enough to trust. Severity, honestly aimed, was its own kind of mercy. Mercy of that kind made enemies quickly. Moonveil was going to inherit them all at once. Chapter 20 Iron Sun Sect issued the kill order at sunrise. Lu Cheng learned of it from Elder Lan, who returned with a folded copy of the sect bulletin tucked into one sleeve and the expression of a man who had seen this sort of thing before and had never once approved. The order was short. Lu Cheng, outer errand disciple, accused of sect theft, doctrinal corruption, and unlawful interference with an inner disciple. Xin Yuexin, sect deserter, to be recovered and remanded for disciplinary review. Unknown female accomplice, presumed runaway servant, to be captured alive if possible. Moonveil sect, if confirmed, to be erased as a blasphemous remnant of an outdated line. The last line burned more than the rest. Lu Cheng read it twice, then folded the bulletin and put it down with unusual care. No one spoke for several breaths. Finally Xiao Rui asked, voice very small, "Are we in trouble?" Lu Cheng looked at the temple courtyard, at the silver-marked array beneath their feet, at Xin Yuexin standing with her sword already at rest because she understood what it meant to be useful in a crisis, and at Elder Lan's old hands folded over his staff. "Yes," he said. The answer was honest enough to make Xiao Rui wince. Then he added, "But now they have to come into the mountain to find us." Xin Yuexin's mouth curved by the smallest amount. Elder Lan let out a dry sound that might have been approval. Lu Cheng looked toward the sect road below, where rumors would already be moving faster than feet. Women talking in kitchens, servants whispering in laundry lines, outer disciples wondering whether the moon temple on the lower ridge was real, inner disciples wondering whether the rumor of a man founding a sect around broken women could possibly survive contact with daylight. Let them wonder, he thought. Moonveil had been born in the dark. Now the mountain would have to learn its name. And names, Lu Cheng thought, were dangerous precisely because they traveled farther than bodies. Iron Sun Sect could close roads, post rewards, and send men down every lower path on the mountain. It would still have to answer the rumor now moving through its kitchens and servant halls that a buried moon temple had awakened for the people it least respected. He folded the bulletin again, more carefully than it deserved, and tucked it beneath the moon coin rather than burning it. Moonveil would need records even of the threats issued against it, especially those. A sect that hoped to outlast erasure could not afford to treat evidence as something fit only for anger. Elder Lan seemed to approve of the choice. Xiao Ruan noticed, and, after a hesitant pause, fetched a flat stone from the altar to weigh both items down against the wind, as if helping preserve documents for a sect under kill order were already an ordinary morning duty. Below the ridge, another bell rang from Iron Sunday search parties, perhaps, or simply the sect reminding itself it still controlled the mountain. Lu Cheng listened without bowing to the sound this time. Around him the ruined courtyard held. Xin Yuexin checked her blade edge in silence. Xiao Ruan moved the food bundle out of open sight without being asked. Elder Lan unrolled a fresh scrap of map and began marking the lower ravines where scouts were most likely to come first. No one called it fear. No one called it hope. They were already too busy turning both into method. That was when Lu Cheng understood Moonveil's first real lesson. A sect is not born when someone claims a title. It is born when danger arrives and the people under one roof begin answering it together. The understanding did not comfort him. It sharpened everything. The hidden descent path in the western breach. The bulletin waited under a stone. The food bundle Xiao Rua had already reorganized by shelf life without being told. The way Xin Yuexin now stood where she could intercept both the gate and the eastern wall in 3 steps. The way Elder Lan's first instinct after reading the kill order had been to start mapping ravines rather than lamenting fate. Moonveil was still tiny enough to die in an afternoon, but it had crossed the more important threshold. It was already behaving like something that expected to endure. Lu Cheng looked once more toward the sect road below, where the mountain's old rulers were almost certainly deciding how much force a buried inheritance deserved. Let them decide badly, he thought. Moonveil only needed one mistake to become difficult. And difficulty, in a world built on women being easy to move, was the nearest thing to a founding miracle he trusted. Moonveil did not need cleaner magic than that. It only needed enough time to turn one refused order into a habit. After that, even frightened people might start calling it law. And once frightened people started naming a shelter aloud, mountains became harder to govern from above. Iron Sun still possessed force. Moonveil was starting to compete for interpretation. Sometimes interpretation was the older power. Control rarely surrendered that contest without blood. Moonveil would be paying that price soon enough. The only uncertainty left was the first bill, and someone had already written it. They simply had not delivered it yet. Chapter 21 Moonveil's sect did not grow by proclamation. It grew by women arriving before sunrise with bruises hidden under sleeves, by girls who had learned to bow with their eyes on the ground, by widows carrying little more than a bundle and a grudge against the men who had told them their cultivation had run its course. The Hill Temple had no gatekeepers, no enrollment ledger, no noble bloodline to inspect them, and that alone made it feel more welcoming than the sects they had fled. Lu Cheng learned this by standing at the temple steps with a kettle in one hand and a basin of warm water in the other, while Xin Yuexin reset the cloths on the altar table and Xiao Rua hurried back and forth between the seep and the kitchen. The first woman arrived just after dawn. The mountain air was still cold enough that the basin steam rose in thin silver threads between Lu Cheng's fingers. He could smell damp stone, pine resin, and the bitter medicinal fire Xiao Rua had coaxed from the kitchen brazier before sunrise. The temple looked less like a building than a held breath. Every woman who climbed those steps had to decide at once whether this place was real or only another lie with softer words. She was old enough to have watched her own daughter marry away, and her left hand shook when she lifted it to knock on the outer step. The robe she wore was plain and mended in 7 places. One sleeve hung empty at the wrist where a seal bracelet had once bitten too deeply into her channel. She looked at the temple, then at the moon coin in Lu Cheng's palm, then at him. "Are you the one they are talking about?" she asked. Lu Cheng set the kettle down before answering. If they are talking about a disappointing servant who inherited a broken temple, then yes. Her mouth twitched once. "My son-in-law called my meridians brittle after my second breakthrough failed. He said I should retire from cultivation and focus on helping the family by being less difficult." Xin Yuexin, standing just behind Lu Cheng, let the silence sharpen around that sentence. The woman continued, each word measured. "I left because the family physician agreed with him." Lu Cheng glanced at the old bracelet scar and saw the truth the temple scripture had already whispered to him. The channels were not merely damaged. They had been forced open and then repeatedly compressed at the same fracture point until the body gave up trying to resist. "Sit," he said. The woman hesitated. "You do not even know my name." "Then tell it to the kettle." That startled a brief, exhausted laugh out of her. She sat. By mid-morning 3 more women had arrived. One had fled a mining sect that treated failed foundation candidates like broken tools. One had been discharged from a merchant clan after her chi circulation became too unstable for marriage negotiations. The third was a former outer disciple who had come carrying her younger sister because there was nowhere else to put the girl and no one else willing to believe the fever in her meridians was not weakness but backlash. Lu Cheng touched each wrist in turn and felt the same pattern in different hands. Not the same damage exactly. Different injuries, different methods, different insults. But the same philosophy behind them. Control first. Healing later, if at all. The scripture in his chest responded to each woman with a different note of recognition. He stabilized what he could. He opened narrow pathways where meridians had collapsed under too much yang practice. He eased pressure off the hidden yin currents that had been choked into painful silence. Every session cost him a little, but not so much as the first night had. The temple's array and Shun Yuexin's presence seemed to help the burden settle into something bearable. When the fourth woman left the shrine room with her breathing less ragged than when she had entered, the former disciple at the door said in a voice cracked with disbelief, "No one has ever done that without charging for a spirit consultation." Lu Cheng wiped blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand. "I have a ruin to repair. Charging would be vulgar. You are bleeding. That is a temporary social problem." The woman stared at him, then laughed despite herself. It sounded painful, as if her ribs had not yet been convinced that hope was permitted. Xiao Ruo looked at the growing line outside the temple and whispered to Shun Yuexin, "Is this what a sect looks like?" Shun Yuexin watched Lu Cheng move from one broken wrist to another and said, "It looks like people showing up because they heard someone might not turn them away." By noon the courtyard had taken on the strange, improvised order of a place becoming necessary faster than it could become organized. One woman boiled cloth in the kitchen without being asked. Another swept the east passage because she said fear was easier to carry in a clean room. The former outer disciple who had brought her younger sister started quietly explaining to new arrivals where to leave their shoes and how to wait without crowding the shrine door. None of them called it labor for the sect. They simply began acting as if Moonvale's survival was now entangled with their own. By late afternoon, the temple had developed its first unspoken geography. The east wall became the waiting side because it held the most sun and therefore the least chill in damaged meridians. The kitchen threshold became the place for quiet questions no one wanted to ask in front of the whole line. The broken statue niche at the rear became a children's corner once Xiaora began leaving warm stones there for little hands that could not stop shaking. Lu Cheng had not assigned any of it. The women had arranged themselves according to need, and in doing so had started building the habits of a sect before anyone had formally admitted one existed. He noticed the same thing when the first pot of rice ran low. No one fought over the final ladles. The oldest woman in line simply divided the remaining portion with her own chopsticks and told the others that brittle pride was harder to digest than plain grain. The sentence should not have mattered as much as it did. Yet the moment she said it, the others relaxed enough to laugh, and laughter in a place like this was not decoration. It was evidence that fear had loosened its grip for one more minute. Lu Cheng noticed the change only when he realized no one was looking at him for every answer anymore. Some women still watched him with the brittle caution of people expecting the price to appear late. Others had moved on to more urgent questions: where to sleep, whether the kitchen roof leaked, whether the herb shelf could be rearranged so the bitter drafts were not stored beside the calming powders. The practical complaints steadied him more than gratitude would have. Gratitude can be frightened away. Practical work tends to stay until driven off. The temple itself seemed to recognize the shift. The old silver threads under the stone brightened not with dramatic light, but with a low, persistent clarity whenever the women moved in rhythm with one another. Xiao Ruo saw it too and stopped in the middle of carrying water, staring at the lines as if she had just noticed the mountain listening. "It likes them," she whispered. Lu Cheng wiped his hands and looked down. The scripture in his chest gave a soft pulse of agreement. "No," he said after a moment. "It remembers them." Xiao Ruo looked up sharply. "Is that good?" He glanced toward the door, where the next woman was already waiting with her wrist pressed to her side. "That depends on whether the right people find out first." Chapter 22 by Lingsu arrived on a noon cart, painted with merchant clan blue. The wheels complained over the temple approach stones, and the driver had to rein the mule twice because the incline made the harness creak like an old door. Lu Cheng saw all of it before Bai Lingsu ever stepped down, the way a merchant's arrival announced itself through small signs of expense and order. The polished axle caps, the unused chest strapped flat to the bed, the tea box protected from dust as carefully as a medicine crate. Nothing about the cart was accidental, which made the woman riding it a deliberate problem. She came as though she had every right to own the road itself. The driver wore the expression of a man who knew his cargo was valuable but had not yet understood what kind of value it was. Two attendants followed with sealed chests, a tea box, and a roll of silk bolted shut with a company sigil. Bai Lingsu herself stepped down last, wearing a pale travel cloak and a smile warm enough to make suspicion feel rude. Lu Cheng knew the type at a glance. Not because he had known her before, because people like her treated first impressions as investments. She looked at the temple, the line of women waiting with quiet desperation, and the silver lines of the provisional array still faintly visible in the courtyard. Her eyes sharpened just once, quickly enough that a lesser observer would have missed it. She had already counted the numbers. Then she smiled at Lu Cheng and bowed exactly as deep as the occasion required. Moonveil Sect, I assume? Lu Cheng folded his sleeves behind his back. That depends on who is asking. A merchant with excellent timing. That is not reassuring. It was not meant to be. Her gaze slid toward the women waiting under the eaves, then back to him. I am Bai Lingsu of the Bai Trade branch in South River. I was told there was a sect in the hills that could repair a broken foundation faster than a healer's hall and for less than a noble's tax bribe. Who told you? People who enjoy making rich men nervous. Shen Yuexin, standing at the steps, gave the slightest snort. Bai Lingsu noticed at once and inclined her head toward her. And you are the sword rumor. Shen Yuexin's hand drifted toward her hilt out of instinct. I am a person. Of course. Bai Lingsu's smile never faltered. I did not mean to insult you by noticing the weapon first. I have made a career from surviving the opposite mistake. That answer did more to lower Lu Cheng's guard than anything else she had said. He motioned her toward the shade beside the temple wall. If you came for a consultation, the queue is behind you. She looked at him with obvious amusement. If I wanted to stand in line, I would have remained in the trade office. She set one sealed chest on the stone. I came because your little sect can do something that will make many people very wealthy and very angry. I prefer to be on the side that knows about both early. Lu Cheng did not touch the chest. What exactly did you hear? Enough to know your name is being repeated in black market channels with more greed than theology. Bai Lingsu rested a hand lightly on the lid. Enough to know women with ruined channels are coming here instead of selling themselves to keep their families afloat. Enough to know the people funding the sects that harm them will want to stop you. I bring food, herbs, cloth, and trade access. In return, I want first access to whatever healing protocols you develop. Shen Yuexin's eyes narrowed. You want to sell our methods. I want to keep them from dying before anyone can use them. Bai Lingsu met her gaze without blinking. Those are not the same thing. Lu Cheng watched the calculation behind her expression. She was not lying. She was deciding how much truth she could afford. That, in his experience, was usually better than sincerity. No. The answer startled her. No. Bai Lingsu repeated. No first access, Lu Cheng said. No private sale to rich clans. No exclusive contracts. If the method works, it belongs to the people who can use it. Bai Lingsu blinked. For the first time, her smile vanished. Then it came back thinner and more interested. You are either very noble or very stupid. I have been accused of both today. She laughed once, short and real. Then allow me to revise my offer. I buy nothing. I sponsor the sect, publicly, in exchange for protection for my caravans and free lodging for my agents when they pass through the region. There was a long beat after that, filled only by the soft sound of the woman in the stool recovering her breath and the distant knock of a chopping board from the kitchen annex. Bai Lingsu seemed to be weighing Lu Cheng against the kinds of men she had built a career surviving. He did not interrupt the calculation. If she was going to sponsor Moonveil, she deserved to know he would not bend the sect's purpose for convenience. Lu Cheng glanced at the women waiting outside. A trade network would mean food, medicine, rumor flow, and paths through the mountain economy. It would also mean someone with actual business instincts keeping an eye on them. That could be useful or disastrous, which in his experience was how all real allies entered one's life. And what do you want in the long term? He asked. Bai Lingsu tilted her head. To see whether a sect built from discarded women can outlive the men who decided they were trash. That was enough for Lu Cheng to nod. The agreement, once spoken, changed the practical texture of the next 2 days. Bai Lingsu's attendants unpacked not just grain and herbs, but order. The cloth came sorted by weight. The tea box held ink cakes and spare brushes hidden under the leaves. One chest contained travel ration blocks, waxed against rain and labeled in a hand so clean it made elder lawn visibly emotional. Bai Lingsu did not offer charity in the loose sense. She offered materials arranged for survival, and that kind of arrangement carries its own political argument. Someone had believed the women at this temple were worth planning for. The line at the shrine responded faster than Lu Cheng expected. Once food was clearly accounted for, women stopped trying to understate how hungry they were. Once spare cloth appeared, the more embarrassed arrivals allowed their burned wrists and split sleeves to be treated properly instead of hidden out of habit. Bai Lingsu watched all of this with a merchant's gaze and a surprisingly human silence. Finally, she said, almost to herself, "Scarcity teaches people to lie before they have even decided to." Lu Cheng heard the truth in that and hated how useful it was. Moonvale had been surviving on improvised generosity. Now it had to learn logistics before logistics became another hidden cruelty. The temple would need storage rules, a visible queue, and some way of distinguishing between those needing urgent treatment and those needing rest more than intervention. A sect, he was discovering, is what happens when compassion becomes specific enough to require inventory. The attendants behind her relaxed only after he did, which told Lu Cheng something useful about the kind of authority Bai Lingsu carried. It was not loud authority. It was the sort built on competence so habitual that even people paid not to think too hard had learned to trust her timing. One attendant immediately began untying the herb chest. The other produced a folded inventory sheet and waited for instruction without once glancing at Lu Cheng for permission. Bai Lingsu was not merely a merchant with resources. She was a small system that traveled with its own proof of function. That made her both more reassuring and more dangerous. "If you sponsor the sect publicly," Shun Yuexin said, "the local clans will notice." "Yes," Bai Lingsu replied. "They may retaliate." "Also yes." "You say that too easily." Bai Lingsu's expression turned dry. "Sword sister, every useful business decision I have ever made has offended someone with more ego than good sense. I would be worried if this one did not." Xiao Ruo, still holding the tea tray with both hands, stared at her like she had just discovered a new species of adult. Lu Cheng could not entirely blame her. Bai Lingsu spoke about retaliation the way other people spoke about weather. Inconvenient, predictable, and best answered with preparation rather than shock. That manner changed the temple around her almost immediately. The women waiting under the eaves began glancing toward the road more often, not because they were frightened of Bai Lingsu herself, but because she had introduced a new category of thought into the courtyard, consequence at scale. Before her arrival, Moonvale's problems had felt intimate. A damaged wrist, a hidden girl, a shortage of cloth or herbs. Bai Lingsu made it obvious that there were larger systems already deciding what would happen to women like the ones on these temple stones. Once that awareness arrived, the line outside the shrine no longer felt like a series of individual tragedies. It felt like evidence. That shift changed Lu Cheng too. He had been treating each woman as a life to be stabilized, and only secondarily as proof of a wider pattern. Bai Lingsu's questions made that separation harder to maintain. Which clans were discarding women with rare meridians? Which healer halls were charging ruinous prices for recovery methods they barely understood? Which local magistrates profited when injured cultivators were returned to households as dependents rather than restored as practitioners? The temple courtyard, once seen through her eyes, became a ledger full of motives. Lu Cheng did not like the feeling. He also knew they could not survive without it. Chapter 23 Bai Lingsu stayed 3 days. She claimed this was because the mountain road was safer after sunrise, and because her carters needed rest. Lu Cheng suspected she was also staying, because Moonvale Sect was interesting in the way a locked chest containing storm lightning was interesting. Every hour she spent in the temple yard, she found another problem to measure and another weakness to catalog. By the second morning, she had already discovered which stones held water in the wall joints, which cooking herb Xiao Ruo had been stretching too far, and which of the temple's old storage ropes would snap if a full load of grain were hung from them. She did not criticize without offering a fix, which made her more useful than most people with money. When she crouched beside the seep and pointed out that the runoff was leaving a chalky film on the lower step, Lu Cheng had the uncomfortable realization that she was treating the temple the way a general treats a camp, as something real only if it can survive use. That was exactly the standard Moonvale needed. She did not mind carrying water. She minded that the water line was poor. She did not mind sleeping on a folded mat in the side chamber. She minded that the array on the east wall had a blind angle any scout with patience could exploit. She did not mind the women in the queue. She minded that none of the nearby markets had been supplying them directly because the local clan representatives had threatened punishment for anyone seen supporting sect irregularities. By the second afternoon, Lu Cheng had stopped pretending she was merely a guest. "You are building a war map out of our roof leaks," he told her while she stood over a ledger with a charcoal mark in one corner of the temple archive room. "I am building a business map out of your roof leaks," Bai Lingsu corrected. "War would be considerably more expensive. That is not the reassurance you think it is." She turned the ledger around and pointed to a route mark. "This valley path. Who uses it? Herbal pickers. 2 peddlers. A man who claims to sell lacquer but appears to own only one sandal. Excellent. Then I will own him by sunset. Lu Cheng stared. Bai Lingsu sighed in theatrical patience. Metaphorically, I am a merchant, not a bandit. The distinction seems negotiable. It was the first time Xin Yuexin laughed outright. Xiao Ruan nearly choked on tea when it happened. Later that day, Bai Lingsu finally saw Lu Cheng practice. He was working with a middle-aged woman who had collapsed twice during the opening circulation because the foundation damage in her lower channels was too deep for a clean repair. He had her seated on a low stool while he stabilized her breath and guided the current through a narrow spiral. Xin Yuexin stood watch, ready to intervene if the strain surged too high. Bai Lingsu watched the process in silence. When the woman stood after, eyes clear and shoulders less tight, Bai Lingsu exhaled very slowly. You really are repairing meridians. Lu Cheng wiped his hands with a cloth. Was that in doubt? The mercantile world is built on lies so often that confirmation must be earned. She folded her arms. A method like this changes everything. If it spreads openly, every sect that built itself on discarded women will panic. Good. That is not a full answer. It is the right one. She studied him for a long moment, then reached into her sleeve and produced a pouch of silver tokens. Then I should be honest too. She set the pouch on the table between them. I am here because someone has been buying damaged female cultivators through black channels. They pay above market for rare constitutions and below market for broken ones. Your sect has already appeared in their rumors. If your healing method becomes known, they will either try to buy you or bury you. Lu Cheng's face went still. Bai Lingsu noticed. I said honest, not cheerful. Who? Bai Lingsu did not answer at once. She untied the silver token pouch instead and tipped 3 marked counters onto the ledger table. Each one bore a different trade cipher burned into the metal with enough care that the edges still looked sharp. One route buyer from the Black Reed Consortium, she said, tapping the first. One marriage broker working under a respectable clan seal and pretending not to know where her daughters go once the paperwork clears. She touched the second. And one medical house in the prefecture that has suddenly become very interested in acquiring unusual constitutions for recovery apprenticeships. Her finger rested on the third token a little longer. That one concerns me most. Xin Yuexin's expression darkened. Why? Because respectable predators are harder to isolate than desperate ones. Bai Lingsu looked from the token to Lu Cheng. A black market trafficker can be stabbed, exposed, or bankrupted. A medical house with the right friends can keep buying girls for 10 years while calling it treatment. The room went quieter after that. Even Xiao Ruo, usually so visible in her reactions, stood very still with the tea tray braced against her hip. Lu Cheng understood why. The danger had just changed shape. A criminal network was ugly enough. Institutional appetite dressed as care was worse because it came with paperwork and witnesses willing to defend it. He picked up the third token and felt its stamped edge bite lightly into his thumb. And they have heard of us. Enough to be curious, Bai Lingsu said. Not enough to understand what you are building. That ignorance is temporary. Lu Cheng looked toward the courtyard where women with ruined channels were sitting in sunlight for the first time in months without being ordered to apologize for it. The line at the temple steps had not shortened. If anything, it had grown. Moonvale was no longer only a rumor of healing. It was becoming an interruption in a market built on female desperation, and markets, like sects, tended to retaliate when their supply changed shape. I do not know yet. Her gaze sharpened. But if I find the buyer chain, I can follow it backward. What I need from you is a reason to stay close. Lu Cheng looked at the pouch, then at the women in the yard, then at the merchant girl who had walked into their mountain with calculated patience and the confidence of someone who knew value when she saw it. Protection for the caravans, he said. And when you find the chain, you tell us first. Bai Lingsu extended one hand. Lu Cheng took it. Xin Yuexin watched the handshake from the steps without comment. When it was done, she said to no one in particular. That was either the best decision we have made or the most expensive one. Those are usually the same decision, Bai Lingsu replied without turning. The words sat in the courtyard long after the merchant's attendants had gone back to unpacking grain. Somewhere down the mountain, the buyers Bai Lingsu feared were already adjusting their own plans. Chapter 24. Han Qingzhu arrived with rain on her sword. It was not actually raining at the temple when she climbed the ridge, but her chi felt like stormwater sharpened into steel. Xin Yuexin sensed her first and stepped into the courtyard with her blade half drawn. Lu Cheng was behind her because the scripture in his chest had given one warning pulse and then settled into taut curiosity. The newcomer stood at the temple gate in travel-worn gray, one bundle on her back and a sword at her hip wrapped in cracked leather. She had the posture of a woman who had learned to make herself look uninterested because interested things often got used against her. She took in Sun Yuexin, then Lu Cheng, then the obvious signs of recent habitation: water jars, herb strings, repaired cloth, the side chamber now serving as archive. "This is the place," she said. It was not a question. Lu Cheng kept his hands loose. "That depends. Are you here to steal, fight, or ask for healing?" Han Qingzhu looked at him for a long second. "Yes." That earned a thin smile from Sun Yuexin. The two women sized one another up in the way sword cultivators did when they recognized steel under the skin. Han Qingzhu's gaze lingered on Sun Yuexin's stance. Sun Yuexin's eyes measured the newcomer's hips and shoulders, checking for injuries, balance, and whether the blade at her hip was ornamental. Bai Lingsu, sitting on the wall nearby with a ledger in her lap, muttered, Another one. Another what?" Lu Cheng asked. "A woman who walks like she has been betrayed by her own sect and has not yet decided whether that is an ending or a beginning." Han Qingzhu heard that and snorted. "That is the worst interpretation of me I have heard all week." "Then your week has been prosperous." She ignored Bai Lingsu and pointed at Sun Yuexin. "I heard the rumors. A broken saintess candidate who recovered at Moonvale." "I do not believe rumors." "Then why are you here?" Sun Yuexin asked. "Because I do not trust the sect that sent me away." That answer landed hard enough to go quiet around the edges. What made the sentence hit so hard was how ordinary it sounded. No elaborate grievance. No polished tragedy. Just distrust stated without apology. Lu Cheng realized, hearing it, that Moonvale was beginning to gather a particular kind of woman. One who had passed through betrayal long enough to stop decorating it for other people's comfort. Sun Yuexin heard it too. Her posture altered by a fraction, not softening, but recognizing kinship in the shape of another person's refusal. Han Qingzhu drew her sword in one smooth motion and pointed it not at Sun Yuexin, but at the stone between them. "If this place really repairs what the sects break, then prove it. I want a duel." Xiao Ruo, who had been watching from the doorway with a bowl of herbs in both hands, made an alarmed noise. Lu Cheng was already shaking his head. "We are not a recruitment arena." Han Qingzhu's eyes snapped to him. "Then you should have put up a sign saying so." "We do not have a sign." "That is your first mistake." Sun Yuexin stepped forward before Lu Cheng could object again. "One duel," she said. "No hidden tricks. No interference." Bai Lingsu shut her ledger. "You are all very dramatic." The duel began in the temple yard under a sky turning gray at the edges. Han Qingzhu fought with the straight pressure of a drawn line. Her sword intent cut clean and hard, but every time she changed angle there was the slightest drag, like her body expected pain before the blade did. Sun Yuexin noticed it at once. So did Lu Cheng. He watched the chi pattern and saw a familiar mess. Han Qingzhu was not weak. She was forcing the wrong current through the right channels and paying for every strike. The first exchange was fast enough to sound like wood snapping. The second sent dust skidding off the courtyard stone. On the third, Sun Yuexin deliberately let the blade pass close enough to test Han Qingzhu's shoulder. The newcomer's arm dipped for a fraction of a breath. Pain. There it was. The duel ran longer than Lu Cheng expected. Han Qingzhu was stubborn enough to keep driving even as the hidden strain in her meridians deepened. Sun Yuexin did not overpower her. She gave ground in controlled steps, forcing the other woman to reveal where her body was compensating and where it was trying to hide injury. At last Han Qingzhu lunged into a thrust that should have been decisive. Sun Yuexin shifted half a step left, hooked the wrist, and turned the sword flat against Han Qingzhu's chest without cutting skin. Silence. Han Qingzhu stared down at the blade. Then she laughed, one sharp breath of it, and let the sword fall. "By a hair," she said. Sun Yuexin lowered her weapon. "Your edge is real. Your channels are not." That made Han Qingzhu look up sharply. Lu Cheng stepped forward, already reaching with the scripture. The answer was not subtle. The sword path itself had not been broken by bad luck or overexertion. Someone had repeatedly adjusted her foundation to keep her from growing past a controlled range. The damage sat in the channels leading from the shoulder through the spine and into the lower flow. Enough to let her fight, not enough to let her ascend freely. Han Qingzhu saw his expression and went still. "What is it?" Lu Cheng did not answer immediately, because the truth was uglier than a simple injury. Someone had been afraid of what she could become. That recognition changed Han Qingzhu's whole posture in a way that had nothing to do with swordsmanship. Until then she had carried herself like a woman who suspected betrayal, but still half believed it might have been earned. Lu Cheng watched that last possibility die in her face. There was grief in it, but also a cold kind of relief. Certainty can be brutal. It can also be the first solid ground a person has stood on in years. Chapter 25. Han Qingzhu did not thank him when he told her. She stood in the archive chamber with both hands on the table and listened as Lu Cheng traced the damaged paths on the ink map Elder Lawn had left behind. The explanation was clinical. The feeling behind it was not. Her sword route had been kept in a narrow corridor of acceptable power. The adjustments were subtle enough that each one looked like correction, not sabotage. Slight overloading at the shoulder. A delayed recovery current in the lower spine. A careful tightening of one channel whenever her intent rose too high. The result was a fighter who appeared to progress normally until the moment she should have broken through to the next level and instead hit an invisible ceiling. Who, she asked. Xin Yuexin, standing at the doorway, folded her arms and let the silence do part of the work. Han Qingzhu's jaw tightened. Who did this? The pattern matches sect-led foundation correction, Lu Cheng said. Repeated, deliberate. Not an accident. Not even a single elder's whim. This was done by people who knew how to hide damage inside discipline. Her expression changed the way a blade changes direction before the strike lands. My sect said I was too aggressive, she said. That my sword intent made others uncomfortable. That, Bai Lingsu called from the archive shelf where she had been quietly sorting trade notes, is usually code for the girl learned faster than her betters and frightened them. Han Qingzhu's eyes flashed. When I was invited to the inner hall for correction, a male elder told me my power would be more useful if I focused on supporting a husband or a senior brother. Her voice remained level. I cut his sleeve and left. 2 days later my training regimen changed. Xin Yuexin's mouth flattened in a line of shared recognition. Lu Cheng had no trouble believing it. Did they tell you the regimen would increase your precision? Yes. Did they speak of your temperament? Yes. Did they ever let you have your own sword judgment? Han Qingzhu stared at him. That was answer enough. Lu Cheng exhaled and pulled the scripture inward. The line was clear now. The sect had not merely damaged her path. It had made sure she would blame herself for the damage by calling every warning a defect of character. Han Qingzhu looked from one face to the next and realized, at last, that she was not in a room of people trying to sell her a better lie. I should have killed him, she said quietly. Bai Lingsu closed a ledger with a soft slap. You probably would have been punished for confirming he mattered. Han Qingzhu's laughter this time was bitter enough to sting. Lu Cheng stepped closer, careful not to crowd. If you stay, we can repair the path. But only if you stop hiding the injury from yourself. She looked at him for a long moment. Why do you care? She asked. The question was honest enough that he answered it honestly. Because if I only healed the women who arrived already broken, then I would be treating the symptom and helping the rot keep its shape. Something in her eyes shifted. Not trust yet. But it was no longer resistance alone. What settled over the room then was not comfort. Moonvale was not built well enough yet to offer that to women like Han Qingzhu without sounding dishonest. What it could offer was something rarer, coherence. Xin Yuexin did not tell her to forgive. Bai Lingsu did not tell her to monetize the injury. Elder Lan did not recite some brittle doctrine about trials improving character. Each of them, in her own fashion, accepted the simpler truth that a sect had maimed one of its own fighters because it preferred obedience to excellence. Han Qingzhu felt that acceptance all at once and did not know what to do with it. Anger she understood. Gratitude was more treacherous. Coherence, however, gave her a place to stand while the rest of her emotions caught up. Lu Cheng saw the same shift when she finally sat down instead of remaining braced over the table like a woman expecting accusation. She did not relax. That was too much to ask, but she allowed her weight to settle, and that mattered. Women from predatory sects learn to conserve themselves by never fully touching the floor in any room they do not trust. Han Qingzhu touching the bench with her full weight was as clear a sign as any oath. Xin Yuexin noticed too. If you stay, she said, voice level, no one here is going to force your sword smaller so another person's ego can fit in the room. Han Qingzhu looked up sharply. The sentence had landed exactly where it needed to. And if I leave? She asked. Bai Lingsu answered before Lu Cheng could. Then at least you will leave with the correct list of enemies. That finally dragged a real smile out of Han Qingzhu, brief and sharp enough to look dangerous. By evening Han Qingzhu had put down her bag in the side chamber and accepted tea from Xiao Ruo with the sort of stiff gratitude that came from not knowing how to belong anywhere yet. That first evening mattered more than the duel had. Duels reveal capacity. Evenings reveal habit. Han Qingzhu set her bag by the wall like someone prepared to pick it up again before dawn and spent the meal sitting half a shoulder width away from everyone else, not out of contempt, but from long practice in remaining ready to leave. Xiao Ruo kept refilling her tea without making a ceremony of it. Xin Yuexin, whose own instincts had once looked much the same, did not press conversation. Bai Lingsu asked one question about mountain roads, received a two-word answer, and seemed delighted by the efficiency of it. Lu Cheng watched the table slowly teach itself how to make room for another difficult woman without requiring her to audition for gentleness first. That, he realized, was one of Moonveil's first real disciplines. Not sword forms, not healing circuits. The ability to let injured people arrive with the wrong posture and still remain long enough to discover a better one. Han Qingzhu did not soften by the end of the meal. She merely stopped scanning every doorway as if someone would use the soup against her. In a different sect, that would not have counted as progress. In Moonveil, it counted as a beginning. Before sleeping, Han Qingzhu inspected the temple perimeter without being asked. She checked the western breach, the loose stones under the east shelf, the angle from which a road scout might see kitchen light if the brazier burned too high. She said almost nothing during the inspection, only grunted once when Xiaoming silently corrected one of her assumptions about the blind spot near the old bell rail. Yet the work itself was an answer. Women who intend to leave before dawn do not usually spend the night improving another sect's defenses. Lu Cheng watched her from the courtyard shadow and understood that Moonveil had already changed shape again. It was no longer merely receiving the abandoned. It was beginning to retain the competent. That retention came with its own danger. Every woman who stayed made the temple stronger. Every strong woman under Moonveil's roof made the temple more visible to the powers that preferred such women scattered, ashamed, or under contract. Lu Cheng did not romanticize that balance. He simply accepted it. Strength gathered in one place always becomes legible eventually. Their task was to make Moonveil dangerous enough that discovery became expensive. Chapter 26 Moonveil's first rescue mission began with an invoice. Bai Lingsu spread the information across the archive table like a gambler laying out cards. There were route marks, caravan manifests, black market payment fragments, and one very angry list of names she had managed to purchase through a clerk who disliked the wrong people. This convoy leaves from South River by moonrise tomorrow, she said. It is carrying spirit brides on paper. In practice, young women with rare physiques and no family protection. The destination is an auction house 2 provinces over. Madame Crimson Thread has a middle channel there. Lu Cheng read the manifest once and felt the scripture go cold. How many? 14 on the official count. 2 are not listed because the buyers like their merchandise quiet. Xin Yuexin's hand tightened on her sword. Han Qingzhu, who had only just agreed to stay the night, stared at the route marks. Why tell us? Because the auction house is guarded by a mercenary sect with enough influence to bury a local court report, Bai Lingsu said. And because if Moonveil wishes to become more than a rumor, it should prove it can move when the vulnerable are still alive. Lu Cheng knew the risk before she finished speaking. The mission was not clean. If they intercepted the convoy too early, they would tip off the auction house. Too late, and the girls might be scattered. If they took the caravan in force, the guards could kill hostages. If they approached as merchants, they would need a lie convincing enough to survive contact with actual trade clerks. What he did not like was that Bai Lingsu had already thought through all of that. You are very calm for someone proposing a crime, he said. I am proposing a rescue, she corrected. Crime is what the other side will call it once they are embarrassed. The plan that followed was ugly, complicated, and impossible to explain to any righteous sect elder without being arrested on principle. Xiaoming had already drawn the road bends on a strip of cloth and marked the points where the convoy would slow because of the valley grade. She did not speak, but her chalk tapped the map with absolute insistence whenever Bai Lingsu described a guard rotation. Lu Cheng saw, then, how quickly Moonveil was becoming more than a refuge. It was becoming a place where different kinds of intelligence could meet without first being translated through a man's authority. Bai Lingsu would arrange an ordinary-looking supply caravan under Moonveil sponsorship and ride with the outer wagons. Lu Cheng and Xin Yuexin would travel as hired retainers, while Han Qingzhu and Xiaorua waited in the ravine above the road with one of the array prodigies to collapse the outer signal line at the right moment. Elder Lan would remain behind to guard the temple and preserve the sect's deniability, if such a thing still existed. And if they see through the disguise? Xin Yuexin asked. Bai Lingsu smiled. Then we stop pretending to be merchants and become a sect. Lu Cheng looked at her for a long breath. That was your plan all along. Of course. You are enjoying this too much. Bai Lingsu did not deny it because denial would have insulted everyone involved. The truth was that Moonveil's first rescue mission had given the temple something no amount of wounded arrivals could provide on its own, a shared external objective. Until now, they had been a place people climbed toward in desperation. With the convoy plans spread out on the archive table, they became something moving outward under their own will. Xiaoming's chalk marks mattered. Elder Lan's old seals mattered. Han Qingzhu's refusal to let anyone romanticize sloppy timing mattered. Even Xiaorua's job, Waiting above the road with the array prodigy and a satchel of emergency powders mattered. A sect becomes real the first time each person can point to the risk she is responsible for reducing. The planning session ran late into the night because every answer created 3 more practical questions. Where would the rescued girls sleep if they arrived with guard injuries? Which story would the wagon driver tell if the road patrol asked why one cart's axle had been reinforced twice? How far could Shin Yuexin push her restored channels before the road fight turned from precision into old pain? Moonvale did not yet have a war room. Only an archive chamber with a leaking corner and a table too narrow for all the maps. Yet Lu Cheng looked around and felt the same strange steadiness he had felt the first time women began sweeping the courtyard without being asked. This too was governance. This too was healing. They were making a world where women were not merely recovered after harm, but defended before it could complete itself. Only a little. Xiao Ming, who had been silent through most of the planning, tapped twice on the lower bend of the route map and then drew a sharp chalk X where the ravine narrowed. Bai Lingsu immediately revised the timing. Shin Yuexin corrected the angle of withdrawal by half a breath. Han Qingzhu moved one marker stone 3 inches to the left and muttered that otherwise the second wagon would trap their own retreat. None of them spoke over one another. None of them waited for Lu Cheng to sanctify each decision. The plan improved because each woman was allowed to be correct in her own domain. Moonvale did not yet have enough victories to call that culture. It had enough evidence to know losing it would be fatal. By the time the oil lamp burned low, the archive chamber looked less like a refuge and more like the smallest possible version of a real command room. Ink smudges covered by Lingsu's fingers. Shin Yuexin had stopped unconsciously guarding her left shoulder and now guarded the map edges instead. Han Qingzhu's skepticism had shifted from whether the mission should exist to whether the axle brace on the decoy wagon would survive the first ditch. Xiao Ruo sat with a powder satchel in her lap and listened hard enough that Lu Cheng could almost see her courage being assembled in layers. No one said it aloud, but the fact beneath the room was simple. If they succeeded tomorrow, Moonvale would no longer be a place women merely reached. It would be a place that went out and took them back. The convoy road cut through a shallow valley lined with birch and stone ridges. The outer wagons were carrying grain sacks to disguise the hidden compartments under the floors. The mercenary guards wore matching blue sashes and the sort of relaxed arrogance that came from being hired by someone rich enough to believe law would bend first. Lu Cheng waited until the convoy slowed at the second bend before acting. Then he stepped out of the trees, ledger in hand, and shouted for the driver to halt on behalf of the by-trade branch. The lie was so ordinary the guards nearly accepted it. Nearly. One of them saw Shin Yuexin's sword before Lu Cheng intended, and the moment of hesitation became a weapon. That was the thing Bai Lingsu understood better than anyone else in the caravan. Most predatory systems do not expect virtue to hide inside administration. They expect resistance to look dramatic, holy, or desperate. A man with a ledger, a woman with a trade seal, and a wagon full of grain were much harder to classify as an immediate threat. That ambiguity was Moonvale's first real weapon on the open road. It let them get close enough that the truth could not be hidden behind distance or decorum once the rescue began. Chapter 27 Saving people turned out to be harder than interrupting a convoy. That was the unpleasant lesson Lu Cheng learned in the first minute of the raid. The road dust kicked up in a dry, choking cloud as the first wagon jerked to a stop. He could hear harness leather snapping under the strain of the horses, the sharp bark of guard commands, and the terrified sound of one of the captives striking the inner wall with both hands. Every second of the fight was crowded with too many bodies and too little certainty. Rescue meant choosing who moved first, who waited, and who might die because the timing was wrong. He hated that immediately, and he understood even more immediately why the sects liked to call mercy inefficient. He had expected the guards to scatter once the array line above the road dropped, and Shin Yuexin's sword cut across the front carriage harness. Instead, the mercenaries reacted with drilled efficiency. 2 moved to shield the wagons. 1 ran for the rear signal flare. Another immediately seized a captive from the inner compartment and pressed a blade under her throat. The girl in the wagon did not scream. That somehow made it worse. Lu Cheng snapped his hand toward the flare and bent the nearest chi current with the scripture's help just enough to make the ignition stone fail. It sparked uselessly in the guard's palm. Shin Yuexin crossed the road in one blur and forced the knife away from the captive's skin. Han Qingzhu dropped from the ridge above like a thrown answer to a problem the convoy had not expected to face. Bai Lingsu, riding the second wagon as if she had been born to it, shouted, "Try not to kill the merchandise." "They are not merchandise." Lu Cheng barked back. "That was not aimed at you." The line did not hold cleanly. It held like something improvised under pressure and therefore honest. The guards were better than the street thieves Moonvale had faced before. One had a shoulder seal that absorbed spirit strikes. Another used a chain sickle formation that forced Lu Cheng to spend extra current redirecting each swing. A third had hidden talismans in his sleeves that spat fire needles into the wagons whenever the fight shifted too far left. The passengers were not staying still either. Some had panicked at the first sign of rescue and thrown themselves against the wrong wagon wall. One had gone rigid with fear, so complete Lu Cheng could barely sense her chi at all. The captive under the knife had twisted just enough to protect another girl behind her, making the guard's threat less stable than it should have been, but also less easy to remove. This, Lu Cheng realized with a grim flash of clarity, was what all clean rescue stories forgot. The people being saved were alive. Alive meant frightened, and frightened meant unpredictable. He could not simply strike through the problem. He had to keep the convoy from becoming a slaughter while also preventing the captives from being used as shields. Every decision slowed the fight. Every delay made the next choice worse. Xin Yuexin noticed first. She moved between the knife and the girls in one impossible line, forcing the guard to retreat without cutting the hostage. Han Xingzhu took the wagon roof and snapped the seal talisman line before it could trigger. Bai Lingsu, now laughing through grit and terror, flung grain sacks into the guard horses so the convoy could not bolt. Still, it was not enough. One of the inner wagons erupted in smoke. The mercenary who had fled for the flare had not gone far enough, but far enough to warn the next checkpoint. If another patrol arrived before they finished, the road would become a trap. Lu Cheng made the choice he had been delaying. He opened the moon coin and forced the provisional array to spread across the entire road. The cost hit him at once. Not pain first. Wait. A sudden, crushing pressure in the spine as the formation widened beyond what his foundation could comfortably support. The roadside stones lit silver. The wagon wheels snagged in a hidden lattice. Every beast mind in the convoy went still. It gave them 10 breaths. It was enough. Not for perfection. For a result the traffickers could no longer call orderly. For escape. Escape looked uglier up close than any sect tale ever admitted. Xiao Ming's severed signal line sent one of the outer wagons sliding sideways into a drainage rut, which forced Bai Lingsu to jump down into the road mud and physically kick loose a wheel brace, while shouting trade curses creative enough to make one mercenary stare in offended admiration. Han Xingzhu took a cut across the forearm because one captive mistook her for another buyer and clawed at the wrong moment. Xin Yuexin burned through too much of her restored flow, holding the right flank open, while Lu Cheng widened the array and kept the road beasts from panicking into a stampede. Nobody moved elegantly by the final breath. They moved accurately enough. That distinction saved them. The girls packed into the hidden wagon compartments did not emerge in any orderly way. Some had to be dragged when fear locked their legs. Others bolted the instant the compartment latches snapped, forcing Xiao Ruo and Xiao Ming to redirect them toward the tree line before they ran back toward the road out of sheer disorientation. One of the older captives, wrists still chained, slapped Lu Cheng across the face because she thought he was another clerk trying to count her before sale. He took the strike, broke the chain at the hinge with the moon current, and shoved her toward Xin Yuexin without explanation. Rescue was too crowded to waste time being offended. By the time the array released, the convoy no longer looked like a caravan. It looked like the remains of a transaction that had been forced to remember the people inside it. Grain sacks split across the road. Broken harness rings steamed in the ditch. One mercenary was unconscious under his own axle. Another crawled toward the rear embankment, missing both the certainty and the paperwork he had started the morning with. Bai Lingsu mounted the lead wagon, snapped the reins once, and shouted for everyone who still wanted to remain unsold to climb on or run beside it. They left before the next checkpoint could decide whether the smoke on the horizon meant business trouble or open war. Han Xingzhu pressed a cloth to the cut on her forearm as the wagon jolted. That was messier than the plan. The plan survived contact, Bai Lingsu said from the driver's seat. The girls are in the wagon. That is all a plan needs to do. Someone is going to come looking for those wagons, Xin Yuexin said. Yes, Bai Lingsu agreed. And when they do, I want Moonvale to be ready to explain exactly what kind of looking they intend to do. No one had a comfortable answer for that. The smoke behind them was already thinning, but the road ahead was longer than any of them had calculated. Chapter 28. The girl who came back with them did not speak. Not because she could not, at least not exactly. Because whenever she tried, the words seemed to vanish before they reached her tongue. She was small, no older than 15, with narrow shoulders and a habit of staring at the corners of rooms as if they were better company than people. Her left wrist bore a faint ink seal from a merchant contract that had been half scrubbed away. She carried a bundle of chalk, 3 broken bamboo rulers, and an array plate she had tucked inside her sleeve as if it were the only important thing she owned. At first Lu Cheng thought she was merely frightened and exhausted in the ordinary way. Then he saw how her gaze kept returning to the lines of the temple steps, how she flinched not at people but at uneven spacing, how her fingers adjusted themselves unconsciously whenever a beam or wall interrupted her sight. This was not just trauma. This was the habit of someone whose mind lived in structure before language. Xiao Ruo found her first. The girl had been sitting in the wagon bed all the way back to the temple, with one hand pressed over a fresh bruise on her temple and the other fingering the chalk, as if checking whether it had survived. Xiao Ruo crouched beside her with cautious gentleness and offered a bowl of hot water. The girl stared at it, then at Xiao Ruo, then drew a quick circle on the temple floor with the chalk and pointed to the bowl. "Not thank you. Too small and too strained for that. More like, safe to drink?" Xiao Ruo brightened. "Yes. The herbs are weak, but they are warm." The girl drank. Lu Cheng watched from the doorway and felt the scripture stir in recognition. The answer came cleanly when he asked it. Array talent. Rare. Quiet. Extremely damaged by confinement and repeated pressure to stay useful. The girl did not react when he sat across from her in the archive room and asked, "What is your name?" She lowered her gaze and tapped the chalk once against the floor. No voice. Shin Yuexin, leaning against the archive shelf, spoke without looking up. "You can answer in writing." The girl's shoulders loosened by a fraction. She wrote one character at a time on the board Lu Cheng set before her. Xiao. Then after a long pause, Ming. Lu Cheng bowed his head slightly. "Xiao Ming, can you tell me what happened to your voice?" The answer came slower. She drew a line, then another, then used the chalk to sketch a formation collar around her throat and stabbed one finger into the lower edge. "Ceiling pressure. Not permanent." Repeated. Lu Cheng's face went still. Bai Ling Su, who had come in with the rescued ledger fragments, cursed softly under her breath. They used her to read arrays and then shut her up when she learned too much. Xiao Ming nodded once. Her eyes never quite lifted when people spoke. She watched patterns instead. The temple step angles. The way Lu Cheng stood. The silver lines around the altar. The broken wall seams. The array prodigy in her was not decorative brilliance. It was the habit of seeing structure where everyone else saw furniture. Lu Cheng pointed toward the eastern wall. "Can you read that?" She walked to it, touched the old formation scar with 2 fingers, and then looked back at him with clear disapproval. "Yes," she wrote, "but it is wrong." That nearly made him laugh. "Of course it is wrong." She added another character. "Fixable." Shin Yuexin's mouth twitched. By evening, Xiao Ming had already begun mapping the temple's blind spots with chalk lines. She wrote notes in the margins of old scrolls. She pointed out that 3 of the outer stones could be stacked to stabilize the east ward if arranged with a different angle. She also, with the dry ruthlessness of a child who had been underfed and underappreciated long enough to become honest, drew a tiny box labeled Bad Guard Route beside the old lower path and underlined it twice. Moonveil Sect had found its first builder. The title mattered more than her silence. Up to that point, Moonveil had gathered the damaged, the hunted, and the betrayed. Xiao Ming represented another category altogether, a girl who could make systems hold better simply by noticing where they lied. Within an hour of receiving chalk, she had already improved the east ward, corrected the rain catch angle over the kitchen barrel, and redrawn by Lingsu's route shelf so that incoming goods and outgoing emergency loads would no longer cross in the doorway. She never announced any of it. She simply frowned at inefficiency until the temple began obeying her. Lu Cheng recognized the pattern at once because the sects above always had. Girls like Xiao Ming became indispensable to institutions that wanted control but not acknowledgement. Array children, ledger daughters, memory savants. The sort of talents predatory houses called excellent support stock before burying them under tasks too technical for outsiders to question and too subordinate to earn authority. Moonveil could not afford to repeat that mistake just because its intentions were cleaner. So when Xiao Ming finished marking the final blind spot, Lu Cheng asked her, in front of Bai Lingsu, Shin Yuexin, and the women working in the outer yard, whether the ward diagram should now be considered hers to oversee. Xiao Ming froze. Then, very carefully, she wrote one word on the slate. "Mine." Lu Cheng nodded. She stared at the chalk for several breaths after that, as if ownership in the context of work had always meant liability or extraction before now. Shin Yuexin, understanding faster than most, stepped forward and laid her own sword cloth over the corner of the map table. "If it is yours," she said, "then no one alters it without asking." Xiao Ming read that twice. After the third reading, she underlined her own name on the slate so hard the chalk snapped. Chapter 29 Madam Crimson, Thread's bounty notice arrived by Carrier Hawk. The bird landed on the temple rail with enough force to rattle the loose tiles. It wore a red cord around one leg and a lacquer tag sealed with wax the color of dried blood. Bai Lingsu reached it first, broke the seal, and read the notice with a look that became progressively more pleased the farther she got. Lu Cheng distrusted that expression on sight. What? He asked. Bai Lingsu handed him the paper. You have made someone's quarter numbers so unpleasant that she has decided to buy a solution. The notice was professionally printed, which somehow made it more obscene. Moonveil Sect, illicit refuge for recovering female cultivators and sect deserters. Reward offered for verified captives, sect coordinates, and the arrest of Lu Cheng, provisional master. Special compensation for information on the location of the temple array and any surviving former sect assets. No mention of rescue. No mention of the women being protected. The notice treated them all as stolen merchandise that had escaped accounting. Xin Yuexin read it once and threw it back onto the table. She is now paying for our existence. That is not a phrase I wanted to hear today, Lu Cheng muttered. Bai Lingsu, however, was grinning. This is very good. Lu Cheng stared. In what world? The world where she had to spend money. Bai Lingsu tapped the notice with one finger. The world where someone important enough to run trafficking channels now considers you profitable enough to fear. That means you have crossed from local nuisance into commodity. Commodity can be defended. It can also be traded, tracked, and made to work for us. Xin Yuexin folded her arms. You say that like it is a blessing. It is a risk with numbers on it, Bai Lingsu said. That is practically a blessing. Lu Cheng wanted to be annoyed. Instead, he felt the unpleasant usefulness of her logic. By afternoon, the notice had already started moving through the valley network. Caravan camps heard about the sect in whispers. Innkeepers repeated the rumor to anyone who asked for a room and looked suspiciously female. Black market brokers began testing whether the Moonveil name would draw buyers or rescuers. Somewhere in the middle of it, Bai Lingsu's people spread a much cleaner story. A temple in the hills that repaired foundation damage without asking for impossible fees and did not hand women back to their abusers after healing them. It worked because people wanted it to be true. By the third night, Lu Cheng had 4 letters and 2 new visitors. One letter was from a spice trader thanking him for returning his wife's sister to cultivation. One was from a washerwoman who enclosed a single coin as a future donation. One was from an old peddler who wrote, in severe block script, that if Moonveil needed linens he would leave them at the Western Fork and ask no questions. The fourth had no signature, only a rough charcoal drawing of the temple and a note that said, if they come with chains, I will tell others. Bai Lingsu read that one last and smiled as if she had won a private contest. See, she said. Whisper networks. You did this in 2 days? You say it as if I had a previous life. I did. Lu Cheng shook his head, but not without appreciation. Moonveil Sect had acquired a reputation. Not enough to be safe. Enough to matter. And enough to get them all noticed by the wrong people. That new visibility changed the tone of every arrival after. Women still came bruised, frightened, and half prepared to bolt at the first hint of a price hidden under kindness. But now some of them also came with information, favors, and warning routes tucked into their sleeves. One widow brought a list of caravan guards who drank too much near the southern fort. A dismissed store clerk came carrying key impressions taken in wax, because she said Moonveil seemed like the first place likely to use them for the right reason. A peddler's daughter volunteered to walk ridge messages because she knew how to look forgettable in front of armed men. Matching, Lu Cheng realized, did not only attract enemies. It also gave cautious people something practical to align themselves with. Bai Lingsu turned that caution into structure before the valley could waste it. By sunrise, she had organized the first real whisper ladder Moonveil had ever possessed. No one courier would hold the whole chain. No widow would carry messages and supplies on the same day. Every friendly hand beyond the ridge would know only one upstream contact and one downstream contact. Enough to help, but not enough to betray the entire route under pressure. Lu Cheng watched her assign those limits with the cold precision of someone who had survived too many networks built on expendable women. If they catch one helper, she said, I want them paying for crumbs, not the kitchen. That logic reached the temple almost immediately. The next 2 visitors did not come merely asking for treatment. They came with a broken escort route, a warning about a clerk who had started recording female travelers by cultivation marks, and a suggestion that the Western Fork could hide goods if the sacks were disguised as burial linen. None of it looked dramatic. All of it made Moonveil less alone. Lu Cheng read the notes in silence and felt the world shifting by inches. Madam Crimson Thread had paid to make them visible. Now women who had survived by staying invisible were beginning to decide that Moonveil might be worth the risk of being seen near. Chapter 30 Shun Yuexin's cultivation crossed the spirit platform boundary on a night when everyone else was too tired to notice immediately. The candle flame nearest her shortened by half a finger's width. The room's humidity shifted. Lu Cheng felt the old array lines under the floor answer as if someone had placed a firmer weight on a bridge, and the bridge had, after careful consideration, decided it could hold. That was the sort of change no one would notice unless they had spent enough time paying attention to bodies that had to rebuild themselves from damage. It happened in the side chamber, while Lu Cheng was helping Xiao Ming lay out a revised ward lattice, and Xiao Ruo was grinding medicinal roots for the evening pot. Shun Yuexin had been practicing silent circulation for an hour after the rescue mission, pushing her restored Yin channels just hard enough to test the edges without straining them into collapse. Then the air in the room changed. Not in the dramatic way sect novels loved. No thunder, no shouting, just a clean expansion. Lu Cheng looked up from the chalk lines and felt the scripture brighten in response. Shun Yuexin sat with her back straight, one hand resting over her dantian, the other still on the sword across her knees. A thin band of silver current traced the route between shoulder and core and then settled into a quieter flow. Her face was still, her breathing, too, but the pressure around her had shifted. The damaged foundation was no longer merely repaired. It had reassembled into something new. Spirit platform. He could feel the difference at once. Senior sister, Xiao Ruo whispered. Your qi is shining. Shun Yuexin opened her eyes. For a brief second there was wonder there, raw and almost startled, before the old discipline returned and tried to clamp it down. Lu Cheng smiled before he could stop himself. You did it. She looked down at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. It feels different. Less like I am forcing a door and more like I found the room it was hiding. That was the closest thing to joy he had heard from her in days. The temple felt it too. The provisional array in the courtyard brightened one notch, not enough for outsiders to notice unless they knew what to look for, but enough to tell Lu Cheng that Moonveil's own fate was thickening. He had expected the scripture to demand more from him in response to a higher cultivation. Instead it seemed steadier, as if Shun Yuexin's advancement gave the whole sect a firmer spine. Bai Lingsu noticed the glow from the doorway and came in with a ledger tucked under one arm. Ah, she said. That makes the rumors easier to sell. Shun Yuexin's brows rose. You turn every victory into inventory. I turn every victory into survival. Bai Lingsu corrected. Inventory just helps with the numbers. Lu Cheng could not argue with the result. By the time they gathered for the evening meal, Shun Yuexin's cultivation had become the first proof Moonveil did not merely patch the broken. It could actually raise people again. The women in the line outside the temple heard about it before moonrise. When the next petitioner came through the gate, she had already cried from hope before Lu Cheng touched her wrist. Moonveil would have to learn how to survive becoming an answer. The problem was that answers attract demands faster than structures are ready to carry them. By the next morning, 3 women in line had already asked whether Moonveil restored only cultivators or also women whose households had used debt and marriage to bury talent before it could bloom. Another wanted to know if the sect had a written rule against selling recovered girls back into protective custody once they were healthy enough to fetch a better price. Bai Lingsu, overhearing that one, immediately ordered a slate posted by the entry steps listing Moonveil's simplest law in terms even a hostile caravan hand could understand. No woman healed here would be returned by bargain. The slate calmed the room more than any speech Lu Cheng could have given. That taught him something sharp and useful. Hope does not stabilize people by itself. Procedure does. Moonveil would have to learn that lesson quickly if it wanted to survive being treated as a destination instead of an accident. The lesson was tested before the morning porridge finished boiling. 2 sisters from a fishing hamlet arrived with their aunt and immediately asked whether treatment required debt, whether girls who recovered were later assigned to patrons, and whether Moonveil's rules changed once the doors were shut. Lu Cheng opened his mouth. Bai Lingsu got there first. She pointed to the slate, then to the meal queue, then to the intake bench. Read. Eat. Decide, she said. In that order. The older sister began crying from relief before anyone touched her pulse. Xiao Ming, seeing the effect with her usual ruthless clarity, added a second board showing the sleeping rooms, medicine shelves, night watch rotation, and which women newcomers could approach if they did not want a man near them during treatment. The diagram was awkward, ugly, and almost absurdly effective. Within an hour, the whole entry space felt less like a desperate threshold and more like a place with rules sturdy enough to test. Lu Cheng took that in and understood why the great sects feared plain procedure. Procedure could be audited, and anything that could be audited became harder to corrupt without leaving a stain. Chapter 31 Xiao Ruo's moon physique chose the worst possible night to prove it was still alive. The sky had turned sharp and clear after 3 days of rain, leaving the ridge washed in cold starlight. The new petitioners had been escorted to the side chamber. Xiao Ming was asleep with chalk dust on her sleeves. Bai Lingsu was in the archive room arguing quietly with one of her own agents over whether a caravan route should be rerouted through the river bend or the western bridge. Elder Lon had not returned yet, though he had sent a note saying he would be back with more records and fewer companions than last time. That left Lu Cheng in the courtyard with Xiao Ruo, who had gone out to fetch water and had not come back when expected. He found her at the far edge of the temple steps. She was standing very still with one hand against the wall and the other pressed to her stomach. Cold light bled from beneath her skin in thin white threads. Frost rimed the stone beneath her sandals. Her breathing was shallow and strained. Around her, the moon above had gone bright enough to silver the temple roof. Lu Cheng's chest tightened. The scripture was already warning him before she looked up. Moon current overcapacity. Lunar body cycle reacting to sky phase. If not stabilized, the field will draw nearby Qi into a spiral and collapse her channels. Xiao Ruo saw him and looked horrified. I was only carrying water, she whispered. Lu Cheng moved close enough to judge the pulse at her throat. Too fast. Too sharp. The body was trying to match the moon's rise, and doing so in the ugliest way possible. You were not only carrying water, he said. You were standing under a full trigger phase while your meridians are still learning how to hold themselves together. That is not helpful. I am a servant of brutal accuracy. The joke almost cracked her fear. Almost. The air around her sharpened into a halo of pale frost. This was worse than the first awakening in the cistern court. Not because the surge was stronger, but because it had learned the shape of her body and was trying to claim it more smoothly. The lunar qi wanted out. If he guided it badly, it would use his meridians as a channel and tear both of them apart. Xin Yuexin appeared on the steps, sword half drawn. Bai Lingsu followed a breath later. Xiao Ming, alarmed awake by the shift in the array, trailed behind with chalk already in her fist. Lu Cheng barely had time to think before the scripture snapped a solution into place. Anchor the room. Not the girl alone. The room. He turned to Xin Yuexin. Help me keep the current from spreading. She stepped in without question, placing her palm lightly against the wall and letting her own stabilized Yin current push back against the field. He turned to Bai Lingsu. Seal the door lines and keep anyone else from entering. Already done. Xiao Ming had crouched by the threshold and was sketching a temporary stabilizing loop with chalk so fast the line looked like a blur. Good girl, Bai Lingsu murmured. Xiao Ming glared but did not stop drawing. Lu Cheng put both hands around Xiao Ruo's wrists. Listen to me, he said. You are not a curse. You are not the moon's property. You are a person with a physique that has been abused by the way this world treats power. We are going to make your body stop fighting itself. Xiao Ruo's eyes were wet with panic. What if I break you? Then I will complain bitterly and continue. This time she almost laughed. He let the scripture open through the room, not just the two of them. The provisional array, Xin Yuexin's settled cultivation, Xiao Ming's drawn stabilizers, and Bai Lingsu's clever seal work all fed into the pattern. The moon current spilled from Xiao Ruo in a white tide and met resistance before it could turn into a flood. Lu Cheng adjusted the flow, redistributing the pressure into the temple walls, the floor lines, the old cracked moon emblem, anything that could hold a little of the load without shattering. It should have worked. Instead, the scripture recoiled. The strain was too great. Too much current. Too many bodies sharing it. The bridge took more from Lu Cheng than it should have. A sharp pain lanced through his chest and down his arms. He tasted blood. The room tilted. For one terrifying second, he thought the brand had found the limit of his luck. Then Xin Yuexin stepped closer and placed 2 fingers against the back of his wrist. The connection steadied. Not by force. By trust. The moon current settled into the room at last, no longer raging against itself. Lu Cheng swayed once and kept standing only because Xiao Ruo was leaning into him like a child who had been afraid to do so until now. The room stayed cold for another 100 breaths. Frost traced the edge of the dropped water bucket. White mist hung over the old moon emblem in a thin, trembling ring. Xin Yuexin kept her hand near Lu Cheng's wrist until the final pressure stopped trying to climb back through him. Bai Lingsu moved first once the danger had truly passed, ordering blankets, warm salt water, and silence with the efficiency of a woman who understood that panic becomes ritual if no one gives it better work. No one says anything idiotic about cursed physiques, she said. No one argued. When Xiao Ruo could finally lift her head, her lips were still pale. She looked at the 4 of them as if expecting to discover they had only remained out of obligation. You stayed, she whispered. Han Xingzhu had appeared in the doorway halfway through the surge and was still there with one hand resting on her sword. She gave the shortest possible nod. Danger is not permission to abandon someone, she said. That sentence hit the room harder than any comfort would have. Later, standing over the silver-stained stone after Xiao Rua had been settled, Lu Cheng understood the larger cost of what they had just learned. Some physiques were being turned into liabilities on purpose, not because the heavens were cruel, though they often were, because men built systems that preferred powerful women unstable, frightened, and easy to buy cheap before their bodies killed them. Chapter 32, he nearly missed the assassin because he was still recovering from the moon surge. That was embarrassing, though in his defense, it had been an exhausting night. The temple had settled. Xiao Rua had gone to sleep after trembling herself into a near stupor from relief. Xiao Ming had returned to her chalk, and then fallen asleep sitting upright against the archive wall. Bai Lingsu had taken one look at Lu Cheng's face and ordered him to drink an entire bowl of bitter tea before she would allow any further commentary. Xin Yuexin remained outside on the western step because her cultivation had given her a new habit of watching the dark for trouble in a way that made trouble extremely wise to avoid her. Lu Cheng was in the lower corridor when the first bird call sounded wrong. The scripture flared warning red. He turned just as a shadow crossed the broken roof beam overhead. The attacker moved like a line cut from the dark, lean, fast, wrapped in blue-gray cloth that swallowed moonlight. One hand carried a short blade. The other held a sealed cord talisman. Not a sect patrol, not a bandit. A professional who had chosen the route with the accuracy of someone paid to hunt hidden things. Lu Cheng ducked the first strike by instinct and felt the blade shave the cloth at his shoulder. Xin Yuexin, he shouted. She was already coming. The assassin flicked the cord talisman toward the rear chamber. It burst on contact with the wall and sent a burst of powdered light across the doorway. Not poison. A tracking seal. If it touched Xiao Rua or the recovered petitioners, the hunters would know exactly where Moonveil slept. Lu Cheng threw himself across the corridor and ripped the cloth lantern line down before the light could spread. The assassin cursed and changed angle. The second blade stroke would have gone into Lu Cheng's ribs if Xin Yuexin had not reached him in time. Her sword met the short blade with a crack that made the corridor rail ring. The assassin retreated one step, then two, then pivoted with unnatural quickness toward the temple gate. Not fleeing. Testing. The moon current around Xiao Rua had left the whole temple slightly unstable. The intruder had come to measure the response. That realization made Lu Cheng colder than fear would have. Bai Lingsu, he shouted again. From the archive room came the sound of a chair falling, and then her voice, sharp and clear. I know. Already sealing the lower route. The assassin heard the name and hesitated in the smallest possible way. That was enough. Xin Yuexin drove them toward the outer step, while Lu Cheng used the temple array to lock the corridor behind them. The blade struck silver lines and was thrown aside. The attacker leapt to the roof line instead, light enough to move across the broken tiles without losing speed. They got away, not because they had failed, because the attacker had learned what they came to learn. And that meant the real problem was no longer the blade in the dark. It was the market that kept sending them. It was who had paid for the lesson. Once that truth settled, the temple's mood changed from startled survival to deliberate inventory. Bai Lingsu stopped asking who might wish them harm and started listing which buyers had enough money to outsource precision violence. Xiao Ming redrew the night wards with a secondary choke line, so no intruder could test the corridor without revealing which threshold they had come to measure. Xin Yuexin shifted the sleeping order so the youngest rescued girls were no longer nearest any obvious entry point. Moonveil was beginning to understand that self-defense did not start at the blade. It started in who slept where, who watched which road, and which doors were allowed to remain predictable. By midday, Bai Lingsu had traced the cord seal to a broker house in the eastern market. By evening, her expression had become the kind of pleasant that meant someone else's night was about to become worse. She set the report in front of Lu Cheng without speaking. The buyer chain had a name attached to the outer payment trail, and the name was tied to one of Madame Crimson Thread's lesser couriers. That made the attack legible. Bai Lingsu traced the payment timing, the talisman paper, and the route choice with the same expression she used while balancing accounts. Cheap houses bought poison and noise. Patient ones bought measurement. The assassin had not come to kill if killing proved inconvenient. The assassin had come to take the temple's pulse. A blade with eyes, Bai Lingsu said. Xin Yuexin looked down at the broker mark and answered without hesitation. Then we blind the next one. Xiao Ming had already begun redrawing the lower hall. She marked the old sleeping room with a cross, moved the youngest petitioners deeper into the structure, and inserted a false weak point near the corridor corner where any second intruder would think the ward thinned. Elder Lon, watching over her shoulder, made a quiet, approving sound. Good, he said. A refuge that survives learns which truths to hide. By dusk, Moon Vale had been rearranged. The west entry no longer led toward anyone vulnerable. Bai Lingsu had seeded a rumor that the temple's best healers slept in the wrong wing. Shen Yuexin shifted her watch pattern so no outside observer could draw a clean map from habit alone. Someone had paid for a lesson about Moon Vale. The next lesson, Lu Cheng decided, would be more expensive. Chapter 33. Lu Cheng nearly killed himself trying to make Moon Vale stronger. It happened on a night when too many women arrived at once. 3 had come from a washing guild below the mountain, 1 from a broken herb house, 2 from a road escort camp, and 1 from a noble villa where her family had discovered that her cultivation would become useful only if she agreed to be married into a function. That made 7 in addition to the ones already housed at the temple. More than the provisional array had been built for. More than Lu Cheng's current foundation preferred. More than the scripture had any desire to handle all at once. He should have staggered the work. He did not. Because every woman who arrived had been told some version of the same lie. Wait. Endure. Be useful later. Maybe someone with authority will notice your pain before it matters. And because Moonvale's roof was still leaky, its storage room too small, and its trust too fragile for him to say no to one more broken channel when he could feel the difference between death and survival under his hand. So he spent the evening anchoring the new arrivals one by one. He repaired the washing guild girl's shoulder tear. He loosened the herb house woman's collapsed lower flow. He drew the road escort woman's moon current away from a crack that would have wrecked her if she tried to break through alone. Then the 4th began to sweat, and the 5th cried, and the 6th refused to sit because she was too frightened to trust any man close enough to touch her wrist, and the 7th kept apologizing for taking up so much of the room. The scripture responded to all of it. Then it punished him for overreaching. Pain lanced from the brand in his chest into every channel he had opened that night. He nearly bit through his own tongue before Shen Yuexin caught him by the elbow and forced him to sit. Enough, she said. He tried to protest and found he did not have the breath. Bai Lingsu, who had been writing names into the new ledger with grim efficiency, looked up and swore softly. You are bright white. I am fine, Lu Cheng rasped. You are the opposite of fine. His vision narrowed. The room around him pulsed in time with a heartbeat that was not strictly his. The scripture had begun to draw in lifespan to compensate for the volume of connections. Not a little. Enough to make him understand, in cold and absolute detail, what it meant to carry a system that demanded trust as payment and had little patience for overuse. He did not pass out because Shen Yuexin slapped a stabilizing palm between his shoulder blades and anchored him through the worst of it. When the dizziness receded, he saw Elder Lon standing at the doorway with a stack of scrolls and an expression that had gone unusually still. You overextended the anchor, the old man said. I noticed, Lu Cheng muttered. Elder Lon stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Then listen carefully. A sect can bear more of the burden than one body can, but only if the disciples inside it learn to give the burden back instead of leaving it all on the founder. That was not mystical advice. It was administrative violence against a bad habit. Too many sects survived by feeding one authority with everyone else's labor while calling the arrangement noble. Moonvale could not afford to become the same shape merely because its intentions were cleaner. If Lu Cheng insisted on serving as sole engine, then the scripture would eat him, the women would be stranded, and the sect would die with prettier doctrine than its enemies. Xiao Rua seemed to realize that first. She tightened the blanket around her shoulders and said, almost apologetically, that she could sort medicine stores and track which herbs spoiled fastest. Xiao Ming added 2 new route marks to the slate without being asked. Han Xingzhu said she could train any woman strong enough to stop flinching at the first noise of steel. Bai Lingsu shut the ledger and looked directly at Lu Cheng. Martyrdom is a management failure, she said. It was rude. It was also the most accurate sentence in the room. Elder Lon looked mildly pleased that someone else had said it first. Good, he said. Then stop asking whether Moonvale deserves to survive and start deciding what it must build before the next blow lands. That reframed the whole room. They were no longer discussing ideals. They were listing missing organs. Night watch. Medicine accountability. Intake rules. Sleeping order. False routes for intruders. A way to receive women faster than panic could scatter them again. Lu Cheng felt something inside his thinking shift as each item took shape. Rescue first and structure later had carried them this far. It would also kill them if they tried to keep living that way. The next crisis was coming whether Moonvale liked it or not. The only question was whether it would arrive to find a shelter still improvising or a sect that had finally learned to distribute its weight. Chapter 34. Elder Lon spread the scrolls across the archive table like a surgeon opening the chest of history. The archive room smelled of old paper, moon dust, and the medicinal paste drying in the corridor outside. Elderland's hands moved over the diagrams with the care of a man who respected old systems not because they were unchanging, but because they survived by teaching their people how to share pressure. Lu Cheng had been so focused on his own survival that he had treated the scripture like a singular blade. The diagrams suggested it was closer to a woven net, and nets did not work if one strand tried to carry the sea. You keep assuming the scripture belongs only to you because it selected you, he said. That is the first misunderstanding. It selected you because you were available. It will strengthen through you, but it can also be sustained through the structure around you. Lu Cheng, still pale from the backlash, looked at the scrolls with guarded skepticism. Structures are not people. No, Elderland said, but they are made by them. Xin Yuexin sat across from Lu Cheng with her sword laid flat on the table. Bai Lingsu hovered near the archive shelf, pretending not to care while caring with professional intensity. Xiao Ruo, who had not fully slept since the moon surge, leaned against the wall with a blanket around her shoulders. Xiao Ming sat on the floor sketching new support lines in chalk. Elderland pointed to a diagram of an old moon temple network. These anchor houses were not built around a single master. They had multiple stabilizers. Some offered qi, some offered memory, some offered structure, discipline, trade, protection, or simple continuity. The founder was only one part of the machine. Lu Cheng frowned. And the scripture can do that now? It could always do that, Elderland said. You merely lack the benefit of a lineage to tell you how. Bai Lingsu leaned forward. Meaning, the old man said, that moon veil could create collective fate. Not destiny in the romantic sense. Not some grand cosmic blessing. Something subtler and more practical. When women cultivated together under a shared intent, when they protected one another long enough for trust to stop being rare, the burden on the anchor did not vanish but redistributed. The scripture would still open through Lu Cheng, but the sect's own cohesion would feed it and keep it from devouring him alive. Xin Yuexin's hand tightened on the sword. Then the more of us there are, the less you need to spend yourself alone, Elderland said. Xiao Ming raised her chalk and wrote one character on the floor. Share. Lu Cheng stared at it. The word landed harder than he expected, because all the early logic of Moon Veil had been built on the idea that he was the bridge and the women were the ones crossing it. Useful. Necessary. But still somewhat separate. This said otherwise. Moonveil would not survive if it treated him as a solitary engine. It would survive by becoming a body. Bodies shared pressure, or they failed. That principle spread through the temple faster than Lu Cheng expected once the women heard it spoken plainly. One petitioner who could barely lift a grain sack offered instead to keep night count on the medicine jars because she had copied inventories in a herb house for 10 years and could tell from the sound of a lid whether a measure had been altered. Another, too damaged to cultivate again, yet steady with a needle, began repairing sleeves and lining winter wraps for the girls rescued off the road. Moonveil's first real growth was not in power. It was in women ceasing to think of themselves as deadweight simply because another institution had named them so. Lu Cheng put that principle into practice the same day. The old storage alcove became a distribution room with a slate on the wall. Medicines were marked by urgency instead of price. Water duty rotated by strength and proximity rather than by whoever looked too timid to refuse. Bai Lingsu opened a new ledger separating gifts from obligations so no future patron could claim that support entitled them to a say in any woman's body or path. The work looked dull on paper. In reality, it changed the temperature of the entire temple. Women spoke louder when their labor had edges. One former servant, too frightened to meet anyone's gaze, turned out to remember exactly which visitors had entered on which hour and became more useful than a bell tower. Another, unable to cultivate but excellent with thread, redesigned blanket ties so the younger girls could unfasten them in the dark without panic. Administration, Lu Cheng realized, was not the absence of defense. It was the circulation system that kept defense from collapsing into improvisation. That discovery altered the women more quickly than any sermon. The next time Lu Cheng crossed the courtyard, no one apologized for contributing small things. The girl who counted jars reported missing lamp oil like she was filing battlefield intelligence. The woman repairing sleeves began measuring winter wraps according to watch assignments instead of age. Even Xiao Ruo, still shy enough to lower her gaze when spoken to directly, had started correcting herb placement when someone set the sedatives too close to the fever bark. Once labor had boundaries and consequence, it stopped looking like servitude and started looking like authority. Moonveil needed that change desperately, because predators loved women who believed their own work disappeared the moment it was finished. Chapter 35 Moonveil's first internal ceremony was held at midnight. They chose the old moon platform in the courtyard because it had become the most truthful part of the temple. It was the place where the array had first awakened, where the provisional coin had been named, and where enough people had bled, sworn, or recovered to make the stones remember them. Elder Lon set 2 lanterns on either side of the platform, and then stepped back, saying only that every sect eventually learned what kind of night it wanted to keep. The women gathered in a half-circle. Some were still frightened. Some were curious. Some were too bruised or too exhausted to stand fully straight. Bai Lingsu had insisted on joining despite calling ceremony inefficient. Han Qingzhu stood with one hand on her sword, and a look that said she had not yet decided whether reverence was a trick. Xin Yuexin held herself with calmer dignity than she had 3 weeks ago. Xiao Ruo hovered close to Lu Cheng, but no longer behind him. Xiao Ming sat on a stool with chalk tucked into her belt like a second dagger. Lu Cheng looked at them and felt the scripture stir with a warmth that was almost painful. "This is not a pledge of ownership," he said. No one interrupted. "It is not a promise that any of us will remain unchanged. It is only a vow that while we are here, we do not use one another as the sect used us." Bai Lingsu crossed her arms. "And if someone tries?" He looked at her. "Then the answer is no." That got a flicker of approval from Han Qingzhu. Xiao Ruo raised a tentative hand. "What about if someone needs help?" Lu Cheng smiled faintly. "Then we help. Need is not the same as ownership." Elder Lon nodded once, satisfied. The oath they spoke was simple. "We will not claim another's path. We will not sell another's weakness. We will learn to hold what was denied to us. We will answer when Moon Veil is called." When the last line was spoken, Lu Cheng pressed the moon coin into the center of the stone platform. Silver lines erupted outward in a ring. Not just around him this time. Around all of them. He felt the scripture widen, then settle into a new shape that included more than his own breathing. Not enough to make him invincible. Enough to make him less alone. The temple lights flickered once and then held steady, as if acknowledging the greater body that had formed inside its walls. Xiao Ming looked up from the glowing lines and, for the first time since arriving, smiled without fear. Moonveil had become a sect. Not a shelter. Not a rumor. A living thing. Living things either learned to defend their shape or got cut apart by hungrier ones. That meant defense could not remain an abstract glory reserved for sword hands. It had to enter storage, sleep rotation, route discipline, ledgers, child supervision, the exact angle at which a lamp should be hooded on a wet night. Xiao Ming understood that before any of them did. By dawn after the ceremony, she had already redrawn the ward board so every woman in the temple could tell where her work sat inside the larger structure. Some tasks were marked with swords, some with bowls, some with ink, some with moon sigils for those helping stabilize the bond. It was the ugliest, beautiful piece of governance Lu Cheng had seen in his life. The board worked immediately. Girls who had spent weeks hovering by thresholds now knew where to bring spoiled grain, where to report suspicious hoof marks, and which rooms were not to be entered without witness after dark. Xin Yuexin added 3 blunt principles under the sword marker. Break grip, keep breath, move toward witness. Xiao Ruo tagged the herb shells with colored knots so frightened newcomers could tell calming draft from pain tonic. Bai Lingsu, unable to resist improving anything that affected survival, inserted a supply notation system so no one would quietly starve one room to feed another without leaving evidence. None of that looked heroic. That was the point. Heroics were expensive. Systems multiplied ordinary courage until it became difficult to erase. The board also revealed something less comfortable. Every useful function created a point an enemy might try to break. If someone poisoned stores, who noticed first? If a frightened newcomer ran at night, which woman knew the shortest safe route before she hit the ravine? If bounty hunters returned with papers instead of blades, who spoke clearly enough at the gate to keep fear from becoming obedience? The answers were improving, but they were not complete. Xiao Ming knew it. She stood back from the board, chalk on her fingers, and frowned at the unmarked gaps, as if the empty spaces offended her personally. They should have offended all of them. Moonveil had become a living structure. Living structures could still be mapped, pressured, and broken if they left too many blank places for an enemy to exploit. Chapter 36. The bounty hunters came at dawn. They arrived from 3 directions in coordinated formation, which meant someone had finally decided Moonveil was worth sending professionals after. The first squad climbed the western ridge with hooked blades and fire tags. The second used the lower ravine and carried chain nets designed to catch women alive. The third approached openly on the road with the confidence of men who believed a respectable banner could excuse ugly work. Han Qingzhu noticed the first one before the temple's outer bells rang. She was already awake, because people who had been forced into hidden recovery often slept as if expecting a knife. She stepped to the ridge edge, drew her sword, and waited while the wind worried at her sleeves. Lu Cheng reached the doorway a breath later. How many? She smiled without humor. Enough to be irritating. That was as close as anyone in Moonvale came to saying they were prepared. The first fight began on the western ridge where the slope narrowed and the hunters lost the advantage of their nets. Han Qingzhu met the lead hunter in a single line of steel and proved, with clean economy, that her sword had become more dangerous than the sects expected. The man's first fire tag went wide. The second she cut in half. Xin Yuexin came up behind her and used the new balance in her own cultivation to force the flank hunters back. Bai Lingsu shouted from the wall. Try not to kill anyone useful. You define useful very broadly. Lu Cheng called back. I am a merchant. It is my profession. The lower ravine hunters pressed hard. Their chain nets were meant to entangle smaller groups and drag them into the open. Xiao Ming, who had never been in a real fight before, stood at the edge of the array platform with chalk clenched in one fist and enough concentration to make the old moon lines answer her commands faster than they had any right to. She redirected two of the nets into a false channel and left the hunters tripping over one another in their own line work. Lu Cheng could only watch for a heartbeat. Then the third squad on the road opened a formal banner. They were using the law as a weapon. The banner declared Moonvale a blasphemous refuge harboring runaway sect property and black market assets. The wording was precise enough to make local courts hesitate. Not because it was true, because it was useful. The lead hunter began reading an arrest order loud enough for the road to hear. Lu Cheng stepped onto the temple steps and answered with the moon coin. This sect does not recognize your authority, he said. The hunter laughed and advanced. Then he met the array. Silver lines hit the road stone and shoved the squad back in a wave that snapped their neat formation apart. Xin Yuexin took advantage of the opening and disarmed the first three before they could recover. Han Qingzhu, now moving with the clean confidence of someone who had finally been allowed to use her whole sword path, cut the banner pole in half. The hunters began to understand that the sect was not a rumor anymore. It was a problem. More specifically, it was a coordinated problem. The hunters had expected a hidden refuge with one or two talented women and a nervous master behind them. What they found instead was a sect that had started talking to itself properly. Xiao Ming's redirected nets were not luck. They had been rehearsed on the ward board. The kitchen girls knew which water jars to drag uphill and which path to keep clear for retreat. Xin Yuexin and Han Qingzhu were no longer acting like separate blades. They were response points inside the same design. One of the younger petitioners, still bandaged from an earlier rescue, jammed the broken banner base into a wheel rut exactly where Xiao Ming had marked a choke point the day before. Another woman dragged the abandoned chain nets uphill before the hunters could reclaim them. Moonvale was still underbuilt, still vulnerable, still poor. But it had crossed the line between shelter and structure, and the enemy felt it at once. By the time the last squad withdrew, two of the bounty hunters were unconscious. One had fled with a broken sleeve seal, and the road outside Moonvale was lined with the sort of embarrassment that would take days to repair. Han Qingzhu rested her sword on her shoulder and looked at Lu Cheng. That was not bad, she said. High praise from you. Do not get used to it. Bai Lingsu, counting captured tags with the delight of a woman who knew useful information when she saw it, murmured, this changes the market. Lu Cheng turned to her. In what way? People now know Moonvale can defend itself. Xin Yuexin wiped blood from her sleeve. That is useful. And, Bai Lingsu said, smiling a little too pleasantly, our enemies now know their hunters can be embarrassed in public. That part, Lu Cheng suspected, was what would spread fastest. He was right before the blood on the stones had even dried. One captured fire tag carried a private guild mark. The broken banner pole would become a story by noon. Two surviving hunters had fled downhill, wearing the sort of disgrace professional killers remembered longer than wounds. Moonvale's victory was not large enough to make it safe. It was large enough to become expensive to ignore. Somewhere below the ridge, someone would already be recalculating the price of removing them. Chapter 37 by Lingsu found the buyers by following the money, which she claimed was only the civilized way to do it. She spent 2 nights in the archive room with Xiao Ming helping her compare trademarks, cargo seals, and hawker invoices confiscated from the bounty hunters. Lu Cheng passed by twice and saw the mountain of notes growing like a second wall. He also saw Bai Lingsu becoming progressively less amused. On the third night, she called them all in. Sit, she said, which from her tone meant either a breakthrough or a funeral. They gathered around the table. Even Xiao Ruo came because the atmosphere felt wrong enough to warrant witnesses. Bai Lingsu laid out 3 ledger slips, each marked with a separate buyer channel. Madame Crimson Thread's buyers are not just criminals, she said. They are patrons. Iron Sun Sect is on one list. Two regional alliances are on another. One of the names is a respectable herbal sect that publicly condemns trafficking and privately purchases girls with rare bodies for protection custody. Xin Yuexin's face went still. Han Qingzhu let out a low, ugly laugh. Of course. And there is more. Bai Lingsu tapped the third slip. A buyer chain reaches into the auction house that handles your likely rescue missions. They are not merely selling captured women downward. They are pricing them upward as investments. Lu Cheng's jaw tightened. The scripture in his chest turned sharp and cold. The whole market had a structure. Girls with promising physiques moved through layers of hands. Broken foundations were purchased by people who knew how to hide power and call it dependence. It was not chaos. It was an economy. Xiao Ruo looked sick. Why would sex buy women like that? Because those women are useful, Bai Lingsu said. And because useful things are easier to own when they have already been taught to feel grateful for rescue. Xin Yuexin rested one hand on the table hard enough to make the boards creak. Lu Cheng took the slips and studied the seals. If we expose this publicly, they will deny it, Bai Lingsu said. And then they will panic. Han Qingzhu gave a short nod. That is enough. Bai Lingsu smiled. You are learning. The revelation changed Moonveil's strategy overnight. No longer a simple refuge. No longer just a place to heal the broken who found their way up the ridge. The sect now knew the river of buyers and brokers that fed the entire system. That meant future rescues would not merely be acts of mercy. They would be strikes against the market itself. Lu Cheng folded the slips and asked the question that mattered. Which names are highest? Bai Lingsu's expression sharpened. The ones pretending to be righteous. That, unfortunately, sounded exactly right. Bai Lingsu proved it with detail. One alliance house listed purchases under protective convalescence assets. A respectable herbal sect kept girls with rare bodies in private recovery dorms until gratitude blurred into dependency. Another buyer specialized in marriage contracts that converted female cultivation into branch leverage while leaving the women involved no legal exit once their value was recognized. The paperwork changed by region. The appetite did not. Han Qingzhu read the slips and gave a laugh with no amusement in it. They always hide filth inside clean words. Because clean words survive inspection, Bai Lingsu said. Lu Cheng set the slips down and understood that brute rescue would not be enough. If the market ran on reputations as much as chains, then Moonveil would need witnesses, records, and public shame sharp enough to cut through denial. Destroying a trafficker helped. Making a righteous house impossible to trust was better. Then we make them carry their own names when they fall, he said. Xin Yuexin's gaze sharpened. Han Qingzhu's smile looked more like a threat than approval. Bai Lingsu, hearing strategy turn into policy, reached for a fresh ledger page at once. Moonveil had begun by saving women from disappearing. Its next stage would require making powerful people impossible to hide. Chapter 38. The auction house wore the face of a charitable pavilion. It sat outside South River on a broad terrace of pale stone with hanging lanterns, silk banners, and enough polite guards to make the building look respectable to anyone not interested in looking closer. The outer sign read Spring Peace Hall. The inner business, as Bai Lingsu had described it, was another matter entirely. Even from the alley, Lu Cheng could smell perfumed oil trying to cover the stink of too many bodies moving through enclosed space. The guards at the side gate wore polished boots and a bureaucrat's patience, which somehow made them more hateful than if they had been openly savage. Wealth had dressed itself as civility here. That alone made the place feel wrong before he ever crossed the threshold. Lu Cheng stood in the side alley behind the pavilion wearing clerk robes, a plain cap, and a borrowed wax tablet. The disguise was good enough to be insulting. Try not to look like you are planning a rescue, Bai Lingsu had told him before they parted. How does one look less like that? Less heroic. More bored. He had been offended by how helpful that advice turned out to be. Inside the pavilion, a clerk with a thin mustache checked his papers and barely glanced at him. Lu Cheng lowered his eyes, hunched his shoulders, and adopted the exhausted posture of a man who had spent too many years carrying ledgers for people who would never carry his weight. It was a useful skill. It also made him hate the room immediately. The auction floor was below the main hall, arranged in concentric terraces around a lowered platform. Curtains hid the compartments where the captives were being held before sale. A seal array over the rafters suppressed spiritual noise. The buyers were already gathering. Wealthy men, a few masked women from proprietary clans, one merchant patron in jade rings, and several sect attendants whose faces Lu Cheng would have preferred to forget. One of them was a familiar Iron Sun Sect steward. That made the scripture burn. Lu Cheng kept his face carefully bored and drifted close enough to hear the steward say to his companion, "The lot from the eastern routes always fetches above estimate. Rare constitutions and no family protection." And if someone comes looking? The companion asked. We are a licensed charitable pavilion, the steward said. Let them look. Lu Cheng wrote nothing on the wax tablet. He memorized instead. Lu Cheng moved through the outer corridor with a tray of papers and a borrowed inventory charm, while Shun Yuexin, Han Qingzhu, and Bai Lingsu signaled from hidden positions outside. Xiao Ming had built a tiny interference loop into the side archive that would scramble the pavilion's lock formation at the right moment. Xiao Ruo was back at Moon Vale, which he accepted reluctantly because someone needed to remain with the younger petitioners. The auction master began calling out lots. Not names. Lots. The first captive appeared on the platform with her wrists bound in silver thread. She had been told to smile. She did not. Lu Cheng could not afford to stare, but he did anyway long enough to memorize the guard positions and the timing of the curtain pulls. Then he saw the hidden waiting room. 3 girls. 1 older woman. 1 boy with a sealed collar. He had not expected the boy. The auction master declared a rare physique, and the crowd leaned forward. Lu Cheng almost lost his temper then and there. He did not because the raid had not started yet. The signal came from Bai Lingsu as a wine glass shattering 3 corridors away. Xiao Ming's interference loop ignited. Shin Yuexin hit the stage from the east curtain. Han Qingzhu came from above. Lu Cheng, still wearing clerk robes that had become instantly useless, threw the tray into the nearest lamp line and shouted for the captives to run. The pavilion exploded into chaos. The chaos looked unplanned only to the buyers. Inside it, Moonvale's coordination held. Bai Lingsu's outside wagon team blocked the north alley exactly when the first secondary guards tried to circle. Xiao Ming's interference loop tripped the archive lock 2 breaths earlier than predicted, which turned the pavilion's own suppressive arrays against the staff corridor. Shin Yuexin cut the stage line low enough that the public eye stayed on the auction master instead of on the girls slipping out through smoke. Han Qingzhu took the rafters not to grandstand, but because from there she could decide which panic became useful and which needed to die immediately. Lu Cheng felt the pattern more than he saw it. That was new. The bond inside Moon Vale was still young, but it had started behaving like a live circuit. When Shin Yuexin shifted left, he understood the opening before he looked. When Xiao Ming's sabotage hit the second latch room, he felt the corridor pressure change through the moon coin. The sect was not merely helping him. It was informing him. So he acted accordingly. He sent the older captive first because she could carry 2 younger girls once panic broke. He tore the inventory ribbons from the record shelf instead of burning them because proof could wound farther than fire. He used the smoke and noise not to flee blindly, but to make sure the buyers would later remember exactly how respectable they had looked while scrambling over chained children. And for one brief, vicious moment, Lu Cheng understood something the traffickers had relied on for years. Respectability was one of their most expensive defenses. Tonight Moon Vale was setting it on fire in front of witnesses. Chapter 39, the first true victory Moon Vale ever won, looked a lot like disaster. That was because the rescue mission had to begin with confusion. The auction floor went from hushed commerce to screaming outrage in 3 breaths. Bai Lingsu's outside team cut the pavilion's courier routes at the same moment Xiao Ming collapsed the archive lock, which meant the guards could not summon help quickly and the buyers could not escape cleanly. Shin Yuexin tore through the east curtain and drove the auction master back into his own display platform. Han Qingzhu broke the overhead seal lanterns with such force that the suppressive smoke rolled down into the crowd. Lu Cheng found the waiting room and nearly stopped breathing. The captives there were younger than the ones on stage, most of them. One girl was so frightened she had tied herself to a post with her own sleeve in case she ran. The boy with the sealed collar had gone perfectly still, which Lu Cheng recognized as the kind of fear that had already climbed inside the body and started thinking for itself. This way, he said. One of the girls stared at him in disbelief. Are you with them? Not if I can help it. That answer convinced her faster than a noble speech would have. He took the collar seal from the boy's throat with the scripture and nearly snapped the formation in the process because it had been built to resist tampering. The boy coughed, bent double, then looked up at Lu Cheng with raw terror and a strange, careful kind of gratitude. The boy did not make it out cleanly. That was the part no rescue story likes to admit. He stumbled, lost the hand of the girl beside him, and nearly got trampled when a panicked buyer tried to force his way through the corridor. Shin Yuexin intercepted the buyer's blade before it struck, but the moment cost them precious time. One of the girls in the rear passage took a cut to the arm. Another froze in the doorway and could not be moved until Han Qingzhu shouted at her to keep breathing like a living person instead of a victim in a pamphlet. Lu Cheng got them out anyway. He did it by turning the suppressed spirit arrays in the pavilion against themselves. The moon coin in his hand burned hotter than it ever had. The provisional temple array, though far away, answered through the sect bond, and fed him just enough balance to keep the rescue moving. When the guards tried to seal the outer gate, Xiao Ming's interference line crashed the formation and left the doors half open. Bai Lingsu, outside in the alley with Munveil's wagon team, had already prepared the escape route. What followed was less a clean withdrawal than a rolling flood of freed bodies moving through smoke and broken silk. The common people outside the pavilion saw enough to understand the truth. Not every detail. Enough. Captives in chains. Buyers in panic. Sect guards hiding behind respectable clothing. A temple sect from the hills opening its doors for the injured instead of collecting profit. By the time the last wagon rolled away, Spring Peace Hall had become the opposite of its name in the eyes of half the street. Moonveil had not only saved the captives, it had ruined the story the traffickers told about themselves. That mattered almost as much. Road witnesses would carry the rest. The buyers could deny numbers later. They could forge ledgers, by testimony, lean on local clerks, and insist the captives had been debtors or servants or unstable girls who misunderstood charity. It would not matter as much after half the street had seen silk-clad patrons trampling one another to escape, while bound children stumbled through smoke toward the only people trying to shield them. Moonveil had stolen more than inventory. It had stolen narrative control. By dawn, that loss would begin costing the auction house and places coin could not easily repair. Chapter 40. Madame Crimson Thread did not come herself. That would have been too honest. Instead, she sent a crimson-edged letter through a black courier the next morning. The note was thick with lacquer and polite enough to be offensive. Moonveil Sect has made a conspicuous habit of interfering in private commerce. For each lost caravan, the price of correction increases. For each rescued captive, the cost of retaliation rises. Do not mistake poverty for weakness. Do not mistake mercy for impotence. A more careful person would have been frightened by the seal. Lu Cheng was too angry to be careful. He laid the letter on the temple table and looked at the women gathered around it. Shen Yuexin with her sword resting against her shoulder, Han Qingzhu cleaning the edge of a blade she had not yet decided to name, Bai Lingsu pretending she was not pleased by the scale of the problem, Xiao Ruo working herbs beside Xiao Ming, while the mute girl adjusted the east wall array by chalk line from memory. The temple was full now. Not crowded. Full in the way a bowl is full when it has finally stopped pretending it can carry only a little water. She is escalating, Bai Lingsu said. Good, Han Qingzhu replied. Shen Yuexin read the letter and set it down. That means she feels the loss. Lu Cheng folded his hands. And what are we meant to feel? Annoyed, Bai Lingsu said. That is not enough. Then use angry. It's cheaper. He almost laughed. Instead, he looked toward the outer steps where the rescued girls now slept in borrowed blankets, and the freed boy from the pavilion had finally accepted a bowl of soup from Xiao Ruo without flinching. The cost of the raid was clear enough. Not everyone had escaped without injury. The temple was not yet large enough for the flood of new arrivals. Food would need to be stretched. The next patrol would be harder. The auctions would move. The buyers would sharpen their methods. The world had noticed. But so had the women. Letters arrived by evening. One from a herb runner in the low valley who had seen the rescue through the road rumor and brought 2 extra sacks of grain. One from a weaver who offered cloth if Moonveil would keep a daughter hidden for a week. One from a village wife who wrote only, I am not ready yet, but I am listening. Then came the first travelers. 3 at dusk. For more after dark. Not rescued this time. Not yet. Just women who had heard enough to believe the temple in the hills might be real and not merely a rumor for the desperate. They arrived carrying bundles, fear, and the kind of exhausted hope that comes only when a door has finally been confirmed open. Lu Cheng stood on the step with the letter from Madame Crimson Thread in his hand while the next line of petitioners climbed the ridge. He understood, with a sudden clarity that felt like both triumph and dread, that Moonveil was no longer hiding from the world. The world was coming to it. That was the triumph. It was also the threat. Every new petitioner meant food, rooms, medicine, watch rotation, and one more life that would become prey if Moonveil failed. Madame Crimson Thread's letter was not merely anger. It was a timetable. The market had noticed an interruption and would respond like a market always did, by trying to make rescue more expensive than surrender. Lu Cheng folded the lacquered note once, then twice, until it cracked at the seal. Good, he said quietly. Because if the world was climbing the ridge already, then the next fight would not be about whether Moonveil existed. It would be about who arrived first, the women who needed it, or the people who wanted to price them again. Chapter 41. The morning after the pavilion raid felt different before anyone said a word. Moonveil's courtyard still held the same rough stones and patched rope lines, but the air over them had changed. The women who had once arrived clutching their sleeves now moved with a little less hesitation, as if the temple had finally become a place that expected them to remain. Lu Cheng noticed it in the way the waiting line formed without confusion, in the way Xiaoruo began handing out bowls without asking permission every 10 breaths, and in the way Xin Yuexin no longer stood at the gate, as if she were prepared to leave at any moment. A refuge could survive a rescue. A sect had to survive the day after. Moonveil Sect stopped feeling like a rumor the first time someone asked to pay rent. The request would have been funny in a different life. Here it felt like a line being crossed in both directions at once. People who had once climbed the hill with injuries hidden under sleeves were now asking what it would cost to stay. That was the difference between charity and community. Charity arrived with gratitude and left with relief. Community asked for structure because it intended to remain long enough to need it again. It happened 2 mornings after the last petitioners climbed the ridge. The temple courtyard was crowded with blankets drying on ropes, meal bowls stacked beside the kitchen annex, and a line of women waiting to have their channels checked before joining the others in the side chamber. Lu Cheng had just finished loosening a knot in a herb runner's lower meridians when Bai Lingsu appeared at the archive threshold with a ledger in one hand and the expression of a woman who had discovered the beginning of a useful headache. "We need to talk about supplies," she said. Lu Cheng straightened slowly and pressed 2 fingers to his own wrist before answering. "We need to talk about not using the word we as if it means the same thing when you say it." Bai Lingsu ignored him. "The temple food stores will not survive another week unless we formalize the incoming donations." Xin Yuexin looked up from the courtyard where she was drilling a line of the newer women through breath control exercises. "That is a lovely way of saying we are short on grain. It is a professional way of saying it." Bai Lingsu spread the ledger on the table. "If the women arriving from the valley keep coming at this rate, we either become a sect with rules or a very well-meaning famine." Lu Cheng had expected this. He had not expected it quite this quickly. Moonveil had survived by reacting. A woman arrived, and they helped her. A problem appeared, and they fixed it. Someone came with a wound, and the scripture turned his hands into an answer. But a sect could not live in pure reaction. It needed ledgers, grain counts, water rotation, sleeping order, and someone who could look at a pile of borrowed blankets and determine whether the building itself was about to collapse under the weight of its own kindness. He pinched the bridge of his nose. "Fine," he said. "How much grain?" "Not enough to pretend this is sustainable," Bai Lingsu said. "Fortunately, that has never stopped anyone with ambition." She turned the ledger toward him and tapped a line. "South River is sending more supplies because your rescue of Spring Peace Hall has made you market famous. The Low Valley's washerwomen have started sending bundles of cloth. The peddlers at the Western Fork are leaving cabbage and dried bean curd. But that is all momentum. If we do not build a system, momentum will just make a larger pile of hungry people." Xiao Ming, who had been crouched near the temple steps marking the ward lines in chalk, came over and wrote 2 characters on the lower edge of the ledger. "Need schedule." Lu Cheng stared at the note, then at the girl. "Yes," he said quietly. "That too." He watched Xiao Ming sprint off with the ledger notes and felt a strange knot of gratitude. The girl was still small enough to disappear behind a wash basin, but she had the instincts of someone who understood the shape of a system before she understood the shape of power. Moonveil would need that kind of mind if it was going to survive the men who mistook bookkeeping for obedience. The next hour became a chaos of practical cruelty. Who ate first? The women whose channels were least stable, because a body trying to heal from damage could not do it on fumes. Who watered the herb beds, because the mountain soil would dry out by the afternoon if they didn't. Who stayed in the archive chamber, because not every newcomer had the courage for the courtyard, and some needed a smaller room before they could believe the world had stopped chasing them. Who guarded the temple at night, because Moonveil had already learned that doors without watchmen invited the wrong sort of curiosity. Lu Cheng sat in the center of it and felt, with a strange and reluctant kind of awe, the shape of governance beginning to form around him. Not noble governance. Not elegant governance. Just enough structure that help could survive being repeated. By sunset, they had a cook rotation, a herb rotation, a guard rotation, and a rule that no one was to enter the temple archive room without first asking Xiao Ming whether the current ward pattern could support the foot traffic. The girl accepted this responsibility with solemn dignity and immediately drew 3 new support lines into the courtyard corners. Moonveil had become a place where work could be named. That was the first real step toward becoming a sect. The second step came when people started objecting to the work openly instead of silently resenting it. One woman complained that she had not climbed a mountain to scrub pots after being humiliated by her birth clan. Another insisted she should not have to stand night watch because she had come for healing, not service. Lu Cheng expected the arguments. What surprised him was how quickly other women answered them. A former servant said healing did not happen in bowls that cleaned themselves. A widowed cultivator with a half-restored foundation pointed out that being protected by other women while refusing to protect them in return was only another kind of aristocratic habit. The quarrel might have turned bitter if Han Qingzhu had not finally cut through it by saying, "If you want a sect without chores, die and become a legend. The living have to wash things." That ended the discussion in the only useful way, with laughter bitter enough to become honesty. From then on, the rotations stopped feeling like humiliations and started feeling like evidence that Moonvale meant what it said. No one here would be kept fragile for someone else's convenience. No one here would be excused from contribution by prestige. Even those too injured for heavy work were given some visible part in the life of the temple. Sorting herbs, watching children, copying names, feeding the stove. A place becomes trustworthy when it refuses to turn helplessness into hierarchy. Xiao Ming, who had begun as the child at the edge of the room, became one of the earliest proofs of that principle. Once given responsibility for the ward traffic, she started treating the archive threshold like a border between chaos and meaning. She chalked arrows where the older women would not trip. She drew tiny moons beside unstable floor stones so new arrivals would learn the temple by memory rather than fear. Lu Cheng saw in her the same thing he was beginning to see in Moonvale itself. Authority growing upward from usefulness instead of downward from entitlement. It also meant the temple had stopped feeling accidental. The women who came through its gate were no longer wandering through a temporary mercy. They were entering a system that expected to see them tomorrow. Lu Cheng had not realized how much of his effort had been spent preventing collapse until the structure itself began asking for maintenance, schedules, and records. That was not a burden. It was proof that the place had started to believe in its own continuation. It also meant the temple could no longer pretend to be temporary. Every rotation was a promise. Every shared meal was a decision about who belonged and who would wait. Lu Cheng had not expected governance to feel so much like tenderness under pressure, but that was exactly what it was. A sect was not a title first. It was a repeated agreement to carry the consequences of one another's healing. Chapter 42. The lower valley towns did not trust Moonvale all at once, and Lu Cheng would have been suspicious if they had. Trust from people who had been trained to expect punishment always arrived in fractions. First the grain, then the cloth, then the man with a bruised hand who claimed he was only passing through and just happened to have extra dried beans in the cart. Then the village head who came in person because the women in his district kept asking why the temple on the ridge could mend a meridian when the official clinic demanded 3 forms and a payment seal. Each small act of support made the next one easier, which was its own sort of miracle. Not divine, human, more difficult to maintain. The towns below the mountain began to notice before the sects did. It started with grain, then labor, then the kind of unofficial gratitude that arrives in baskets and folded notes because the sender is too frightened to be seen openly helping. A cooper from the western hamlet left 2 barrel hoops and a message saying the temple could have more if someone could keep his wife upright after her circulation crash. A washer guild sent 6 bolts of plain cloth and asked only that the names of 2 missing daughters be written somewhere that mattered. A tea cart from South River brought dried roots, then came back a week later with more, because the first batch had been accepted without extortion. Lu Cheng watched the pile grow in the courtyard and wondered whether the mountain could hear the change in its own balance. The answer came the day the village head from the lower road arrived in person. He was a broad man with careful hands and the tired expression of someone who had spent too many years pretending he was neutral in matters he could have opposed. He bowed to Lu Cheng, then to Shun Yuexin, then to Bai Lingsu, which told Lu Cheng he had been coached by at least one woman who trusted Moonvale more than her husband did. "We are not here to ask permission," the village head said. Bai Lingsu smiled. "Then this is already a more promising meeting than most." The man cleared his throat and glanced at the women in the courtyard. "The road market has been asking why more of our injured women are coming up the ridge instead of going to the sect clinics in town. The answer, if we are honest, is because your people do not send them away after they complain." No one spoke. He continued, voice roughening. "That has consequences. Some of the clan administrators dislike the loss. Some of the fathers are angry that their daughters are learning to compare notes. Some are threatening to stop the grain exchange." Shin Yuexin's hand slid to her sword, not as threat, but as a quiet reminder that she had once been one of the people sent away. The village head saw it and swallowed. "I came to ask what Moonvale wants from us in return for the help." Lu Cheng did not answer at once. The honest answer was trust, labor, routes, and the freedom not to be treated like a miracle machine. But he had already learned that a sect could not ask for everything at once. "We want grain sold at the road price," he said. "We want word sent ahead if any patrol is looking for our people. We want no one reporting women who come here for healing as fugitives unless they are in actual danger. The village head exhaled as if relieved he had been given something he could carry. That we can do. Bai Lingsu closed the ledger with a snap of satisfaction. After he left, she turned to Lu Cheng and said, "The village head was not the important part." No. The important part is that he came instead of sending a note. Lu Cheng looked down the ridge path where the road bent around the pines and down toward the valley fields. The women in the courtyard had noticed the visitor. So had the children peeking through the side gate. A sect was not just a place where people came to recover. It was a thing other people began to organize their fear around. Then the towns are on our side, Xiao Rua said hopefully. Some of them, Bai Lingsu corrected. That is still more than we had. The wind moved through the temple bells and made them tremble without ringing. Lu Cheng felt the scripture settle, not satisfied, but steadied. For the first time, Moonvale had a supply line that was not entirely dependent on charity. It had influence. Influence was a kind of armor, if one was careful not to confuse it with safety. He stood there until the last bell vibration faded and thought about what the valley below would say if it knew how quickly the temple had changed from a hidden shelter into a node other people had to account for. Not long ago, Moonvale could have disappeared without more than a rumor. Now the road itself had begun to lean toward them. That was promising and dangerous, and exactly the sort of thing that got people killed if they mistook momentum for shelter. Before dusk, the lower valley sent one more message, and it arrived in the oldest possible way. By a child sprinting the ridge path with a bundle tied in blue cloth and instructions memorized so carefully she recited them before accepting water. The bundle held dried mushrooms, 2 packets of salt, and a note from the Washer Guild saying the road women had begun taking turns watching which sect carts passed the market after dark. They were not fighters. They were not spies, at least not by any title they would have recognized. They were women with work and eyes and a growing sense that information could be worth more than obedience. Bai Lingsu read the note and smiled in a way that suggested someone, somewhere, had just become economically inconvenient to the wrong people. There, she said, handing it to Lu Cheng. That is what support looks like before it dares call itself alliance. Lu Cheng folded the note carefully and watched the child run back down the ridge once she had been fed. He felt a weight settle into the temple that was not fear exactly, though fear was certainly present. It was responsibility with a larger radius. Moonvale was no longer protecting only the women inside its walls. It was beginning to change the behavior of people beyond them, and that meant every future decision would travel farther than he could see from the courtyard. The next few days proved the Washer Guild was only the beginning. A butcher's wife sent word that the road tax clerk had suddenly begun asking too many questions about female travelers with concealed injuries. A grain broker quietly delayed a shipment bound for Iron Sun Sect after hearing what had happened to Spring Peace Hall's women. Even a pair of gamblers from the low market began supplying useful scraps of rumor once they realized Bai Lingsu paid more reliably for information than the local enforcers did for silence. None of these people would have called themselves allies at first. They were simply tired of being arranged inside someone else's righteousness. That mattered because it gave Moonvale something more durable than sympathy. It gave them early warning. Shin Yuexin started posting a small map by the kitchen wall where colored stones marked suspicious routes, likely safe markets, and places where women had been seen asking directions toward the temple. Elder Lon hated the crude look of the thing until he admitted that a map ordinary people could read was worth more than a beautiful one no frightened courier could understand. Xiao Rua began memorizing the marks as if they were scripture. Lu Cheng looked at the wall one evening and realized the sect now had a nervous system. Chapter 43 Elder Sun summoned to the regional hall arrived dressed as order, which made it smell worse than an open threat. Lu Cheng read the seal and saw the shape of the response before anyone else spoke. Not a simple attack, but an attempt to define Moonvale in public while the sect was still small enough to be made into a lesson. That was the true reason the old patriarch had moved now. He was not reacting to the rescue mission alone. He was reacting to the fact that women were beginning to gather around a method he could not directly own. Men like him did not fear violence half as much as they feared precedent. He had seen old leaders do this before. Let a new practice grow. Mock it if it stayed small. Regulate it if it reached the markets. Criminalize it the moment it started teaching daughters that pain did not have to be inherited in silence. Elder Sun was not angry because Moonvale was breaking rules. He was angry because they were proving that the rules had been written to keep certain people weak. Elder Sun moved faster than Lu Cheng expected. That should have been obvious in retrospect. Men like him did not survive long by mistaking outrage for momentum. He had spent too many years policing the lower sect structure to ignore a threat that was growing from below, and now Moonvale was large enough that its name had begun to bend conversations in the regional hall. The summons arrived as a formal packet sealed with the Iron Sun Sect crest and carried by a neutral messenger under white ribbon. The packet demanded that Lu Cheng appear at the regional harmony gathering in South River to answer charges of doctrinal corruption, sedition, and unlawful interference with cultivation property. Bai Lingsu read it twice, and then laughed in a way that made the room cold. Cultivation property. That's almost elegant. Han Qingzhu spat to the side. He means women. Of course he does, Shen Yuexin said. Lu Cheng set the summons down. His first instinct was to ignore it. His second was to go and break the man in the middle of his own polite auditorium. His third, which came after a long, forced breath, was the only one that had a chance of keeping Moonvale alive. If they refused, the sect elders would call them guilty by omission and use the absence as proof they were too weak to defend their claims. If they attended and went silent, Elder Sun would define them first and publicly. If they attended and spoke, they might still lose, but at least the lies would have to answer back. Lu Cheng hated that the correct answer was politics. He hated, too, that politics in this world was only a prettier word for deciding which injuries could be called legitimate. The hearing would ask for patience, and patience would require him to stand still while people who had never felt his losses weighed him with careful faces. But he had already learned that a sect could not only defend itself in motion. Sometimes it had to defend itself in public, where lies were most comfortable and therefore most vulnerable. Bai Lingsu saw the expression on his face and folded her arms. You were hoping the next stage of this story would be more sword-like. I was hoping for a disease with a simple cure. The world is very rude. The gathering took place in a hall built halfway between 3 trade roads, all carved stone and lacquered pillars. Sects with old influence sat nearest the front. Merchant clans took the side benches. Village representatives were placed just far enough back to remind them they were tolerated. When Lu Cheng entered with Shen Yuexin and Han Qingzhu at his sides, the hall's attention turned toward them like a blade turning in a hand. Elder Sun sat beneath the eastern lanterns in bronze robes, face powdered with the calm of a man who believed the room had already chosen its own answer. He smiled when he saw Lu Cheng. It was the smile of a person looking at an insect on a paper screen. So, he said, voice carrying cleanly through the hall. The rumor has come to answer for itself. Lu Cheng stepped forward and felt every eye in the room measure the women behind him. No, he said. The rumor has brought witnesses. The hall waited for someone else to speak first, which was itself a kind of answer. No one wanted to be the first to admit they had heard of Moonvale before this morning. That hesitation gave Lu Cheng a tiny opening. He did not take it with force. He let it sit in the room like a drawn thread, because the longer the hall stared at the witnesses behind him, the harder it would become to reduce them to rumor again. He also saw the fear the room was hiding behind etiquette. Men like Elder Sun relied on silence because silence made everyone else feel like a bystander instead of a participant. If Lu Cheng could keep the witnesses present long enough, the hall would be forced to recognize that every accusation against Moonvale was also an accusation against the conditions that had created it. That was a hard thing to ignore once it was named in front of scribes. The hearing room itself had been built to help power look natural. The floor stones angled subtly upward toward the elders' seats, so every speaker had to look a little higher than comfort allowed. The incense was too light to offend and just heavy enough to make the room feel solemn instead of political. Even the scribe's placement mattered, near enough to see, far enough to imply neutrality. Lu Cheng noticed all of it because surviving sect life had taught him that architecture was often just doctrine disguised as furniture. That realization steadied him. If the room had been constructed, then it could be interrupted. Elder Sun wanted Moonvale to feel accidental beside all this polished authority. Lu Cheng intended to make the authority itself look assembled, self-serving, and frightened of being examined too closely. The first interruption came before he even spoke. 3 women from the lower road villages had chosen to stand in the back of the hall, instead of taking the obscured seats reserved for common petitioners. It was a small refusal, almost invisible, but Lu Cheng saw Elder Sun notice it too. The old man understood what it meant when women began occupying space without waiting to be granted it. He also understood that if the back of the room ceased behaving like scenery, then the front of the room lost some of its power to pretend it spoke for everyone. So when the accusations began, Lu Cheng answered not only for himself, but for the women whose posture had already altered the hall. He named the forced foundation corrections. He named the daughters diverted into marriage ledgers after their first breakthrough. He named the households that sent women to official clinics only to be told their cultivation had become inconvenient to male inheritance planning. Each example made it harder for the hearing to stay abstract. Elder Sun kept trying to raise the conversation back to doctrine. Lu Cheng kept bringing it down to bodies. Bodies are difficult to overrule once enough witnesses start remembering their own. Chapter 44 by Ling Su had spent the night before the hearing copying seals until the oil lamp nearly guttered out. That mattered because the room she walked into the next morning would have preferred to flatten her into a decorative merchant with opinions too small to matter. Instead, she arrived with the posture of someone carrying a ledger heavy enough to break a corrupt official's toe if dropped on it. Lu Cheng watched her take the side bench and realized, with no small amount of relief, that Moonveil finally had a weapon no sword could duplicate. Someone who knew where the money had hidden its footprints. Bai Lingsu did not attend the hearing as a defendant. She attended as a creditor. That detail mattered more than the hall liked to admit. Creditors were not expected to bow while the room toyed with power. They were expected to notice where the money moved and ask why. Bai Lingsu had spent the night turning quiet resentment into paperwork, which was the sort of preparation that frightened corrupt men more than blades because it meant the attack could survive after the meeting ended. That detail mattered because by the time Elder Sun opened the floor for accusations, several trade delegates had already been quietly informed that Moonveil's rescue work had cut into trafficking revenue far more than anyone had publicly admitted. Bai Lingsu stood among the merchant benches with her ledger tucked under one arm and the kind of patient smile that meant she had already spent several nights preparing the room for humiliation. When Elder Sun declared Moonveil a blight on proper discipline, Bai Lingsu raised her hand. "Before we proceed," she said, "perhaps the hall should examine why 3 of the trade routes supporting Iron Sun Sect have begun paying black thread intermediaries." The room changed. Not dramatically. That would have been too convenient. Just enough for attention to shift and stay there. Elder Sun's smile did not break, but his eyes sharpened. "Merchant Bai, this is a sect matter. Then why do the ledgers have your seal on the line items?" Bai Lingsu asked. That opened the first wound. She produced copies, not originals, and she did it with the care of someone who knew how to keep a board from splintering before the hammer fell. Payment routes, caravan manifests, purchase codes for women with unstable meridians, all marked under the kind of language respectable men used when they wanted to sound charitable. She laid the proof in stages. 1 piece for trade delegates, 1 for the village head representatives, 1 for the neutral hall scribes. Lu Cheng watched Elder Sun's fingers twitch once against his chair arm. That tiny movement was worth a month's worth of shouting, because it meant the old man was no longer in control of the narrative. The hall began to murmur. Not all at once. Just enough. A merchant lord at the side benches read one line and paled. A village matron covered her mouth. One of the neutral scribes lifted a page, then a second, then a third, comparing the seal impressions with visible disbelief. Elder Sun tried to regain the room. "These are forged." Bai Lingsu smiled sweetly. "Then you will not mind if we ask the clerks whose hands were used to write them." Lu Cheng saw the trap beneath the trap. Bai Lingsu had never come here to prove Moonveil innocent. She had come to make it expensive for the hall to keep calling them guilty. If the accusations were answered too forcefully, the traders would withdraw. If answered too weakly, the villages would revolt. Either way, the righteous position had become the expensive one. He understood then why Bai Lingsu had stayed. Not for charity, not even for profit in the crude sense. She had stayed because markets were really just power learning how to wear good fabric, and she knew exactly how much damage could be done by forcing respectable people to see the ugly routes hidden under their own prosperity. The village representatives reacted before the sect elders did. That mattered almost more than the ledgers. One old matron from the river quarter stood without waiting to be called and asked, in a voice cracked by age and rage, whether the hall intended to explain why girls from her district had been disappearing into recovery contracts for 3 years. A merchant delegate tried to hush her. She ignored him. The question hung in the room like a blade that had forgotten to be ceremonial. Elder Sun's control weakened by degrees after that. A sect elder from the western bench began denying knowledge too quickly. One of the neutral clerks asked for verification of the route stamps. Another demanded the hearing record include the specific phrase cultivation property, so no one could later claim it had been paraphrased. Lu Cheng watched the hall become heavier under its own contradictions and understood the real victory was not that Moonveil had been believed outright. It was that the room could no longer proceed as if disbelief were easy. Shen Yuexin felt it too. Her posture shifted beside him, not into relaxation, but into the colder readiness of someone who realized the battle had moved from survival to exposure. That was always more dangerous than a clean fight. Exposure makes cowards inventive. Han Qingzhu leaned just close enough to murmur. If he loses the merchants, he will turn to moral language next. Lu Cheng kept his eyes on Elder Sunday. He was always going to. And there it was. The old patriarch drew himself upright and let the first note of injured righteousness into his voice, because when ledgers fail men like him, they retreat to philosophy and hope no one notices the blood on the doctrine. Lu Cheng almost welcomed it. Numbers had cracked the hall open. Moral language would tell him exactly how Elder Sun intended to reseal it. She was not just selling goods. She was changing the cost of lying. Chapter 45. The palace invitation smelled like polished cedar and soft teeth. Lu Cheng knew before opening it that Ji Wuye was not offering reconciliation so much as choosing the stage on which Moon Vale would be asked to accept the terms of its own disappearance. The phrase, neutral arbitration, did not fool anyone in the room, but it still mattered that the invitation had been made publicly enough that refusing it would be read as defiance. That was the trick of the palace. It forced a choice between humiliation now or isolation later. By the end of the hearing, public pressure had not saved Moon Vale. It had only made destruction politically expensive. That was enough to force a compromise, and compromise in the mouths of elder councils usually meant they were looking for a cleaner trap. The invitation came at dusk from the regional lord himself, a handsome man with a measured voice and the sort of smile people trusted because it never reached his eyes. Palace Lord Ji Wuye requested that Moon Vale attend a neutral arbitration in the Riverside Palace to resolve misunderstandings before they became more costly to the region. Bai Lingsu read the invitation and snorted. Neutral, she said. That word has died 1,000 deaths and still keeps being buried in formal notes. Xin Yuexin leaned over the paper. It is a trap. Yes, Lu Cheng said. You are saying that too calmly. I am trying to conserve my shouting for the actual problem. Ji Wuye's palace stood on a terrace above the river, all white stone and blue lacquer, and so much polished symmetry that it felt designed to make visitors lower their shoulders. The servants bowed at a degree that suggested practice. The guard smiled in a way that made Lu Cheng want to count exits instead of decorations. Even the water channels had been arranged to look effortless. The palace hall where the arbitration was held was ringed with carved screens and soft lamps. Noble families sat closest to the center. Sect envoys occupied the side tables. Bai Lingsu had been invited only because the Merchant Alliance had enough influence to make excluding her rude. She took advantage of the seat by scattering her own notes on the table, as if she had been the one to decorate the hall. Ji Wuye entered late. He wore deep blue and silver, the colors of someone who expected obedience to arrive before he did. His hair was tied with a jade clasp. His hands were smooth and immaculate. The kind of man, Lu Cheng thought, who never had to touch what he ordered others to carry. Ji Wuye bowed to the room, not because he was humble, but because he liked to control the angle. Moonvale sect has caused some concern, he said pleasantly. Lu Cheng looked at the polished floor between them and thought, this is the man Bai Lingsu was warning about. Not a brute. A manager. One who knew exactly how many people needed to be hurt for the right amount of silence. Ji Wuye's smile widened. Let us discuss how to avoid making this harder than necessary. The phrase settled over the hall with the smoothness of a threat practiced often enough to pass for diplomacy. Lu Cheng had heard men like this his whole life. They never said they wanted obedience. They said they wanted calm, order, mutual understanding, regional stability. The vocabulary changed with the room. The demand underneath it did not. Ji Wuye wanted Moon Vale to become manageable before it became contagious. Chapter 46. Lu Cheng did not like the palace from the moment he stepped inside. The air smelled faintly of citrus oil and polished cedar, which only made the hidden threat feel more deliberate. Everything was arranged to imply calm. The table spacing, the lantern glow, the servants who moved without speaking and vanished before eye contact could turn into leverage. Xin Yuexin walked at his left shoulder, quiet enough to be invisible and dangerous enough to remind him she never actually was. Han Qingzhu remained on his right, arms folded, wearing the expression of a person who had already decided this hall would regret being decorative. The escorting officials had told them to leave weapons at the door. They had agreed to leave visible weapons at the door. No one was fool enough to ask what the women carried in their sleeves. Bai Lingsu had warned him earlier that palace meetings were not conversations but tests of appetite. Who flinched, who bargained, who could be made to seem unreasonable. Ji Wuye's chair sat on a raised platform beneath a carved river screen, making him look like he had been born one step above everyone else. The man greeted Moon Vale with a smile that suggested he had already decided what their surrender should sound like. I had hoped, Ji Wuye said, that a refuge sect would have more decorum. Lu Cheng bowed because refusing would be useful only if he could win the room quickly. And I had hoped a palace lord would not speak as if women's injuries were a scheduling inconvenience. The hall grew very still. Ji Wuye's smile sharpened. You are direct. I have found indirect speech rarely helps the people being sold. That was not subtle. and it was meant not to be. Xin Yuexin's eyes flicked to Lu Cheng once, not in alarm, but in approval. Han Qingzhu's hand flexed near her sleeve. Bai Lingsu looked as if she might be trying not to applaud from the merchant bench. Ji Weya gestured toward the side curtain. Before we begin the formal discussion, he said, I have arranged for a specialist to examine your methods. If Moonveil is truly a healing sect, you should welcome outside evaluation. The curtain opened. A woman in dark teal robes stepped out carrying a medicine satchel and a long, narrow silver case. She had the clean, distant gaze of someone who judged the world through symptoms first and politics second. Her hair was bound simply. Her expression was so controlled it looked almost bored, which made Lu Cheng distrust her immediately and, annoyingly, respect her a little. Ji Wuye introduced her as Mu Xiran, poison doctor and consultant to the palace. She looked at Lu Cheng with a calculating stare and said, I was told you can repair what the sects consider irreversible. Lu Cheng bowed his head a fraction. I have been told similarly. Her eyes narrowed. Then perhaps you are not entirely a fraud. Han Qingzhu muttered. This hall is full of warm people. Mu Xiran's arrival changed the shape of the room in a way Lu Cheng could not yet name. She did not bow too deeply. She did not smile to make anyone comfortable. She carried herself like a woman who had spent long enough around toxins to know that politeness was not the same thing as safety. That made her immediately useful. It also meant she would be hard to manipulate, which in a place like this was one of the rarest and most valuable traits a person could bring. Ji Wuye clearly thought otherwise. Lu Cheng saw it in the palace lord's posture, in the easy confidence with which he treated Mu Xiran as one more elegant tool in an arrangement he had already priced. Men like Ji Wuye always assumed useful women could be positioned if the room was rich enough and the terms were phrased politely enough. Lu Cheng suspected that assumption had already injured more people in this palace than any visible blade. Chapter 47 Mu Xiran did not waste time on pleasantries. That alone made Lu Cheng like her more than he wanted to. She requested a private room, 3 injured women from Moonveil's delegation, a bowl of clear water, and 1 volunteer with a compromised lower channel. Ji Wuye agreed too quickly, which told Lu Cheng the whole examination was part of the design. He did not like being studied by palace men and poison doctors, but if he refused, they would call it evasion. So he chose the only other option, make the test answer him back. The private room smelled of dried mint and medicinal ash. Mu Xiran placed her silver case on the table and withdrew a narrow set of needles, each one tipped with a color so faint it looked like it had been painted over by moonlight. She motioned for the first woman to sit, then spent a full breath tracing her channels with the edge of a needle without ever piercing skin. Your method does not behave like the orthodox circulation manuals, she said. Lu Cheng seated himself opposite her. That depends on which orthodox manuals you mean. The ones that teach people to ignore damage until it bites them back. Xin Yuexin, standing by the wall, made a small approving sound. Mu Xiran's eyes flicked to her once, then back. Your anchor technique is interesting. It draws tension away from the break point, but it does not suppress the strain. It redirects it. If I suppress it, Lu Cheng said, the body pretends to heal while remaining brittle. Exactly. She tapped the needle case. You speak like someone who has seen poison spread that way. He had. Too many times, in too many people. Some injuries did not scream immediately. They settled. They disguised themselves as fatigue and discipline until they became a destiny. Mu Xiran tested the woman's reaction to a minor poison trace, and then turned to Lu Cheng with a sharper look. Do it again. He did. This time she watched the current flow through the restored channels rather than the injury itself. Her expression changed by a degree. You are purifying the residue as you stabilize it. Lu Cheng shrugged, though the motion cost him. It seemed rude not to. Rude is not the word most doctors use. She paused. You are cleansing dark side effects from the bodies you touch. Not completely, but enough to keep them from poisoning the next advancement. The room went still. Mu Xiran looked genuinely interested for the first time. That is either an accident with remarkable repeatability or the beginning of a method that will make a great many alchemists furious. I am told those are often the same thing. Her mouth twitched. They are. And just like that, she stopped looking at him like a case study and started looking at him like a problem she wanted to understand better than her rivals did. Lu Cheng felt the question settling into her attention rather than her words. If she stayed in this room long enough, she would discover that his method was not just a matter of technique. It was a refusal to let damage decide the limits of a person's future. That was the sort of theory sect elders hated because it could not be isolated and sold. It had to be lived in public, by many people, for others to believe it was real. He also realized Mu Xiran had seen enough suffering in palace hands to recognize the scent of stage benevolence. The examination had not impressed her because of rank. It had impressed her because Moonveil's method treated restoration as the point rather than the excuse. That distinction made her dangerous to Jiwuya. A poison doctor willing to admit a different medical ethic existed was only one step away from becoming a witness, and witnesses were the one category palace rooms could never fully control. Chapter 48. Jiwuya's interest sharpened after the examination. That was how palace men operated. The moment something proved useful, they tried to own it. By the second half of the arbitration, Lu Cheng could feel the room tilting toward a decision that would be phrased as generosity if anyone except the vulnerable were listening. Jiwuya ordered a new set of documents brought in and had them placed before Moonveil with a flourish. The air in the hall had changed by then. Not loudly. The way it changes when a curtain is drawn over a window. The light still reaches, but it reaches differently. The palace scribes had begun writing in a narrower hand, which Lu Cheng had learned meant they were writing less because they expected less to be useful later. The merchant delegates were positioned in the way of people who had begun calculating exit strategies. And Jiwuya himself had traded his opening pleasantness for the settled confidence of a man who had decided the next act would go exactly as he planned. He was wrong about that last part. The wording was clean, legal, and poisonous. Moonveil Sect would register its disciples under regional protection law. Registered disciples would be classified as sect affiliates under palace oversight. Affiliates of rare constitution would be subject to review for marriage and alliance suitability to ensure social stability. If Lu Cheng had ever needed proof that the palace was simply a better-dressed version of the same violence, this was it. Han Qingzhu let out a low laugh. You must think we're stupid. Jiwuya spread his hands. I think you are emotional. Bai Lingsu leaned forward from the merchant benches. The people who wrote this contract will be very disappointed to learn I can read. That was enough to make a few merchant delegates shift uncomfortably. Lu Cheng read the registration clause again, slower this time. Every line translated into ownership by another name. Every possible benefit carried a hook. The palace did not want to protect Moonveil. It wanted Moonveil to become legible enough to harvest. Shin Yuexin's voice came cool beside him. If we sign, they can track our women. Yes, Lu Cheng said. And if we do not, then they call us rebels. Jiwuya smiled as if he had heard a child arrive at a math problem. Rebel is such a harsh word. I prefer uncooperative. Lu Cheng put the papers back on the table and looked the palace lord in the eye. You want to register Moonveil's women because you cannot tolerate a place you did not create holding what you failed to break. The hall inhaled. Jiwuya's smile did not change, but the temperature in the room did. He said, softly, Master Lu, you should be careful. Lu Cheng heard the threat for what it was. He also heard the fear beneath it. Jiwuya was not trying to protect the region from disorder. He was trying to keep a model of authority intact before too many women learned that another way existed. No, Lu Cheng said, equally soft. You should be careful. The line landed harder than a shout would have. A shout could be dismissed as temper. Soft defiance inside a palace hall forced everyone listening to decide whether they had just heard insolence or truth. Lu Cheng watched the room make its choices in fragments. One merchant delegate sat straighter. A minor sect matron stopped pretending to study her teacup. Even the palace servants, trained into elegant invisibility, seemed to move a fraction slower, as if they wanted to hear what happened next. Jiwuya had wanted a compliant scene. Instead, he now had an audience. That audience mattered because palace rooms are built on anticipatory obedience. Everyone inside them is supposed to know which reactions are safe before events unfold. Lu Cheng could feel that knowledge fraying around the edges. The servants were still servants, the delegates still calculating, the guards still armed. Yet the room had lost the smooth confidence of a place certain of its own script. Moonveil kept doing that to people. It made them witness their own habits in real time, and once a habit is noticed, it becomes harder to pretend it is natural. Chapter 49. The first assassination attempt came before sunset. Not at the hall itself. That would have been too direct. It came in the side corridor while the delegates were being moved to the TNX, where a second round of more polite pressure could be applied over steamed cups and scented steam. Lu Cheng sensed the shift just before it happened. A sudden absence in the footfall rhythm, the way servants seemed to be clearing a line of sight without looking like they were clearing a line of sight. Then the first knife came through the paper screen. Shin Yuexin moved first, but the attack was not aimed at her. A smoke needle burst across the corridor floor and spread in a silver-gray cloud designed to disrupt the breath. The palace guard shouted. Han Qingzhu slashed a curtain rail loose. Bai Lingsu grabbed a tea tray and flung it into the nearest lamp line, causing enough confusion to hide the second blade. Mu Shiran was already in motion. Lu Cheng had expected her to protect herself. Instead, she stepped between him and the hidden corridor, cracked open her silver case, and flicked 3 dark pins into the smoke. The poison in the air recoiled as if struck by a law it disliked. "You are welcome," she said dryly when Lu Cheng stared. "I hadn't said anything. Your face did." The corridor exploded into controlled chaos. 2 more assassins dropped from the rafters. One wore palace servant colors, and the other had the build of a sect enforcer. The palace guards were either too slow to have arranged this or too complicit to have pretended otherwise. Lu Cheng did not have time to decide which. He felt the scripture flare as one of the attackers aimed not at him but at the women in the delegation line. And in that instant the room turned from political theater into what it had always been beneath the lacquer. Predation. Mu Xiaoran moved like a woman who had spent too many years around things that bit. She jabbed a needle into the shoulder of the first assassin and slipped aside before the man's own blade could reach her throat. The poison in her silver case hissed as it hit the floor and ate a hole through the lacquered boards. Xin Yuexin met the second assassin head-on. Bai Lingsu dragged 2 clerks behind a screen and shouted at one of them to stop fainting because it was inconvenient. Lu Cheng was still trying to make sense of the attack pattern when Mu Xiaoran called, "Your women are about to be boxed in from the rear." She was right. The corridor they had entered was narrowing toward a service stair where a third team of killers waited. This was not meant to be a single cut. It was meant to force Moonvale into a funnel, bury the witnesses, and then claim unfortunate instability. Ji Wuye had built a palace meeting that could swallow an inconvenient sect and call it law. Lu Cheng made the only choice he had. He shoved the moon coin into Xin Yuexin's palm and said, "Break the stairs." She did. The stone treads shattered under the force of her blade and collapsed the rear team into a spray of dust and splinters. Mu Xiaoran laughed once, not because it was funny, but because she seemed to appreciate the audacity of the answer. Then she turned and used 2 fingers of poison-treated current to numb the throat of an attacker who had been trying to grab Lu Cheng from behind. The whole corridor became a knot of breath, steel, and splintering wood. And Mu Xiaoran, who had been hired to test whether Moonvale was a fraud, had just chosen the side of the women being hunted. That choice mattered more than the blades. Anyone could claim the corridor attack had been an unfortunate security breach or the work of unsanctioned extremists if the witnesses stayed vague enough. Mu Xiaoran's intervention made vagueness harder. She knew the palace systems. She knew what kinds of toxins were issued to house operatives and what kinds were reserved for plausibly deniable internal incidents. If she walked out of that corridor on Moonvale's side, Ji Wuye lost not just his clean trap, but his monopoly on expert interpretation. Lu Cheng understood the cost of that choice at once. Mu Xiaoran was not merely risking offense to a patron. She was stepping out of the safe ambiguity that lets talented specialists survive inside rotten systems by claiming their knowledge is politically neutral. Once she defended Moonvale in the corridor, her medicine had a side. Her testimony had a trajectory. Her continued presence would force every future room to treat her as something more dangerous than a consultant, a person who had seen the palace from the inside and chosen not to flatter it. Chapter 50. When the dust settled, Ji Wuye looked disappointed. Not at the deaths. At the inefficiency. The assassination attempt had failed, though not elegantly. 2 palace corridors were wrecked. 1 servant was unconscious from smoke inhalation. One of the merchant delegates had a split lip and 3 new reasons to dislike the palace. The attackers who survived the broken stair retreat had already vanished into a side channel that no normal visitor should have been able to access. That was enough proof for Lu Cheng. The palace had staged the knife, or at least permitted it. Ji Wuye maintained the smile of a man observing an unfortunate weather event. How troubling. I had hoped this meeting would remain civil. You invited killers into the corridor, Han Qingzhu snapped. I invited advisors. Ji Wuye's gaze drifted to Mu Xiaoran. Some people turn out to be inconveniently mobile. Mu Xiaoran wiped the edge of one needle and said, and some palaces turn out to be easier to bleed than to trust. That earned a flicker of something from the merchant delegates, which Lu Cheng noted and stored for later. Opinion in a room like this moved by increments. Every phrase mattered. Every accusation needed to be placed where the right ears could carry it out. Ji Wuye saw the room shifting and chose to force the next stage. The marriage allotment papers were brought back in, as if the knives had been an unfortunate interruption instead of the reason the room was now blood-soaked beneath the carpets. We will proceed, he said, to the matter of registration. Ji Wuye said it as if difficulty were a discretionary expense and not the natural consequence of men like him refusing to recognize other people as fully human. Lu Cheng found the calm on the palace lord's face more troubling than rage would have been. Rage could be tired. Calm could be planned. Calm meant the room had already been arranged to make resistance look unreasonable before anyone had spoken. Lu Cheng looked at the papers and felt something in him go very still. He had reached the point where anger no longer helped him decide. Anger was useful for cutting through hesitation, but it could also hand a room exactly the kind of spectacle it expected from him. What he needed now was precision. The palace wanted Moonvale to accept ownership language so the women could be sorted, tracked, and reassigned under the cover of protection. Once he saw that clearly, refusal became simpler than compromise. No, Ji Weya smiled. You misunderstand. This is not a request. Lu Cheng stepped forward until the edge of the table pressed against his ribs. Then let me answer like someone who has already seen the consequence. He picked up the top page, tore it neatly in half, and laid the pieces down in front of the palace lord. Moonvale does not register women as property, temporary or otherwise. We will not submit their bodies to review for marriage suitability. We will not hand over our disciples so your courts can decide which one is useful enough to own. The room froze. Han Qingzhu exhaled once, slow and fierce. Bai Lingsu looked like she might be trying not to cheer. Ji Weya's smile disappeared at last. The palace lord leaned forward and said, in a voice stripped of all courtesy, "Then you are declaring yourself outside regional protection law." Lu Cheng met his stare without blinking. "No," he said. "I am declaring your law unworthy of us." Chapter 51. The night after the arbitration, the palace tried to make them disappear. Not with another open attack. Too messy. Too visible. This one was quieter. A set of escort routes altered by 1 degree. A guard rotation changed at the last minute. A bridge lantern left unlit. The sort of small adjustments that made a hallway dangerous only if you were already being watched for. Xin Yuexin noticed the absence in the footsteps before anyone else did. Mu Shiran noticed it too. "Your palace lord is offended," she said dryly, as the delegation crossed the lower T bridge under lantern light. Bai Lingsu snorted. "That is a polite way of saying he is trying to have us killed where the paperwork can be blamed on weather." The third attempt came from the side channel, just as the group reached the narrowest part of the bridge path. 3 killers in palace gray stepped out from behind the ornamental screens and fired a spread of silver bolts toward the women in the rear line. The arrangement made sense only if the attackers expected the delegation to break formation and leave the weakest behind. That thought turned Lu Cheng's stomach colder than the river air. The palace was not merely trying to kill Moonvale. It was trying to teach the women to believe the weak would always be sacrificed when danger appeared. That lesson could ruin a sect faster than any blade. The assassination was aimed at morale, not just flesh. Lu Cheng shoved the moon coin upward without thinking. The bridge shuddered. Not from force. From recognition. Lu Cheng felt the moon coin pulse warm in his sleeve, as if the bridge itself had acknowledged the danger. The sensation was absurd, and yet oddly clarifying. Moonvale's method did not just heal. It changed what the current around it considered possible. That meant the palace's poison and pressure were no longer operating on a passive target. They were hitting back against a structure that had already begun to answer as one body. The poison in the bolts hit the air and broke at the edge of Mu Shiran's current, as if her presence had insulted it personally. That was the first clue Lu Cheng had that her skill was not ordinary alchemy. She smiled faintly when she saw his face. "I told you," she said. "Poison is just a rude form of structure." Xin Yuexin cut down the first killer before the man finished his follow-through. Han Qingzhu took the second with a flat of the blade to the throat and a kick to the knee so hard the joint buckled. The third tried to retreat into the side lantern shadows and found Bai Lingsu waiting there with a knife she had very obviously not been carrying earlier. The woman was still smiling when she said, "I dislike being inconvenienced." The killers were either desperate or badly trained, which was not a comforting distinction. One of them detonated a smoke bead that turned the bridge path into a white wall and filled the air with a bitter metallic sting. Lu Cheng felt the scripture tug at the current in the clouds above, trying to clear the space around their bodies before the poison could settle. That was when Mu Shiran stepped forward and bit the thumb of her glove. She smeared a line of dark medicated powder across the bridge rail and spoke a quick, clipped phrase under her breath. The smoke thinned in a strange spiral around her position, as if her poison was arguing with the assassin's poison and winning through sheer insult. When the mist cleared, the killers were gone. Not dead. Gone. Mu Shiran looked at Lu Cheng and raised a brow. "You are not the only one here who knows how to make bad men regret entering a room." That was when Lu Cheng understood she had chosen not to walk away from Moonvale. He also understood something else. Mu Shiran had not joined them because she had been persuaded by rhetoric or dazzled by heroics. She had seen a working response to poison, pressure, and injury, then watched the palace attempt to convert that response into property. For a doctor, that was enough. A method that saved people and a system that tried to own them was not a system worth preserving. In the narrow bridge light, her decision felt less like allegiance than like clarity. Chapter 52. Xin Yuexin challenged Zhao Kuang the next morning. The challenge was announced publicly in the palace court before the delegation could be dismissed, which meant Bai Lingsu had time to ensure at least 6 scribes heard every word. The regional hall liked its spectacles tidy. Xin Yuexin made hers difficult to ignore. Zhao Kuang had been waiting in the rear corridor with the smug posture of a man who assumed he had survived the battle by merit rather than luck. When he saw Xin Yuexin step forward, his expression sharpened into something like recognition and offense. "You," he said. "Me," she replied. Lu Cheng stood just behind her with the moon coin in his sleeve and enough irritation to power a lesser town. The formal duel took place in the palace practice court, with Ji Wuye and the hall delegates watching from the shaded steps. This time the rules were clean enough to make the insult sharper. No poison sleeves. No hidden assistance. No outside interference. Just sword against sword under witness. The cleanliness of the rules was itself a form of cruelty. It implied that the court only recognized violence when it was obvious enough to be ceremonially acceptable. Everything before that had been manipulation, every hidden cost dismissed as noise. Xin Yuexin had spent too long learning to fight through noise. She did not need the court to be fair. She only needed it to be visible. Zhao Kuang accepted the terms with a thin smile. He did not understand. Lu Cheng realized that he was walking into the one kind of contest Moonveil had been training for from the beginning. Not the kind where the strongest man won by being strongest. The kind where a woman with a broken path had learned to read both damage and intention as part of the same language. The first exchange looked balanced to the hall. The second made the scribes sit straighter. The third was the moment Xin Yuexin stopped fighting his form and began fighting his habit. She turned each of Zhao Kuang's strikes a fraction wider than expected, enough to reveal the overcommit shoulder, the too stiff hip, the deliberate reliance on yang pressure to cover a flaw in his flow. Lu Cheng saw it at once. So did Han Qingzhu, who was watching with her jaw set hard enough to crack stone. Zhao Kuang grew frustrated. That was his mistake. Lu Cheng saw the frustration before the hall did. It always came first in men who had been praised for force, but never taught adaptability. They mistake every moment of being read for a moment of disrespect. Zhao Kuang's anger widened his openings. Xin Yuexin, who had learned to survive by paying attention to exactly those openings in herself, was reading him with the calm of someone turning a wound into a map. The more he pressed, the more the hidden weakness in his channels surfaced. He was not merely arrogant. He was being fed. The current in his body had the dirty, unstable sheen of someone whose power had been artificially propped up. Every hard exchange made the crack widen. Xin Yuexin saw it and adjusted her stance. She did not force the finish. She gave him enough rope to believe he could still win. Then she cut the line out from under his wrist and sent his blade spinning across the court. Silence. Zhao Kuang stared at his empty hand in disbelief. Xin Yuexin leveled her sword at his throat. "You were never good," she said. "You were just allowed to be loud." Chapter 53. Zhao Kuang's face did something ugly when he lost. It was not simple humiliation. It was panic. The kind that comes when a person who has lived long enough inside privilege suddenly sees that the power keeping them afloat was always borrowed. He stumbled back, caught himself, then looked toward the hall delegates as if hoping someone would reassert the natural order on his behalf. That did not happen. What happened instead was worse. Xin Yuexin held him there with her sword while Lu Cheng noticed, through the scripture, the poison threading under the skin of Zhao Kuang's meridians. Not one pill. Dozens. The flow in his body carried the faint burning residue of repeated yang forced into circulation, enough to keep him functionally powerful and deeply unstable. It was the same shape of corruption Lu Cheng had seen in women told to stabilize their foundations through male-designed methods. Only now it was wearing a man's smug face. He stepped forward. "Someone has been feeding him pills," Lu Cheng said. The hall went still again. Zhao Kuang snarled, "Liar." Lu Cheng looked at him and spoke with deliberate calm. "If I were lying, your shoulder wouldn't tremble every time your current tries to settle. Those pills are burning through your channels from the inside." He kept his voice measured, almost clinical, the way he had learned to speak about injuries that people would rather not name. There was no use in anger. Anger could be dismissed as feeling. What the room needed was something harder to argue with, observation. The kind that could be checked. "Look at the base of his throat," he continued, loud enough for the hall scribes to hear. "The tissue is discolored along the channel line. That is the mark of forced yang compression held over months. Not years. Months. Someone designed a regimen to bring him to this hall with borrowed power." "Slander," one of the palace delegates said, but his voice held less force than the word required. Lu Cheng did not look at him. He looked at the hall scribes and waited for them to look back. Several did. The effect was immediate. Not on Zhao Kuang. On the room. Because once the hall scribes and the merchant delegates looked harder, the evidence became impossible to ignore. The sheen at the throat. The unnecessary flush in the cheeks. The microspasms in the wrist. The kind of overpressured cultivation that looked strong only to people who had never had to survive it in their own body. The hall changed with the recognition. Not everyone reacted with outrage. A few people simply looked tired, which was almost worse. They knew the shape of a body being asked to keep too much performance alive. That exhausted understanding was useful to Moonveil, because once the room admitted the problem was real, it had to admit the problem was broader than one fallen disciple. Xin Yuexin lowered her sword of fraction. Who gave them to you? Zhao Kuang's lips parted. For one moment Lu Cheng thought he might answer honestly out of fear. Instead he lunged. The attempt was stupid and desperate. Xin Yuexin slapped him flat with the flat of her blade and knocked him to his knees. The hall erupted in shouts. The scribes began writing faster. Bai Lingsu, from the side benches, was already making a list of names with visible satisfaction. Ji Weye's expression had gone cold. Lu Cheng noticed that. Not because it made him feel safer. Because it meant the palace lord had recognized the danger. If the hall accepted that Zhao Kuang's cultivation had been chemically propped up, then the rest of the sect's corrected disciples might be next. One bad case was a scandal. A pattern was a system. That was the real threat. And the palace men knew it. Lu Cheng watched the delegates write faster and the merchants begin calculating losses, then realized the duel had done more than expose Zhao Kuang. It had placed the palace in the uncomfortable position of having to choose between protecting a visible fraud or risking the collapse of several invisible ones. Either option made them weaker. Moonveil had not won the room, but it had turned the room into a burden for its enemies. Chapter 54 Moonveil escaped the palace under pursuit. Not because they had been formally banished. That would have been almost dignified. They left because once the hall understood the implications of Zhao Kuang's pills, the corridors became crowded with too many officials asking too many questions and just enough armored men to make every exit an invitation to a trap. Bai Lingsu was the first to notice the scribes shifting the ledger stack toward the west door. "We are done here," she said. Lu Cheng did not argue. The delegation split the moment the side route opened. Han Qingzhu kept the rear. Xin Yuexin moved with Lu Cheng through the inner service passage. Mu Xiran had already slipped ahead with the servants carrying medical cases, her expression the sort of bland that suggested she had long ago made a career out of surviving emergencies created by powerful men. The pursuit came from the East Garden. Armed retainers, not palace guards. That mattered. Ji Weye wanted plausible deniability even now. Lu Cheng saw the shape of the chase and realized the Lord did not intend to destroy Moonveil in public. He intended to make the sect vanish as an internal failure, or at least to make it expensive enough that other powers would hesitate to support it. Bai Lingsu found them at the lower bridge with a stack of ledgers under one arm and a grin that looked too sharp for the situation. "I have something useful," she said. "We are being chased," Lu Cheng replied. "Yes, but now they are also stealing from one another." She shoved the ledgers into his hands and pointed to a seal cluster at the bottom of one page. Ji Weye's private trademarks. And one of Madame Crimson Thread's courier lines. The connection was too direct to ignore. Lu Cheng stared at the seals and felt the outline of a larger machine emerge. Ji Weye was not merely protecting the market. He was tied to it, not by one bribe or one shipment, by a network of accounting. "These are copies?" Xin Yuexin asked. "No," Bai Lingsu said. "The originals are on their way to 3 different interested parties. By tomorrow half the region will know the palace lord's household has been balancing trade in women's bodies against public virtue." Lu Cheng looked at her. "You stole them during the hearing?" Bai Lingsu's smile widened. "I told you I was a merchant." The pursuit behind them got louder. The ledgers under Lu Cheng's arm suddenly felt heavier than paper should. He pressed closer to the bridge rail and made himself think past the sound of running boots. The route ahead split into 3 branches. The northern path led uphill toward the old monastery steps. Wide enough for a cart, but exposed enough that they would be visible against the sky for 100 paces. The eastern path dropped into the canal quarter, narrow and crowded with dock workers and stacked crates. The western path looped back toward the service gates of the palace and was almost certainly already sealed. "East," Han Qingzhu said from behind them. She had not asked for a map. Her eyes did the work. They ran. The canal quarter swallowed them in noise and motion. Dock workers looked up from their cargo, recognized nothing, and looked back down. Lu Cheng understood the geometry of it. A group of women moving fast in a city used to women moving fast on someone else's errand, attracted less attention than it had any right to. The pursuers behind them hesitated at the branch point. Armed retainers in palace colors stood out in a canal market the way lanterns stood out in daylight. They would not wade into the crowd without orders from someone who wanted to explain why the palace was chasing a delegation in public. Ji Wuye would not give that order. That was the gamble. Bai Lingsu had already known the gamble before the hearing began. Lu Cheng looked at the back of her head and understood that she had not stolen the ledgers in a panic. She had brought the route out of the palace with the same precision she brought to every ledger. She had been planning the escape since before the morning's session. The discovery of the seals, the fight with the delegates, even the position of the lower bridge, all of it had been accounted for. "How long have you been carrying this plan?" he asked once they reached the shadow of a riverside eve. "Since the guard rotation changed at the south gate 3 days ago," she said. "I noticed they were doubling shifts. That means they expected to need to close something quickly." She adjusted the ledger stack under her arm. "Turns out they expected to close us." Shen Yuexin's jaw tightened. "And you did not say anything." "I did not want to make anyone nervous before the hearing." Bai Lingsu met her gaze with something that was almost an apology. "I was wrong to keep it to myself." It was the first time Lu Cheng had heard her admit that. The pursuit behind them got louder. They also felt heavier than scandal. Lu Cheng could already see the next few weeks unfolding in ugly, practical layers. Every copied seal would force someone in the region to choose whether Ji Wuye's market ties were acceptable collateral for stability. Every merchant who had profited quietly from the same routes would have to decide whether to deny, flee, or blame a smaller accomplice. Moonveil had not just escaped the palace. It had left carrying the sort of proof that made everybody in power fear what their own allies might say next. Chapter 55. Mu Shiran followed them back to Moonveil. The choice did not happen in a speech. It happened on the ridge road after the palace pursuit had been shaken off and the temple roofs came into sight through the pine line. She had claimed, earlier, that she was merely interested in the case. Then she had watched the ledgers, watched the men behind them, and watched the way Moonveil moved to protect the freed travelers instead of hiding behind their own danger. At some point the calculation in her face had changed. By the time the temple gate came into view, her decision had already been made. "You are coming with us?" Bai Lingsu asked, as if she were still weighing the odds. "For now," Mu Shiran said. "That is not a very committed answer. I am a poison doctor. Committed answers are how one gets trapped." Shen Yuexin studied her for a long breath. "Why?" Mu Shiran looked past the temple wall to the line of waiting women and the way Xiao Ruo was helping one of them up the steps with both hands. "Because I want to know whether you actually protect women or simply advertise it better than the others." Lu Cheng gave a tired snort. "That is a strange reason to join a sect." "I did not say I was joining." He almost smiled. "You are already inside the gate." Her mouth made a small, unwilling curve. Moonveil accepted her with the kind of wary relief one gives to a knife that has been set down but not yet handed over. Mu Shiran examined the temple's herb stock, the old medicine records, and one of Qiao Ming's ward diagrams within the first hour. She pointed out the flaws in the poison drying rack, corrected the dosage on the recovery tea, and then spent 10 minutes staring at Lu Cheng's hands while he worked through a damaged shoulder channel. "You are not a standard anchor," she said. Lu Cheng kept his expression neutral. "I have been told I lack common sense." "That too. I mean your current is filtering poison residue as it stabilizes. I have seen alchemists spend decades to do that poorly." Bai Lingsu's eyes narrowed with delighted suspicion. Mu Shiran ignored her and turned back to Lu Cheng. "Your method is either the beginning of something revolutionary or the kind of anomaly that gets very good people killed. Those often overlap." "They do." She stayed because the temple had no interest in disguising its injuries. That, for her, seemed to matter. To Lu Cheng, it meant the world had finally produced a doctor who did not confuse shame with healing. Mu Shiran had seen too many institutions protect their reputation by hiding the cost of their methods. Moonveil was doing the opposite, laying the damage out in the open so it could be repaired without lying to the next person who would inherit it. That kind of honesty did not make the work easier. It made the work survivable. It also changed the atmosphere of the temple in a way Lu Cheng had not expected. The women already staying there noticed immediately that Mu Shiran treated hidden injury as information rather than embarrassment. One woman who had spent 2 days insisting her shoulder was fine enough finally admitted she could no longer feel 2 fingers. Another confessed that the recovery tonic her old sect had given her made her heart race at night. Mu Shiran responded to both with blunt precision and zero patience for self-erasure. The women looked almost startled by that. For some of them, honest medicine was as strange as freedom. Chapter 56. Xiao Ruo lost control during a moon eclipse. The sky went dark in the wrong way at dusk, that thin, bruised color that makes even the air feel like it is waiting for something to break. Lu Cheng noticed the change in the temple wards first. The old moon coin in the platform glowed faintly, then hotter, then hot enough that he knew Xiao Ruo was already in trouble before he found her. She was in the side yard near the herb shed, both hands pressed to her abdomen, pale enough to look carved from frost. Mu Xiaoran was there too, already kneeling beside her with 3 silver needles between her fingers. "Don't touch her yet," she said sharply as Lu Cheng approached. The moon current around Xiao Ruo was not simply rising. It was spiraling inward, pulling at the temple's local qi as if the eclipse had given it permission to become hungry. The herbs in the drying rack shivered. The water bowls on the steps trembled. Even the air seemed to contract and expand in the wrong rhythm. Lu Cheng's instinct was to anchor her immediately. Mu Xiaoran caught the movement with one lifted finger. "If you force it now, her channels will tear at the throat." That answer froze everyone in the yard. Shen Yuexin, who had followed Lu Cheng in with her hand already on the sword hilt out of pure reflex, went still. Bai Lingsu appeared at the side passage a heartbeat later, took one look at Xiao Ruo's face, and silently redirected the nearest women away so the panic would not spread through the courtyard. Lu Cheng felt, in that brief, awful pause, the first edge of a truth he had not wanted to learn yet. Moonveil would not only be rescuing women from old damage. It would be inheriting constitutions the old world had made impossible to manage safely. "Then what do you suggest?" he snapped. She looked up at him with the cool impatience of a woman who disliked being interrupted by panic. "I suggest we stop thinking of her as a single body under attack and start thinking of her as part of a larger pattern that needs room to breathe." That sounded like nonsense right up until Qiao Ming, who had come running with chalk dust on her sleeves, started marking the floor stones in a widening ring. Shen Yuexin stepped into the yard sword in hand, understood at once, and put her palm flat against the west post to feed the ward. Bai Lingsu, arriving a heartbeat later, dropped her ledger and said, "Oh, this is a group problem." Lu Cheng nearly laughed from the pressure of it. He opened the scripture and did not aim it solely at Xiao Ruo. Instead, he anchored the yard. The moon eclipse current screamed against the temple stones. The herb shed boards rattled. Xiao Ruo cried out once, a small raw sound, and the current inside her tried to turn the whole yard into a winter collapse. Mu Xiaoran shoved her needles into the ground around the perimeter and hissed a poison-laced phrase that made the air behave better out of pure irritation. Lu Cheng realized, in the middle of the strain, that this was what Elder Lan had meant. The burden could be shared. Not because the pain disappeared, because the room itself had become part of the answer. The eclipse passed with Xiao Ruo unconscious and the temple still standing. No one spoke for a long time after. Lu Cheng knelt beside Xiao Ruo and checked her pulse with 2 fingers. Steady. Still too fast, but steady. The moon coin cooled in his palm until it was only warm. Mu Xiaoran methodically withdrew her needles from the ground and cleaned each one with the careful unhurry of a woman refusing to let a near disaster become a defining memory. The yard smelled of overtaxed herbs and old stone, and the ozone that lingered after a current had burned itself clean. Shen Yuexin sheathed her sword. She looked at Lu Cheng with an expression that was part exhaustion and part question. "How many of the women we take in will have constitutions the old sects never bothered to understand?" "Most of them," Lu Cheng said. "That is why the old sects buried them." She was quiet for a moment. "Then we had better learn faster than they did." Bai Lingsu picked up her ledger from the step where she had dropped it. The cover was smudged with chalk dust. She opened it, wrote 2 lines, and closed it again. Lu Cheng did not ask what she had written. He suspected it was a list of what Moonveil would need next. Another physician who understood moon constitutions, a better ritual anchor in the eclipse calendar, a room separate from the common recovery chamber for exactly this kind of event. Bai Lingsu had a talent for converting near disasters into inventory items. That was, he realized, one of the ways she kept fear from becoming policy. Then Mu Xiaoran looked at Lu Cheng and said, very quietly, "If your sect can keep doing that, you may actually survive being a sect." Chapter 57. After the eclipse, the crisis deepened into something softer and more dangerous. Not softer in its consequences. Softer in the way a room changes when people decide, without saying it aloud, that they are no longer guests. Xiao Ruo spent the next 2 days sleeping under 3 blankets and waking every few hours to check whether the moon had taken too much from her. Shen Yuexin sat with her in silence the first afternoon and then returned with a fresh breath pattern for stable night cycles. Bai Lingsu had a runner fetch more grain and 2 extra bolts of wool because, in her words, famine was a terrible bedside manner. Mu Xiaoran proved herself by not leaving. She spent the morning after the eclipse in the archive room comparing Lu Cheng's current flow against old poison suppression manuals. Then she took a walk through the herb beds with Elder Lawn and came back looking thoughtful enough to frighten everyone. Your temple is a better clinic than half the sect halls I have seen, she said. Lu Cheng raised a brow. That sounds like a complaint. It is. Good. She gave him the sort of look people reserve for very tiresome patients. I also noted that your women do not wait for permission to speak in your presence. Should they? No. She paused. It is unusual. That evening, when the women gathered for the meal, Mu Shiran watched the table with a doctor's eye and then asked to sit with the others rather than alone. Nobody objected. The trust was not immediate, but it was no longer hypothetical either. She had seen them share burden under pressure. That bought her something more valuable than affection. It bought observation time. Bai Lingsu, which was to say, Bai Lingsu immediately tried to make it into leverage. If she stays, she murmured to Lu Cheng, our recovery rate will improve. Mu Shiran heard her. If I stay, I will also tell you when your trade tea is too weak and your wound paste is too thick. Bai Lingsu smiled. So nothing changes. The room laughed. The sound mattered more than it should have. Moonveil was not laughing because the danger had gone away. It was laughing because the danger no longer had the power to define every minute of the room. That was the difference between a temple that merely survived and one that had started to become itself. Mu Shiran heard it too, and the smallest crease appeared at the corner of her mouth as if she were deciding whether this strange little sect was too ridiculous to abandon. Later, after the meal bowls had been gathered and the kitchen fire banked, Mu Shiran walked the side chamber alone for a long time. Lu Cheng watched her from the archive threshold, unsure whether to approach. She moved the way physicians move when they are not treating a patient but reading a space, touching the wall joints, pressing 2 fingers to the ventilation cuts, pausing beside the corner where the dampness had been patched with raw clay. When she came back, she said, you are going to need a separate intake room. We barely have enough room for the one we have. That is why I said you are going to need one. Not that you have one. She studied him with the specific exasperation of a woman who has been intelligent in rooms full of well-meaning people for too long. When multiple women arrive in the same hour with incompatible injuries, you cannot assess them all in one space. The energy bleed through compromises the reading. You have been working around this problem with luck. Lu Cheng opened his mouth. Do not tell me it has worked so far, she said. He closed his mouth. Good. She crossed her arms. I can partition the intake flow. It will cost you 4 days of construction and 2 very large arguments with whoever assigned the sleeping positions. That would be Xiao Ruo. Then I will have 4 days of construction and 2 large arguments with Xiao Ruo. She looked at him evenly. Do you have objections? No, he said. I am glad you are here. The words came out plainly and without decoration. Mu Shiran regarded them for a moment with the expression of a woman who had long grown suspicious of gratitude but was willing to assess it case by case. I have not agreed to stay, she said. I agreed to improve your wound paste. For now, Lu Cheng said. She did not answer, which he took as agreement. Lu Cheng, watching them, understood the true shift. The temple was no longer only receiving the wounded. It was accumulating people whose reasons for staying were starting to exceed fear. That meant it could be betrayed. It also meant it could be defended. Those were not the same thing. They became both by the time Mu Shiran, after a long quiet inspection of the side chamber, said, I think I can work here. Not join. Work. That was enough for now. It would not be enough for long. Somewhere beyond the ridge, Ji Wuye's clerks were already drafting papers that would require a different kind of answer. Chapter 58. Ji Wuye branded Moonveil a rebel sect 1 week later. The proclamation arrived by formal courier, carried under red wax, and sealed with the palace lord's private stamp. It declared that Moonveil had interfered with lawful trade, stolen regional assets, hidden fugitives, and refused state registration under the terms of palace protection. It also, in a line that made Bai Lingsu laugh out loud, accused Lu Cheng of inciting emotional instability among vulnerable cultivators. Shen Yuexin read that line twice. He is afraid of the wording, she said. Of course he is, Bai Lingsu replied. Words are expensive when people begin comparing them to reality. The accusation was meant to isolate Moonveil, but the reaction around the region was already proving difficult to control. Traders who had quietly benefited from the temple's healing started asking whether the palace intended to make them choose between profit and reputation. Village heads who had never trusted sect politics nevertheless recognized a familiar pattern in the wording. The brand was a warning to everyone else, but warnings can also become instructions if people know how to read them. The brand mattered because it changed the shape of the next threat. No longer just traffic brokers or hired assassins. Ji Wuye now had legal cover to gather factions against Moonveil. A rebel sect could be erased in ways a refuge could not. That was the logic of power. Once the state named you dangerous, other people were permitted to become cruel in public. Elder Lon brought the news of the coalition mobilization before noon. 3 allied factions had agreed to answer the palace call. One was a grain sect with old grudges against women's anchor houses. One was a city guard division that had long resented Moonvale's influence over the low road. The third was a mercenary alliance with too much pride and not enough history. Mu Sharon listened to the report and said, "So the man with the polished tables finally chose violence." "He chose administration," Bai Lingsu corrected. "Violence is just what happens after enough signatures are collected." Lu Cheng stood under the temple eaves and looked at the line of women in the yard. He saw the rescued girls practicing breathing. He saw Xiao Ming adjusting a support line in the west ward while 2 older cultivators watched her with growing respect. He saw Xiao Ruo and Han Xingzhu arguing over whether the kitchen shelf needed reinforcement before the next supply cart came in. The temple was already changing shape. If Ji Wuye came now, he would not be fighting one man and a scripture. He would be fighting a living structure with a memory of being cornered. That realization made Lu Cheng more frightened than the palace proclamation had. He had expected fear to be the simple kind, the kind that makes the body want either flight or violence. This was different. This was the fear of seeing a system become self-aware enough to defend itself. Moonvale was no longer just receiving what the world threw at it. It was remembering. That meant the next blow would have to hit something much harder than one man at the center. "How long?" he asked Elder Lon. "If the road reports are accurate," the old man said. "Not long enough for pride." Mu Sharon folded her arms. "Then we should stop pretending pride is a useful resource." Bai Lingsu was already opening her ledger. "That depends," she said. "How much grain can we move before the first banners arrive?" No one had a cheerful answer, which meant the answer would have to be built. Lu Cheng respected that more than any confident promise. Coin and grain were not heroic objects. They were the difference between a sect that could move under pressure and a sect that died politely in place. By now Moonvale had enough people to make logistics a weapon. If the coalition wanted a siege, it would have to chase supplies, rumors, and trust across roads already changing allegiance. Chapter 59 Elder Lon found the training ground by accident. Or by the kind of accident that only happens to old scholars who spend too much time following forbidden references through bad weather. He returned from a valley road survey with his boots full of mud, one sleeve torn, and a scroll bundle tied so tightly it looked as if it might have escaped on its own if given the chance. Lu Cheng met him at the archive door. "You look pleased," he said. Elder Lan's expression became a little more pleased. "That is because I am." The old man laid the scroll bundle out on the table and revealed a map with 3 layers of ink corrections. Not a single place. A route. Old Moon Temple markers. Suppressed anchor houses. A hidden basin road that had once linked the strongest Yin sects in the region before the names were erased from official records. At the end of the route lay a valley hollow marked in red and overlaid with an annotation in the old script. Meridian Training Ground. Potential defensive sanctuary. Multiple dormant arrays. Lu Cheng read the note twice. "You found where?" "Under a shrine that was, until recently, disguised as a livestock shed," Elder Lon said. The local farmer had no idea his pigpens sat atop historical inheritance. Shin Yuexin leaned over the map and frowned. "Can we reach it?" Elder Lon tapped the route. "Yes, if the mountain roads remain open." "No, if Ji Wuye's coalition is already moving with intent." Bai Lingsu immediately began calculating supply distance in her head. Mu Sharon studied the old route marks with a physician's eye, as if a valley could be diagnosed. Han Xingzhu checked the distance between ridge points and nodded once, already thinking about where an ambush would most likely happen. Xiao Ruo, who had long since learned to value maps as much as bowls of soup, quietly marked the safest hiding cuts with a piece of blue chalk. Lu Cheng felt the temple around him like a body taking a breath before a hard decision. For a moment no one spoke. The weight of the map lay between them like a second set of choices. Outside the archive window, the sound of the courtyard reached them, the clatter of morning bowls, someone calling a name in a low voice, the slow creak of the gate as the first petitioner of the day arrived to have her channels checked. All of that was real. All of it was fragile. And all of it had been built on borrowed time from the day they chose the hilltop. "We cannot hide here forever," Elder Lon said, with the gentleness of a man who has already thought his way through a grief the room has not reached yet. "Hiding implies we were running," Han Xingzhu said. "We were not running. We were establishing." The difference stops mattering the moment Ji Wuye decides to stop being embarrassed and start being lethal, Bai Lingsu said. She was still staring at the route markers, her finger moving from point to point. How many days of hard travel? 7, if the weather holds, Elder Lan said. 10 if it does not. Xiao Ruo looked up from her chalk marks. She did not say anything. She looked at Lu Cheng, and the look said everything that chalk could not. He understood. The women who had arrived here had climbed a hill, not chosen a philosophy. They had come because this place was safer than whatever they were leaving. Moving them again, asking them to trust that the next place would hold, was a different kind of ask. Not harder, necessarily, but more deliberate. It could not be done with momentum. It would have to be done with honesty. We do not move without telling everyone why, Lu Cheng said. And we do not move without giving people the real choice. Xin Yuexin looked at him. Some will choose to stay. Some will. That is their right. Bai Lingsu pressed 2 fingers to the junction on the map. Then we had better make the valley worth choosing. The training ground mattered because it meant Moon Vale might not have to defend itself from a hilltop forever. It could move into old support systems built for women like them. It could become harder to erase if its roots were deeper than one temple and one alleyway. But reaching it would mean abandoning the place they had already turned into home. The annotation stirred something in him that was half memory and half instinct. A place like that did not just shelter people. It trained the body to accept a different standard of flow. If the arrays truly still functioned, Moonvale would not be migrating into empty land. It would be walking into a structure built for women whose paths had once been considered too unstable to deserve preservation. He hated that the right answer might be movement. He hated even more that the map already knew it. There was grief in that realization, but also relief. The hidden training ground meant they were not inventing safety from nothing. Someone before them had understood the same problem and built answers into the valley itself. That made Moonvale less like an experiment and more like an heir, even if the inheritance had been buried under livestock in time. Chapter 60. With armies marching, Lu Cheng ordered Moonvale to leave. The words tasted like ash. He said them in the courtyard at dawn, while the last of the new grain was being stacked under the side awning and the women who had arrived in the previous week still slept in rows of borrowed mats. Elder Lan stood with the map in one hand. Bai Lingsu stood with the ledger in the other. Xin Yuexin held her sword low because she understood what it meant to hear the shape of a family leaving its walls behind. Mu Xiaoran said nothing at first. Then, how soon? Before the coalition gets here, Lu Cheng said. If we stay, they'll turn the temple into a siege point. If we leave with the route hidden, they lose the advantage of the map. We go to the training ground, build the valley, and make them follow us where the old arrays still remember how to fight. He did not mention that the march itself would be an open invitation to interception. Everyone in the courtyard already knew. The more important fact was that the route could be protected only by moving before the enemy fully understood the scale of the relocation. If they waited for certainty, they would be trapped inside someone else's timetable. The courtyard went quiet. No one interrupted him. The silence had the heavy texture of people trying to measure how much of their fear they could carry without passing it to the next person. Some would be leaving for the first time in years. Some would be leaving a place they had only just begun to trust. Lu Cheng had no clean language for that kind of pain. He only had the certainty that staying had become the more dangerous option. He could see the calculation taking shape in the older women first. The temple was part memory now, part storage problem, part symbol. Symbols were precious, but they were not worth a burial. If they stayed, the coalition would use the hill as an easy point of pressure. If they moved, they might preserve the only thing that mattered, the people and the method. Everything else could be rebuilt if they survived long enough. Not because anyone disagreed. Because everyone understood what was being asked. This was not a retreat. It was a migration. The distinction landed with a collective exhale from the courtyard. Retreat suggested defeat, scattering, the end of a formation. Migration suggested continuity. It meant the sect could survive by becoming mobile, by preserving its order through movement, by carrying the temple inside the people rather than the other way around. Lu Cheng saw the idea settle into shoulders and hands around him, not as comfort, but as purpose. The women who had only just learned the temple bells by sound would have to carry their blankets into the road. The herb beds would have to be abandoned or uprooted. The archive scrolls would need to be packed. The wounded would need to be moved carefully enough not to tear the progress they had made. And the people in the valley who had started to trust Moonvale would have to decide whether to follow a sect that had become too dangerous to keep in one place. Bai Lingsu, who had been staring at the route map, closed her ledger with a soft click. You are asking everyone to become fugitives again. No, Lu Cheng said. I am asking them to become something the world cannot easily pin down. Xin Yuexin's eyes stayed on him for a long breath. And if they catch us on the road? He looked toward the mountain path where the pines narrowed the horizon and the wind moved cold and low through the stones. Then he looked back at the temple full of women who had chosen to stay because it finally felt possible to choose it all. Then we teach them what Moonveil learned here, he said. That the place does not matter half as much as the people willing to carry each other through it. One by one, the women began to move. The first boxes came down from the archive shelves, then the herb racks, then the blankets, then the grumbling, practical, frightened, determined business of packing a home into wagons and baskets in memory. Above them all, the bells of the old temple trembled in the morning wind as if they already knew they would soon be behind. Lu Cheng stood in the center of the yard and felt the scripture pulse with a steady, terrible certainty. Moonveil was leaving the hill. Behind them, the road to war had already begun. The first carts rattled toward the gate with blankets, herbs, and the archive boxes that had become the sect's memory. Lu Cheng watched them go and understood that the next stage would not be measured in victories so much as endurance. If Moonveil could cross the road without losing its center, it would become something the old sect world did not yet have a name for. If it failed, all of this would become a story told about how dangerous hope was. He intended to prevent that ending. The road itself seemed to tighten around the convoy, as if the mountain wanted to test their resolve one last time. Lu Cheng kept his eyes on the lead cart and measured the gap between haste and panic. The difference would decide whether Moonveil arrived as a sect or as scattered survivors. He had no interest in letting the world tell the story of their move as a collapse. It was a transfer of power, and every box in every wagon had to carry that truth. Behind the carts, the old temple bells gave one last thin tremor through the morning air. Lu Cheng did not look back. If Moonveil was going to become something harder to erase, it could not keep turning its face toward the place it had already outgrown. The hill had sheltered them. The valley would have to remember them. Chapter 61. The mountain road did not forgive caravans. Moonveil learned that in the first hour after leaving the hill temple, when the packed carts had barely cleared the pines and the ravine path began to narrow into stone and cold shadow, the women who had once moved through the temple courtyard with awkward caution now walked in lines that had to be constantly adjusted for wheel ruts, loose gravel, and the weight of bundles tied with rope that was already fraying at the edges. The wounded were placed in the middle. The newer disciples took the front and rear. The children, because Moonveil now had children, rode beside the herb crates and stared at the cliffs as if trying to memorize the shape of the world before it changed again. Lu Cheng rode the second cart because someone had decided, without asking him, that a sect master should look least panicked when he was visible. He did not love this rule. He understood it. The road through the ravines was thin enough that one wrong order could turn the whole migration into a disaster, and the women around him were watching him the way soldiers watch a signal fire in fog. He could feel their fear, but he could also feel something harder under it, the hardening of people who had once been treated like debris and now had a reason to carry the debris with care. Xin Yuexin walked beside the lead cart with her sword in its sheath, and her gaze fixed ahead. Bai Lingsu had already marked 3 possible rest points on the route map, and was arguing with Elder Lan over whether the old shrine tunnel should be used as a shelter or ignored because the floor looked unstable. Mu Shiran, who had refused to call herself part of the sect, while simultaneously correcting everyone else's bandages, moved from one injured traveler to another with a small satchel of powders clipped at her waist. Xiao Ruo kept glancing at the sky, as if afraid the moon itself might try to chase them. By noon they had already seen 2 beasts. One was a ridge wolf with a ruined ear that had learned to avoid humans. The other was not a beast at all, but a group of desperate men on a lower path who looked at the Moonveil caravan with the hungry calculation of people who had heard a sect of women was traveling light. Han Qingzhu stepped off the cart with the kind of calm that made the men reconsider their life choices. She did not draw her sword. She only set her hand on the hilt and smiled like someone who had already decided the road would belong to her. Keep moving, she told Lu Cheng without looking back. If they are foolish enough to try anything, I would prefer to handle it in pieces. He watched her go and felt a familiar pressure in his chest. Moonveil was no longer a handful of frightened survivors. It was beginning to resemble a force that the world would have to either respect or kill. Those were not comforting options. They were, however, real. And for the first time since leaving the hill, Lu Cheng thought the caravan might survive long enough to become a story the old sects would hate. But the ravine ahead had already begun to darken, and the wind moving through the cliffs carried the sound of something following them from farther back on the road. Lu Cheng listened to that sound for a long moment before deciding not to say it aloud. Fear traveled faster when given a name, and the caravan had enough of it already. Instead, he watched the carts creep over the broken stone and noted the small acts of adjustment that told him Moonveil was changing in ways that would matter later. a younger disciple silently taking the rear rope from an older woman's shaking hands. Xiao Rua gathering dropped cloth ties without being asked. Shen Yuexin matching the cart's pace so no one could feel left behind. None of it looked heroic. All of it looked like a sect learning to move as one organism. The realization startled him with its plainness. He had expected the migration to feel like exile, like a wound moving through the landscape. But the road kept forcing the women around him to solve problems together before panic could crystallize into blame. They were building habits. Habits would survive fear better than speeches ever could. That was the first hint that the valley was not the only thing changing. The people crossing toward it were being remade by the act of crossing. That remaking showed in tiny, stubborn ways. A woman who had refused to speak above a whisper at the hill temple now corrected a wheel binding before the cart could tip. One of the rescued pavilion girls, still skittish around men, took over the herb satchel count when Mu Shiran snapped that everyone else was mislabeling roots by smell. Even the children began learning the hand signals Han Qingzhu used for halt, crouch, and silence, turning the migration into a kind of rough education no formal hall would ever have offered them. The road was stripping away the luxury of thinking someone else would always know what to do. That lesson became painfully concrete at the first true rest stop. The caravan had barely formed a ring around the carts when a rear axle pin snapped and spilled half a grain crate into the mud. No one shouted. That was the first miracle. Shen Yuexin signaled the perimeter. Han Qingzhu assigned 2 watchers and 3 lifters. Bai Lingsu got on her knees in the dirt and started counting salvageable bags while insulting the carpenter who had cut the original pin too thin. A woman from the temple kitchens, who had never in her life been treated as anything but support staff, calmly reorganized the whole repair line, because she knew exactly how long wet grain could sit before becoming useless. By the time Lu Cheng reached the scene with spare rope, the crisis had already become a procedure. "You look surprised," Shen Yuexin said from behind him. "I am," he admitted. "I expected panic." She watched a younger disciple adjust a rope without being asked. "So did I." A pause. "That may be the most useful thing we have learned today." He stood there for a breath longer than necessary, watching them solve it, and felt something steadying click into place inside him. Moonvale was not only learning courage. It was learning response time. That would matter later, when the dangers became more complex than broken carts and suspicious men on the lower road. Response time is what turns a crowd into a sect. The old powers had stolen women's futures partly by making sure they were never allowed to practice coordination under pressure. The road was undoing that theft mile by mile. Chapter 62. Han Qingzhu became the commander because nobody else wanted the road to command them first. She had not asked for the role. She had only looked at the caravan after the first night camp and started assigning watch shifts, bundle weights, and emergency signals with the brisk certainty of someone who knew exactly how quickly a collection of injured people could become a grave if nobody kept order. Lu Cheng had expected the newer disciples to resent her. Instead, they obeyed her with the suspicious relief of people who had spent too long waiting for someone to be competent without being cruel. At dawn, she forced everyone into drills. The first complaint came from a girl whose hands still shook from a broken foundation treated only 3 days before. Han Qingzhu made her carry a supply box halfway up the slope and back down again. "If you can breathe while walking, you can obey while frightened," she said. When the girl glared at her, Han Qingzhu nodded once as if the glare itself were useful data. "Good. Keep the anger. Use it to keep your center." Lu Cheng watched from the rear cart and realized Han Qingzhu was teaching the young ones the one lesson the orthodox sects had never bothered to teach them. Discipline was not the same as humiliation. When she corrected posture, she did it with a blade's economy, never wasting words on shame. When someone stumbled, she made them stand again, not because pain was noble, but because roads punished hesitation. The women who had once been treated like passengers began to understand that they were also part of the force keeping the caravan alive. The ambush came at the second ravine crossing. Not a true battle, just a sharpened attempt to break the line. 3 arrows from the rocks above, a burst of pebbles, and a scream designed to make the rear carts panic. Han Qingzhu moved before anyone else had fully processed the threat. She vaulted onto the slope, caught one attacker by the wrist, and drove him into the stone wall hard enough to crack his shoulder. 2 more scattered. She did not pursue them. She called for the carts to keep moving and then pointed to the younger disciples at the rear. "You," she said, "you have the strongest legs. Carry the lantern box. You," she added to a pale boy who had been assigned to the water skins, "stop looking like a corpse and help the wounded. If you can faint later, do it after we reach the next shelf." Several of them looked offended. More of them looked grateful. Lu Cheng understood why. Han Qingzhu was not giving them gentleness, but she was giving them clarity. On a road like this, clarity was mercy. By evening, she had organized the caravan into 3 moving clusters: rear defense, center supply, and forward scouts. Bai Lingsu approved the structure with a single sharp nod. Elder Lan called it surprisingly efficient for a battlefield refugee procession. Han Qingzhu replied, "I am going to assume that was praise." "It was," Elder Lan said. "Then keep doing it from a distance." Lu Cheng almost laughed, but the sound caught in his throat when he saw how quickly the younger disciples began to stand straighter under her command. A sect was not only made in the archive or the healing room. Sometimes it was made on a muddy trail when someone finally figured out how to turn fear into formation. And yet the sky behind them kept changing color in ways that made him think the pursuit had not been abandoned. It had only paused long enough to choose a better angle. Chapter 63. Ji Wuye did not chase them with one army. He chased them with enough small cruelties to make the road feel longer than it was supposed to be. A merchant gate closed 1 hour early in a valley town. A water tax inspector appeared the same morning. Moonvale arrived at a rest stop and demanded to know why so many women were traveling without proper escort seals. A patrol at the South Fork asked for paperwork that did not exist, then stood in place long enough that everyone understood they had been paid to delay, not to stop. The worst part was the rhythm. Every day brought something new, and everything was just small enough to be denied. A snapped wagon axle. A false rumor that the caravan carried stolen relics. A road marker removed, so the party had to detour through a ravine with poor footing. These were not the acts of a man trying to win a battle cleanly. They were the acts of a man trying to make the women inside the caravan doubt their own ability to keep moving. Lu Cheng understood the tactic because he had lived it for years in the lower sect. People who were not allowed open violence learned to turn the world into a series of inconveniences. Force enough inconveniences, and the target begins to believe the problem is their own weakness. Ji Wuye was applying that lesson to Moonvale with bureaucratic elegance. He could not stop the migration all at once, so he was trying to make each mile expensive enough that the sect would fracture under its own strain. Bai Lingsu fought him with ink. She began planting false routes in the market rumors, sending different versions of the caravan's destination through different village gossip chains, forcing the pursuers to spend time deciding which lies to believe. She also bribed 2 road cooks, 1 cart fixer, and a washerwoman who had no intention of helping Moonvale until she heard that the wounded in the caravan were being fed before the healthy. By the time Ji Wuye's scouts arrived at one crossing, 3 unrelated groups had already moved supplies in the opposite direction. Han Qingzhu called it strategic nuisance. "It is not nuisance if it wins," Bai Lingsu said. "That sounds like nuisance with self-esteem." The caravan's morale rose and fell with the weather. Cold mornings made the children silent. Warm afternoons made the older women talk about the hill temple, as if speaking of a family home they had been forced to leave too soon. Every time a rumor of pursuit reached them, Lu Cheng could feel the room inside the caravan tighten around it. He had learned by now that fear could be shared, but only if someone named it first. "They are trying to make us hurry," he said one night around the cooking fire. Xin Yuexin looked up from sharpening her sword. "Then we do not give them panic." "No," Lu Cheng said. "We give them order." That was the moment he understood the real conflict of the migration. Ji Wuye was not only following them. He was trying to prove that a sect of women could not maintain coherence under pressure. Every organized camp, every drilled response, every injury treated without delay was an answer. Moonvale did not need to defeat the harassment. It needed to remain itself long enough to make the harassment look like desperation. Bai Lingsu made that principle practical in ways Lu Cheng found both inspiring and faintly alarming. She started treating every rumor as a supply route. If the enemy spread a false tale about Moonvale turning away wounded men, she sent the truth through river traders and bathhouse talk, so quickly the lie became expensive to repeat. If a village head hesitated to send grain, she reminded him that every cart Moonvale fed was one less family he would have to see starving at the market gate. She did not argue with the world so much as force it to account for itself. That was why the road still held. Not because the caravan was unbreakable. It held because every attempt to isolate them was met with a different kind of connection. The men on the road could harass carts. They could not easily harass trust once trust had become a network. And somewhere ahead, beyond the next ridge, the hidden valley waited like a mouth about to decide whether to open. The line hit Lu Cheng harder than he expected, because it sounded like a question he had no right to answer for everyone else. He had spent the last several days managing motion, fear, and logistics, but the basin itself was the first thing that could not be bullied into readiness. Either it accepted them or it did not. That meant the sect's next survival would depend on a kind of trust older than strategy. It would depend on whether the body of Moonvale could recognize the body of the valley and decide to belong to it. They camped that night in a broken shepherd shelter 1 ridge away from the hidden entrance, and nobody slept well. The nearness of the basin made every delay feel personal. Bai Lingsu checked the route markers 3 times and still muttered that old maps had the moral character of liars. Xin Yuexin walked the perimeter until dawn. Lu Cheng sat with Elder Lan over the map and tried not to imagine what would happen if the final gate rejected them after all this motion, all this risk, all this trust spent on a promise preserved by dead women and livestock sheds. Chapter 60 For the valley did not open for strangers. Lu Cheng found that out the hard way. The hidden basin was narrower than the map had suggested, folded into the mountain spine so tightly that the entrance looked less like a valley and more like a seam the earth had forgotten to stitch closed. Elder Land's route markers were correct, but the final approach was wrong in the way old things were often wrong. The map could point to a place, but it could not tell him whether the place still accepted the people standing in front of it. Moonvale reached the basin mouth after 2 days of hard climbing and 1 skirmish that Han Qingzhu refused to call a skirmish because, in her opinion, a skirmish implies they were brave enough to finish it. The caravan was exhausted. 1 child had blisters on both feet. 2 injured women needed to be carried. Mu Xiran had not slept properly in 3 nights. Bai Lingsu's hair had come loose from its pins, and she looked more dangerous for it. And still the valley remained shut. At the entrance stood a ring of old stone pylons cut with moon sigils, so worn they seemed almost natural in the rock. A narrow stream threaded through them and vanished under a slab of black stone. The air here felt dense in a way Lu Cheng had never experienced, as if the current itself had been waiting centuries for the correct question. He stepped forward, placed 1 hand over the nearest pylon, and felt the scripture in his meridians respond with a low, sharp pulse. Nothing. Then a second pulse, weaker, from the caravan behind him. He turned. Xin Yuexin was standing with her hand on Xiao Rua's shoulder. Bai Lingsu had 1 palm on the shoulder of a wounded woman from the lower valley. Han Qingzhu had half-kneeling support under an exhausted disciple who could barely stand. Elder Lan was touching the edge of a crate full of archive scrolls, as if the books themselves were part of the oath. Mu Xiran, after 1 irritated glance around, put her hand on a medicine case and muttered, "If this place wants to be dramatic, it can be dramatic after we are inside." Lu Cheng understood. The valley was not asking for blood. It was asking for willingness. He moved down the line and touched each person in turn, not as ritual, but as recognition. A hand on the arm, a palm to a shoulder, a nod, a shared breath. The scripture warmed. The sigils on the pylons lit faintly 1 by 1, like old eyes opening after a very long sleep. The stream beneath the black slab began to hum. When Lu Cheng reached the last disciple, the valley finally answered. The black stone split with a sound like a sigh, and a door half-forgotten opening inside the world. Air moved through the basin. The current shifted. Somewhere deep inside the earth, dormant formations woke with a slow, ancient patience that made the caravan's own fatigue feel suddenly small. Moonvale had not forced the valley to open. It had proved that it could carry itself together long enough to be admitted. Behind Lu Cheng, one of the younger women whispered, "Is that really it?" He looked at the opening, at the old stone, at the line of people waiting to see whether the inheritance would betray them. "No," he said. "That is the beginning." That answer did not come from confidence. It came from necessity. A sect could not survive by treating every unknown as a failure. The Hidden Valley had already told them that much. Lu Cheng stood aside and let the line enter, and as the last cart rolled across the threshold, he felt a shift in the atmosphere, as if the basin itself had decided to breathe with them instead of around them. The air grew less hostile, more textured. The stone no longer felt like a sealed tomb. It felt like a room that had been waiting for the right family to arrive. Chapter 65 Moonfall Valley remembered its old name in pieces. The first chamber inside the basin was a wide stone court overgrown with pale moss and moon grass, its walls carved with faded reliefs of women standing shoulder to shoulder under a crescent sky. Lu Cheng stood in the threshold and felt the hair rise on his arms. This was not a simple hidden refuge. It was an ancestral body, buried and preserved by deliberate neglect. The air still carried the faint pulse of old arrays, quiet as a sleeping heart, but unmistakably alive. One by one, the caravan stepped through the opening. The moment the final disciple crossed the threshold, the carvings on the walls brightened with a soft silver line. A low hum traveled through the floor. Elder Lan made a noise that was somewhere between a cough and a laugh, and then had to steady himself on the edge of a stone bench. Bai Lingsu stared at the architecture like a merchant who had just discovered a vault under her favorite shop. "This is not a valley," she said. "No," Mu Xiran asked. This is the kind of asset old sects would start a war over if they knew it existed. Xin Yuexin knelt and touched the ground, then looked up with something close to awe. It knows us. It did. Or rather, it knew the shape of Moonveil's willingness. The valley responded differently to the sect bonds than it had to any other group. The more of the caravan crossed into the inner court, the brighter the old sigils glowed. Lu Cheng felt the scripture humming in his body, not as a demand, but as recognition. The fate around them was stacking, aligning, finding its old grooves. At the center of the valley lay a shallow pool ringed by white stone. Elder Lon identified it before anyone else could ask. Moonwell, he said quietly. The heart node. Lu Cheng looked at the still water, the silver sheen under its surface, the old channels leading out in all directions, and understood why the valley had rejected incompleteness. This place had been built not just as a sanctuary, but as a system. Libraries, training grounds, herb terraces, a medicinal spring, subterranean dormitories, old formation circles hidden under the stone so the women who lived here could practice without asking permission from a patriarch who believed their bodies belonged to history only if he approved the history. The words hit him harder than he expected. A place like this had once existed openly, then been buried because the world could not tolerate a structure that made women stronger without male stewardship. The valley was not a gift from the earth. It was a recovered crime scene. Bai Lingsu walked the perimeter with her hands tucked into her sleeves and a fierce look in her eyes. We can rebuild from this. Han Xingzhu ran her fingers along a training post and grinned in a way that made Lu Cheng nervous for everyone who would eventually challenge her here. We can do better than rebuild. The valley's first answer to Moonveil had been acceptance. Its second answer was promise. And somewhere beyond the basin wall, Ji Wuye's scouts were still trying to decide which road led to their target. The contrast felt almost insulting. Inside the basin, the women could hear water moving through old channels, stone waking under bare feet, and the first uncertain laughter of children who had never before seen a place open to them without asking for a token. Outside, other people were still deciding whether to burn the road behind them. Lu Cheng stood with that tension on either side of him and felt the valley asking for a harder commitment than gratitude. It was not enough to admire the inheritance. They had to repair it until it could defend them. That was the burden, then and now. Moonveil was no longer trying to become a place. It was trying to become a continuity. That idea made the back of his throat tighten with a mix of fear and relief he could not separate. The children felt the difference first. One little girl who had cried herself hoarse on the second day of the migration stepped into the inner court, stared at the white stone pool, and asked whether they were allowed to run here. No one answered immediately. The question was too large and too ordinary at once. Then Xin Yuexin said yes, but not near the archive stairs, and the girl took off laughing between the carved pillars like she had been waiting all her life for someone to give permission that simple. Lu Cheng had to look away for a moment after that. Whole worlds had been built by denying girls things as small as room to run. The adults felt it a different way. They kept pausing in doorways as if expecting someone to tell them which chambers were above their rank. One woman asked whether she was truly allowed to sleep in a room with windows facing the inner court. Another stood staring at the old bath channels as though cleanliness itself might be a privilege she had not earned. Moonfall Valley was forcing all of them to confront how deeply they had been trained to negotiate with their own smallness. The place had not yet given them safety. It had given them scale, and scale was almost harder to accept. So Lu Cheng and the others began assigning the first restoration work immediately, not only because the valley needed labor, but because labor was the quickest way to transform awe into belonging. If someone was trusted to clear the East Hall, she stopped feeling like an intruder in the East Hall. If a woman was asked to inventory the medicine niches, she began unconsciously treating the shelves as part of the world she was allowed to preserve. Han Xingzhu put the stronger arrivals on debris hauling. Bai Lingsu took charge of stores and salvage. Elder Lon built 3 separate catalog piles before noon and then had to be reminded to eat. By the end of the first day, there were already signs of the life to come. Fresh chalk marks at the kitchen wall. Water pails lined in size order outside the lower baths. A sleeping corner set aside for children too frightened to rest alone. Xiao Ruo had somehow convinced 2 older women to help her wash the dust from the Moonwell steps without touching the deeper inscriptions. Mu Shiran emerged from the herb terraces carrying half a basket of usable roots and the expression of a woman trying very hard not to admit she had found a home. Chapter 66. The libraries were half buried in dust and perfectly intact. That was the sort of thing that made Elder Lon stand motionless for a full minute before moving, which in his case counted as emotional collapse. He spent the morning in the archive chamber with his sleeves rolled up, opening sealed cabinet doors, reading old shelf labels, and making quiet sounds of outrage every time he discovered another section dedicated to what the orthodox sects had later called unstable feminine excess. Lu Cheng watched him from the doorway and felt something like grief. Not for the books, exactly. For the civilization that had been willing to erase them and still call itself honorable. The training grounds were worse. Or better, depending on how one defined damage. A whole courtyard of stone dummies and stance markers lay beneath the surface moss, each built to support different body types and chi flows. Women with crescent constitutions. Women with damaged yang balance. Women whose meridians had split under forced dual cultivation. Women who had never been given a term at all because their sex had buried their potentials under discipline and shame. The valley had been designed to teach them to move without apology. Lu Cheng walked the rings with Shun Yuexin and Han Qingzhu, feeling the old arrays thrum in response to their footsteps. The formations are dormant, he said. Not dead. Mu Shiran corrected from behind him. She had already taken apart one section of herb wall to inspect the soil. That matters. You can wake them? Probably. Probably. If you want certainty, ask a fool. Bai Ling Su, who had been supervising the first storage sorting, called across the courtyard. If she says probably, she means yes with conditions. Mu Shiran did not look up. And if she says yes, she means no one has checked the price. The valley's kitchens were still dry, but the cisterns held water. The meditation halls had cracked roofs, but the seal stones were in place. The dormitories were empty except for the dust and the smell of old incense. Moonvale had inherited not a ruin, but a structure waiting for residents. That made every task feel urgent in a new way. They were not surviving the valley. They were reactivating it. That urgency transformed the mood of the basin within hours. Women who had spent half the road looking over their shoulders were suddenly debating shelf use in the archive annex, drainage flow in the lower kitchens, and whether the West dormitory should be reserved for the most fragile patients or for the children who still woke screaming at night. The arguments were not elegant, but they were full of assumption that tomorrow existed. Lu Cheng listened to them with a stunned sort of gratitude. People do not argue about shelf space when they believe annihilation is imminent. They argue when they have started unconsciously planning a future. By evening, the first work assignments were posted. The herb terraces would be cleared and tested. The outer training loops would be swept. The archives would be cataloged. The moonwell would not be touched until Elder Lon finished the safety readings. Han Qingzhu began assigning labor like a battlefield officer. Bai Lingsu started tracking materials and possible trade deficits. Lu Cheng, to his own surprise, found himself making decisions about dormitory placement and water access with the grim competence of someone who had finally accepted that a sect master is really just a person who cannot afford to lose track of who needs what. There were arguments, of course. A pair of older cultivators wanted the Western dormitory for senior women only because they claimed discipline required rank order even in sleeping arrangements. Shin Yuexin shut that down with brutal efficiency by asking whether seniority had ever prevented those same women from being discarded by their former sections. A mother wanted a room near the outer wall in case they had to flee again. Bai Lingsu gently but firmly moved her closer to the clinic because traumatized children are easier to reassure than to chase. A former servant refused any assignment that put her near the archives because she insisted she was not educated enough for written work. Elder Lon handed her a dust cloth, pointed at a shelf, and said preservation begins with one careful hand. By sunset, she was correcting his storage order under her breath. Those frictions did not frighten Lu Cheng the way they once would have. They meant Moonvale had crossed into the difficult, healthy stage where a future was being negotiated in public instead of imposed from above. If the valley had opened to them only to turn them into silent beneficiaries, it would have become another tomb with better lighting. Instead, it answered by forcing them to make ordinary decisions together. Ordinary decisions were where institutions either rot or become trustworthy. The valley answered by turning a silver color under the moon. And deep below the western hall, something large and old shifted in its sleep. Chapter 67 Xiao Rua found the moon well before anyone could stop her. It happened because children are often the first to understand a place that was built to remember them. She slipped away from the clearing crew while Mu Shiran was arguing with a wall of herb root debris and appeared in the lower court with dirt on her knees and her eyes fixed on the pool as if she had heard it calling from under the stone. Lu Cheng reached for her too late. She had already knelt beside the water and touched the surface with one finger. The reaction was instant, not violent. Recognizing. The moonwell lit from beneath as if a whole sky had been poured into the basin. Xiao Rua gasped, not in fear but in the shock of being known. The air around her turned soft and bright. For a breath the entire valley seemed to lean inward around the pool, and Lu Cheng saw the shape of her constitution for what it was, not a curse, not even a problem, but an old saint-level foundation that had been mislabeled by men too small to understand what they had discarded. Mu Shiran arrived first, because of course she did, and knelt beside the girl with a face that had gone very still. "Do not pull," she said softly. Xiao Ruo looked frightened now. "I am not doing anything." "Exactly," Mu Shiran said. "That is why this is interesting." Lu Cheng stepped close enough to feel the current brushing at his sleeves. He opened the scripture and found the resonance threading between Xiao Ruo, the moon well, and the old valley stones in a pattern so elegant it almost made him angry. The world had called her monstrous because it did not want to admit that some constitutions could only flourish where the system allowed them to be whole. The moon well did not reject her. It welcomed her like a missing piece. The girl began to cry, without quite understanding why. "Is something wrong?" she asked. Xin Yuexin, who had come running when the light flashed, crouched on the other side of the pool and shook her head. "No, I think the problem is that something is finally right." The moonwell brightened again at that sentence, as if the valley itself approved of plain speech more than ceremony. Ripples spread outward in perfect concentric lines, touching the carved edge stones one by one. Each stone answered with a faint pulse of silver script. Elder Lon stumbled into the lower court in time to see the last of them light, and stopped so abruptly that Bai Lingsu nearly walked into him. "Well," the old archivist said after a long silence, "there goes any remaining argument that we found the wrong valley." Bai Lingsu studied Xiao Ruo, the water, and the old script with the expression of a woman recalculating the size of history's fraud in real time. "If the child activates saint-grade infrastructure by touching it," she said, "then the men who called her defective should be buried under paperwork until their descendants feel it." Mu Shiran, still watching the current line move through Xiao Ruo's wrist, gave a small, vicious smile. "Ambitious. I approve." Lu Cheng knelt and opened the scripture more fully, letting it read the exchange between girl and well. What he saw there made him go cold with recognition. The moonwell was not only responding to her constitution, it was offering calibration, old pathways, and a standard of balance the modern sex had never allowed her body to approach. Xiao Ruo had not been merely surviving the wrong environment. She had been starved of the right one. That truth landed in Shun Yuexin too. He could see it in the way her jaw tightened. Every woman in Moonvale had been wounded differently, but the pattern underneath was the same. The world had not merely failed them. It had organized itself around making sure the environments they needed either disappeared or became inaccessible behind shame, price, or law. Xiao Ruo wiped her eyes with the heel of her palm. "Why does it feel like it knows me?" Elder Lon answered this time, voice gentler than usual. "Because places like this were built by women who knew girls like you would come one day, even if history spent centuries pretending otherwise." That answer made Xiao Ruo cry harder. The moonwell responded to her tears by pulsing warmer, and Lu Cheng realized the hidden basin was not merely a training ground. It was a recognition engine for women whose paths had been suppressed until they forgot their own names. Xiao Ruo's moon spirit physique had not been a flaw in the old world. It had been the key to a door that only opened for people the old world had tried to bury. When the light faded, Xiao Ruo was still kneeling, but the tremor in her body had changed. It had become alignment. And that was the moment Lu Cheng understood the valley would not let them keep calling her a burden. He looked at Xiao Ruo, at the way the moonwell responded to her breathing as if it had been trained to wait for her specifically, and felt something painful loosen in his chest. The girl had spent her life being moved around as a warning sign. Now the valley was responding to her, as if she were a key. If that could happen to Xiao Ruo, then perhaps the rest of them had been mislabeled too. Perhaps every discarded woman Moonvale had rescued could discover some structure in the world that made her appear monstrous only because the world had been built badly. Mu Shiran noticed his expression and gave him a brief, unreadable look. Not sympathy. Not yet. Recognition. She had also seen what it meant for a body to be treated as a problem until the right environment proved otherwise. For the first time, Lu Cheng felt Moonvale's mission stretch beyond repair. It was becoming a place that could change the categories people were trapped inside. Chapter 68. Mu Shiran spent 3 days in the medicinal fields and looked happier each day she worked. That worried Lu Cheng at first. Then he saw the state of the soil. The upper terraces had been salted by neglect. The irrigation channels were clogged with root rot and old leaf mold. Some of the beds had been planted with low-value herbs that could survive in bad conditions, but the deeper plots held dormant rhizomes of imbalancing plants no one had believed could be grown outside the old temple valleys. Mu Shiran crouched in the dirt with a knife, a pouch of seed paste, and a face so intent it might have been carved. "This place was built to heal wounds the orthodox fields cannot hold," she said, not looking up. Whoever designed it knew exactly what the world would try to do. Lu Cheng stood beside her with a basket of recovered seedlings and admitted, "That sounds like a complaint." "It is a complaint." "Good. We have many." She dug her fingers into the soil and found moisture under the salt crust. "The valley can still produce medicine. Not a little. A lot. If we clear the channels properly, it can grow herbs that stabilize moon overflow, soothe meridian backlash, and slow lifespan drain. Some of these roots should have been extinct in the lower regions. Can we bring them back?" Mu Shiran gave him a look of outright offense. "Did you think I was here for the scenery?" By the end of the second day, she had already set up a crude field lab under the eastern overhang. Xiao Rua helped her sort seed fragments. Elder Lan identified old labels from broken slate tablets. Bai Lingsu immediately started calculating the value of medicinal output and asked, in the most suspiciously gentle voice possible, whether Moonvale should expand trade before or after the valley became dangerous enough to defend itself. "After," Mu Shiran said. "I meant strategically. I meant my answer strategically." The fields responded slowly, then all at once. When the first irrigated bed turned its leaves silver under the moon, the valley seemed to inhale. The dormant herbs did not merely survive. They flourished in a way Lu Cheng had never seen in sect fields maintained by men who believed medicine was a line item instead of a relation. The soil had been waiting for this. So had Mu Shiran. She stood over the new growth with a hand on her hip and a dangerous shine in her eyes. "If I had this land when I first started practicing," she said quietly, "I might have stayed a nicer person." Bai Lingsu looked up from her records and replied, "No one believes you." "Neither do I," Mu Shiran said. But the smile she gave the herbs was almost tender. She stayed in the field until moonrise, checking moisture, testing the new leaves, and adjusting the way the root channels fed into the deeper plots. The work suited her in a way court medicine never had. There was no performance in the soil. No one could pretend a dead plant was healthy because the paperwork said so. Every root told the truth, and Mu Shiran seemed to trust truths that could not be polished into something more convenient. Lu Cheng watched her work and realized that the valley had given her not just better conditions, but a more honest audience. Elder Lan appeared at the edge of the field just before dark and stood, without speaking for long enough that Mu Shiran finally looked up. "You have something to say," she said. "I have something to show you." He held out a narrow slate tablet, old enough that the inscription had partially weathered off. This was found under the collapsed western shelf. "The herb name here, do you recognize the root family?" Mu Shiran set down her knife and took the slate. She studied it, and the look on her face shifted from professional interest to something older and harder to name. "This is extinct," she said. "It has been extinct for at least 300 years. That is what the official records say." "And what does this valley say?" Elder Lan turned and pointed to the northern bed, where 3 narrow stems were pushing silver-edged leaves through the soil Mu Shiran had cleared 2 days earlier. She was quiet for a long time. "Someone planted it here," she said. "Deliberately. Before the suppression campaigns. They knew it would be erased from every other source, and they buried the seed here where only someone with the right hands would know to find it." "Yes," Elder Lan said. Mu Shiran set the tablet down on the ledge beside her and looked at the 3 silver-edged leaves as if she were reading a letter written across generations. "I owe those people a debt," she said, "and we are going to pay it." That mattered because Moonvale was beginning to collect people whose expertise had been mocked or restricted by the orthodox world. The valley was becoming a counterargument to the entire system. It did not just house the wounded. It proved that the wounded had been badly served elsewhere. Chapter 69 by Lingsu treated trade routes like a war map and a confession ledger at the same time. The hidden passes into Moonfall Valley were not convenient. That was the first thing she made everyone understand. They were steep, narrow, and exposed to weather that could kill pack animals if the wrong valley wind moved at the wrong hour. That meant the routes had to be protected, hidden, and fed by enough local trust to survive harassment. Bai Lingsu took one look at the problem and immediately turned it into an advantage. "If the official roads are watched," she said, tapping the map, "then we stop depending on official roads." She recruited washerwomen, tea sellers, mule handlers, and a retired river clerk who knew how to launder records without making them disappear. The first supply corridor was a chain of favors. The second was a chain of debts. The third was a chain of people who owed Moonvale because Moonvale had healed their sisters, daughters, or wives without making them sign away their names. Bai Lingsu built the whole thing with the kind of precision that would have terrified an honest government and delighted a criminal one. Lu Cheng watched her work from the side of the trade hall and realized she had already become the valley's circulation system. "You are very cheerful about this," he said. "I am not cheerful," Bai Lingsu replied. "I am efficient." "That does sound like you." "It is a great burden to be understood." The routes changed the sect almost immediately. Supplies arrived more regularly. Tools that had once been impossible to replace began appearing in the storerooms. The valley's trade income made it possible to hire guides and buy information from road networks that would otherwise have ignored them. Moonvale stopped feeling like a hidden pocket that survived by luck and started feeling like a market actor with interests that other people had to take seriously. That frightened the old powers more than any sword could. Lingsu knew it, too. On the night she finalized the hidden pass contracts, she sat with Lu Cheng on the overlook above the valley and said, "The moment we become hard to starve, they will decide we are hard to forgive." "I know. Do you also know that they will hate us for being practical?" "Probably." "Good," she said. "Then we are on the right track." Down below, the first Moonvale supply carts rolled through the hidden entrance under lantern light, and the valley for the first time began to feel like an economy instead of a miracle. That change was larger than supplies. Economies create habits, and habits create expectations. Once the hidden passes began moving grain, cloth, medicine, and information on a schedule, the women in the valley started planning beyond the next wound. The cooks ordered firewood by likely weather instead of waiting to run short. Mu Sharon requested drying racks for herbs that had not yet fully matured because she trusted they soon would. Even the younger disciples stopped treating every arriving cart like a miraculous reprieve and began treating it like part of a system they had a right to maintain. The hidden pass economy also changed how outsiders behaved toward Moonvale. Washerwomen who had once sent cloth out of private gratitude began demanding fair road conduct for any caravan using routes the sect had stabilized. Mule handlers started asking whether escort fees from orthodox factions were worth the trouble if Moonvale's contracts paid cleaner and arrived with fewer threats attached. A retired river clerk quietly standardized the pass tokens so bribes and legitimate transport could no longer be mistaken by accident. Every small administrative decision made Moonvale harder to dismiss as a sentimental anomaly. Sentiment does not standardize tokens. Institutions do. Chapter 70 Jiwuya attacked before the valley was ready. That was the first warning the sky gave them, though Lu Cheng only recognized it later. The day began with a courier's severed seal found near the outer pass. Then a scout's report that 3 factions were moving in coordinated lines toward the basin mouth. Then the realization that the old watches on the ridge had gone silent one by one. Jiwuya had not waited for the valley arrays to fully wake. He had decided to force the issue before Moonvale could become too entrenched. By dusk, the siege engines were visible on the ridge road. Not enough to breach the basin immediately. Enough to make the point. The coalition banners fluttered above the stones like a warning meant to be seen by everyone in the valley. Jiwuya himself did not arrive at the front line. He did not need to. His envoys carried his authority, his terms, and enough legal rhetoric to make every attack feel like a civic duty. Moonvale had been labeled rebel. Now the label was being converted into artillery. Han Qingzhu spat into the dust and rolled her shoulders. "They came too early," she said. "That means they are nervous," Shun Yuexin replied. "That means they are dangerous." Lu Cheng stood at the valley mouth with Elder Lawn and watched the first enemy line settle into firing position. The formations around the basin were active, but not yet complete. The Moonwell had awakened, the herb terraces were alive, the archives were intact, but the central defenses still needed another day or two of alignment before they could bear the full weight of war. Jiwuya had chosen the one moment when Moonvale was strongest in spirit and weakest in structure. Mu Sharon had already begun preparing antidote coils. Lingsu was sending signals through the hidden trade channels. Xiao Ruo, pale but steady, stood beside the Moonwell and kept one hand on the stone as if the valley itself might listen to her breathing. Then the first enemy projectile struck the outer array. The basin lit silver for half a breath and held. Not enough. The strike did not break the defense, but it shook the whole valley like a fist against a door. Somewhere in the eastern wall, stone cracked. One of the younger disciples screamed. Han Qingzhu drew her sword at last and said, very quietly, "Well, I was hoping for a longer warning." The siege had begun, and the valley, still half awake, had just taken its first real blow. The impact did not only shake stone. It rearranged expectations. The wounded children cried. The veteran disciples swore. The civilians in the lower halls froze for a fraction of a second and then began moving because the sound of an attack is often the moment a whole sect discovers whether it has been trained to panic or to function. Lu Cheng saw the difference immediately. Moonvale had no polished discipline. It had necessity. Necessity, he was learning, could be a better teacher if the people involved were willing to trust one another under pressure. That trust became visible in small, practical acts. Someone handed water to a stranger. Someone else lifted a fallen lantern before it could start a fire. Two women who had not met before the siege silently took up positions on opposite sides of the same corridor without asking who had authority. A sect is sometimes recognized not by the slogans it says aloud, but by the amount of time it can spend in danger without turning on itself. The old world's Ji Wuya came from would never have counted such acts as military strength. They would have counted banners, rank, weapon quality, spirit stone reserves, and the number of men willing to die because a superior had said so. Moonvale had different resources. Women who had learned to identify danger quickly, children quiet enough to carry messages through tunnels, medics who understood triage without waiting for permission, and a founder whose method made reciprocity feel more natural than hierarchy. None of that looked impressive from a ridge. That was precisely why it was difficult to predict. Lu Cheng turned from the outer wall and said, "How long can we hold without the central formation fully active?" Elder Lon did not hesitate. "Long enough to decide whether you believe we can." "That is not a number." "No," the old man said, "but it is the only honest answer I have." He looked up at the ridge where the siege engines waited. And dishonest answers have a way of costing more. Chapter 71. Xin Yuexin led the first wall defense because she understood how to turn fear into posture. The east wall of Moonfall Valley was not built for open war, which made it perfect for a first test of courage and terrible for a public narrative. The outer stones were old. The parapets were narrow. The enemy troops on the ridge had the luxury of height and artillery. Moonvale had women who had learned to fight through injury, and that was enough only if they moved with each other instead of trying to look impressive. Xin Yuexin understood that instantly. She moved along the wall with her sword drawn, but she spent more time calling positions than striking. 2 steps left. Lower that shield. No, lower it. You are not shielding the sky. Keep your feet under you. When one of the younger disciples flinched at the impact of a thrown iron bolt, she did not mock her. She stepped in, knocked the next bolt aside, and said, "Good. Now you know where your body wants to run. Use that information." Lu Cheng watched from the command platform and felt an almost painful surge of gratitude. The orthodox sects had always taught that the strongest fighter was the one who broke others first. Xin Yuexin was proving something else. She taught by making fear legible. Once the women on the wall could identify the shape of their panic, they could stop being ruled by it. The defense thickened. Arrows came in. Shields rose. Breath settled. A few disciples began laughing in the middle of the fighting, not because it was funny, but because the wall had stopped feeling like a death sentence and started feeling like a task. Ji Wuya's infantry tried to force the south path by noon. Xin Yuexin met them at the narrow gate with 3 other swords and a line of support cultivators behind her. She did not try to outmuscle the enemy. She used the terrain. One man rushed too far and slipped on a spray of moon water deliberately spilled across the stones. Another raised his blade too high and found Han Qingzhu's counterstrike under his ribs. A third hesitated long enough to hear Xin Yuexin say, "You are standing too close to a wall you do not understand," before she shoved him backward into the hands of his own panicked allies. The wall held. For now. After the first surge broke, Xin Yuexin found Lu Cheng at the side platform and said, "They will not keep doing this if they think we are still small. Then we make ourselves expensive." She smiled, cold and pleased. "Good. I hate being cheap." The wall defense had bought Moonvale time, and in a siege, time was a form of blood. It had also bought the newer women a different sort of inheritance. Several of them had never before stood a wall without being told they were only there to carry arrows or tend someone else's wound. Now they had felt their own bodies hold a line and not break under the attempt. Lu Cheng saw it in their faces as they rotated off the parapet. Not triumph, exactly, but a dawning anger at how much of their previous helplessness had been curated for them by people who liked them easier to command. That anger was useful because it made the next set of orders easier to hear. Once the women on the wall stopped thinking of themselves as temporary placeholders, they started asking better questions. Where should reserve shields be stacked so the shortest route did not cross open ground? Which parapet gaps exposed the medics below? Why had the old sect manuals treated support formation and direct defense as separate disciplines when any real siege demanded both at once? Xin Yuexin answered every practical question she could and barked the rest toward Lu Cheng or Elder Lon. The wall was no longer just holding. It was learning. Chapter 72. Lu Cheng activated the central formation at sunset and nearly shattered his core doing it. He knew the price before he began. The valley's central array had been waiting for a sect master with enough trust-bearing fate to bridge the dormant lines, and Moonvale was still a young sect with too many moving parts and not enough years. But the enemy pressure was climbing. The outer wall had cracked twice. The east terrace was smoking. If the core did not wake now, they would lose the basin by inches while insisting they still had control. So he stepped into the Moonwell chamber and took the oath stone in both hands. Elder Lon, standing just behind him, said, "Do not force it." "I know. No, you do not. If you knew, you would already be afraid." Lu Cheng almost answered, then stopped because fear would not help. He placed his palms over the central seal, opened the scripture, and let the valley recognize the people who had carried it here. Not as a command, as a confession. The sect bond sang through the chambers. Every disciple who had entered the valley, every woman who had taken an assignment, every child who had carried water or wrapped a wound, or spoken a truth in the archive room when fear would have preferred silence. All of it rose through the formation like threads pulled taut. The first pulse nearly dropped him to one knee. The second sent a sharp crack of pain through his meridians. The third opened the old core conduit. Moonfall Valley answered with a silver sweep that ran along the walls, through the herb terraces, over the Moonwell, and into the sealed channels beneath the ground. Lu Cheng felt the array take hold, and then felt the backlash, a violent strain of power too old and too large for one body to bear alone. His vision blurred. His teeth ground together. Somewhere at the edge of the chamber, Elder Lon swore under his breath in a language Lu Cheng had never heard from him before. "Stop," Elder Lon snapped. Lu Cheng shook his head once, unable to speak. The formation was waking, but it did not like being rushed. He could feel his own lifespan burning against the conduit edges. Another few breaths, and he would either stabilize the core or tear himself apart in front of everyone who had chosen this valley on trust. Then, strangely, he felt pressure from behind him. Not from the formation, from the sect bond. Shen Yuexin, Han Qingzhu, Bai Lingsu, Mu Shiran, Xiao Ruo, and the rest were feeding their current into the core through every line the scripture had taught them to share. Lu Cheng understood in a flash that the valley was not asking for one master to carry it. It was asking whether the sect was ready to hold him back from collapsing under the very thing he had built. The answer came in heat. The core stabilized, and Lu Cheng, nearly fainting from the strain, realized the valley had just taken its first breath as a living sect. When the current finally settled, the chamber was so quiet that he could hear his own pulse. He had expected the breakthrough to feel triumphant, but it felt instead like being handed responsibility with no one left to blame if he failed. Core formation had not made him safer. It had made him more accountable to the valley's rhythm. He could now hear the array lines more clearly, feel the bond between the women in adjacent halls, and sense when the outer wall shifted under attack. It was a frightening kind of awareness, but it was also power that could be distributed. Elder Lon seemed to read his expression. "You look unhappy for someone who just survived not dying. I think I understand what the next year is going to cost." "Good," the old man said. "Then you are finally paying attention." Chapter 73. Elder Lon sat Lu Cheng down and lectured him through clenched teeth. That alone would have been humiliating if Lu Cheng had enough strength left to be embarrassed. As it was, he was mostly aware of the fact that his hands were shaking and his vision kept trying to turn white at the edges. Elder Lon placed a bowl of bitter recovery tea in front of him, then another in front of himself, as if this were a scholarly debate and not the aftermath of a nearly catastrophic formation ignition. Ancient sect masters were not tyrants, the old man said. Lu Cheng stared at him over the rim of the bowl. That feels like a statement meant to correct several books at once. It is. Elder Lon explained while outside. The valley continued to brace against siege pressure. The earliest sect masters, he said, had not stood above the others so much as at the center of a shared structure. They were anchors, not owners. Their authority came from being trusted by enough disciples that the sect itself could carry part of the burden. Once sects turned hierarchical and male-dominated, the role had been inverted. Men at the top had started treating the sect bond like property instead of reciprocity, which was why most of the old manuals made leadership look like domination. The records had been rewritten by people who wanted power without needing the community that made power sustainable. Lu Cheng frowned. "So I have been trying to carry too much." "Yes. That is very rude of history." Elder Lon did not laugh. "History is rarely polite to the people cleaning up after it." The old man went on until Lu Cheng's tea had gone cold. He explained that reciprocity had once been a technical principle, not merely a moral one. Ancient women-led sects designed command around distributed trust because women had too often been isolated, traded, or cut off from formal authority to survive any other way. Once male-dominated halls took over the manuals, they preserved the surface language of unity while stripping out the reciprocal structure underneath. What remained looked like loyalty, but functioned more like ownership. Lu Cheng listened and felt a slow nausea build. The old order had not simply oppressed women openly. It had stolen women's best survival methods and then rewritten them into obedience technologies. That revelation changed the siege more than any wall repair. From then on, Lu Cheng stopped asking how much strain he personally could endure and started asking how to make each hall, team, and bond cluster capable of acting if he went down. The question rippled outward. Han Xingzhu reorganized reserve fighters into mutual pairs instead of rank columns. Bai Lingsu split supply authority between two route stewards so no corridor could be starved by one captured ledger. Mu Xiaoran trained 3 assistants to read the poison shelf codes rather than hoarding the knowledge in her own head. Moonveil was learning that resilience is what happens when care becomes harder to decapitate. History is often rude. Elder Lan tapped the rim of the bowl and continued. You are not supposed to hold the valley alone. The scripture chose you because you are an anchor point, not because you are a king. The more your disciples trust you, the more the formation can distribute the load. But they must choose it willingly. That is the part the old sects could never tolerate. Lu Cheng sat with that while the bitter tea settled in his stomach like a promise. If leadership was not ownership, then he had spent years misreading what he had inherited. Moonveil did not need a master who dominated the structure. It needed someone who could help the structure circulate trust safely. That thought made the scripture in his meridians feel less like a burden and more like an instruction. Outside, the siege engines struck the outer line again. This time the valley rang with the blow instead of cracking. That sound changed morale more than any proclamation could have. Word spread through the lower halls within minutes. The wall had sung instead of split. Children repeated it first because they understood the difference between a home groaning and a home answering back. The older women understood something else. The valley had recognized Moonveil as its rightful current bearer, and that meant the siege was no longer only a matter of endurance. It had become a contest between a living formation and the men arrogant enough to think a hidden inheritance would act like dead stone. Chapter 74. Lu Cheng entered core formation on the 4th night of the siege. The timing was not graceful. It was not spiritual. It was the result of exhaustion, a near collapse, and the entire sect deciding that if their founder was going to die from overextension, they would be very offended and very loud about it. Mu Xiaoran and Elder Lan forced him to drink a recovery broth that tasted like bitter bark and medicinal mud. Xin Yuexin sat beside him and refused to let him pretend he was fine. Bai Lingsu kept reading casualty notes out loud until he stopped trying to ignore the scope of the work. At some point, with the central array humming and the sect bond feeding him a current he did not have to generate alone, Lu Cheng felt something click into place. Not power exactly. Alignment. The heaven and moon balance scripture had always been demanding of him, always asking for trust, resonance, honesty, and the willingness to pay with lifespan when the bond was false. Now the valley itself had become part of that circuit. The load changed. The current deepened. His meridians no longer burned like they were being forced open. They expanded with the slow pressure of a body finally allowed to grow at its own pace. The sensation was difficult to describe later, though Elder Lan asked him to try. Lu Cheng said it felt like the difference between carrying water in cupped hands and carrying it in a vessel. He had been trying to hold the sect's needs in his body the way he might hold a pose, by constant exertion, by refusing to let the weight shift. The breakthrough changed the container. The vessel now had walls. It could hold more without him having to tighten his grip every moment. He understood, somewhere in the middle of the process, why the scripture required genuine sect bonds rather than formal loyalty. A false bond would have collapsed the circuit the instant the load increased. The women around him had not sworn to him for rank or reward. They had chosen the sect because the sect had chosen them first. That choice ran both directions through the current now, and the scripture recognized it as structurally sound in a way his own wrenched willpower never could have been. Are you still with us? Xin Yuexin asked from the edge of the chamber. Barely, he said. Good. She did not move closer, but the weight of the sect bond between them was its own form of steadying. Do not go where we cannot follow. He was terrified throughout most of it. That was the honest part. Core formation was not a dramatic glow or a single clean breakthrough. It was a long night of shaking hands, sweat, and the sudden awareness that every woman in the room was holding her own breath to help keep him from breaking under the moment. Lu Cheng understood, in a way he had never understood before, that his own cultivation was no longer separate from Moonveil's survival. If he rose, they rose. If he fell, they would feel it. The intimacy of that truth almost made him laugh. When the breakthrough finally settled, he opened his eyes and found Xin Yuexin grinning at him with the exhausted satisfaction of someone who had been right to keep him alive out of sheer stubbornness. You look worse, she said. Thank you. You're welcome. Outside, the wall defense continued. Inside, the valley core pulsed with a calm, stable silver light. Lu Cheng breathed and felt the world answer without pain for the first time in days. He had become, At last, a true sect master. And Ji Wuye was still outside the walls. Chapter 75 Madame Crimson Thread arrived at the siege with slaves. Not hidden, not disguised, not ashamed. She brought them in bound lines behind her mercenary escort and draped in the same fine cloth that made her own robes shimmer against the dust of the ridge. The sight made Moonvale's outer wall go silent for one terrible instant. Lu Cheng saw the cruelty for what it was at once. A message to the defenders that the trafficker had enough confidence to use living women as shields because she believed Moonvale would not risk its own position to save them. She had misjudged them. Madame Crimson Thread stood on a raised stone near the enemy line and smiled down at the valley. I was told you like rescuing girls, she called. Here are some that would make the defense inconvenient. Perhaps you can prove your ideals are worth the price. The enslaved women did not look at her. They looked at Moonvale. Some were too exhausted to hope. Some were angry enough to shake. One young cultivator with a bruised cheek had clearly been taught that movement meant punishment and was trying not to tremble. Lu Cheng felt the scripture twist in his meridians like a blade sliding into a crack. Shen Yuexin's jaw went hard. This is filthy. It is efficient, Madame Crimson Thread replied. Bai Lingsu, standing behind the wall with her ledger tucked under one arm, smiled without warmth. You have mistaken us for people who do not understand leverage. The traffickers' escorts advanced, using the captives as moving cover. Ji Wuye's forces held position and let the scene unfold because everyone knew the strategy was effective. If Moonvale attacked the escort line directly, some of the captives might be hit. If Moonvale held back, the enemy would use the shield line to pressure the valley gates. It was a clean trap wrapped in human bodies. Lu Cheng looked at the women under guard and made the only decision he could live with. Open the east gate. Han Qingzhu stared at him. That is not a tactical answer. I know. It is also not suicidal. I am not interested in surviving by calling them collateral. The wall crew moved. The gate opened a narrow line. Shen Yuexin and Han Qingzhu shifted into position. The outer array bent to protect the opening. The captives, seeing the gap, began to change in place like a storm about to break. Madame Crimson Thread's smile faltered for the first time. Moonvale was going to risk the siege to save the women she had brought as bait. That decision would either make them legends or corpses. Probably both. Lu Cheng had no time to decide whether he hated the certainty of that line or trusted it. He only knew that leaving the captives behind would make every sermon about Moonvale a lie. The valley had been built by people who knew what it meant to be treated as surplus. If they failed these women now, then everything they had said about rescue and refusal would collapse into the same rotten logic the palace used. Better to gamble the wall than to inherit the enemy's morality. The thought steadied him in a strange way. He had always assumed sect leadership meant choosing the safer branch of the tree. Moonvale was teaching him something harsher. Sometimes the correct decision is the